Welcome to a very sunny Kia Oval for this Metro Bank one-day Women's Cup fixture between Surrey and Essex. And we have changes galore with England playing New Zealand. We've got some slightly new faces in both 11s here. I'm Cameron Ponsonby. I'm joined by Surrey broadcasting legend, deity, Mark Church. First of all, Church, I'm talking about this has been a tale of two halves for both these teams. Surrey are 3 wins out of 6. They won their first 3 games of the season and they lost their most recent 3. Essex, the complete reversal. They lost their first 3, but now they're on a 4-match winning streak. So, how do you see it playing out all as we are, 4 minutes from the first ball?
Good morning, Cameron.
Hello,
good morning,
Mark.
everybody. I see it as this is an acid test, really, for this Surrey side in the fact that, as you say, they won their first 3. I think it's worth pointing out to everybody they are unbeaten here. They've had 2 games here and won both at the Kia Oval. You can see Alice Davison-Richards there, who's captaining Surrey.
Soaking in the
soaking up the sun. But, as you say, they're coming up against an Essex side that have found some form. Now, Surrey need to get back to winning ways. They need to get back to winning ways. They've been away from home and have lost every game away. And they're coming off the back, as you say, of 3 straight defeats. Somerset, Hampshire and the Blaze. So, number 1, they've got to win today, I think, just to get themselves going again in the competition. I think it's good they're back here. I think, as I say, they've had the 2 games here. Pitch-wise, looks green. And we're over towards the gasometer side of the ground. A long way over. So there's going to be a short boundary on one side. And I said there, Alice Davison-Richards is captaining Surrey because, of course, Kira Chatley's away with England. She's done the first thing right. Not that she did anything, but she flicked the coin up. And it's come down the wrong way from an Essex point of view. And I think she's done the first thing right this morning, winning the toss and bowling. Because you look at the pitch from here, and we've seen enough pitches here to know that when they look like this, if things are going to happen, they're going to happen quite a lot in the first half of the game. So I think she's got that first bit right. But I think for Surrey, this is a real acid test. Essex will be very confident because they're playing some good cricket. And as you just said, they are coming off the back of wins against Somerset, Yorkshire and Lancashire. And, you know, it's for me, it's that Lancashire result. They are a good side, Lancashire. And Essex beating Lancashire. So I think this is a really important game from a Surrey point of view.
Well, Essex will be without Jodie Grucock, who played her first ever game for England recently. But Surrey have that woman there just trotting across your screen. Danny Wyatt-Hodge back in the 11. And that's such a trump card.
Oh, it is.
In whatever game of cricket's being played across the world, for Surrey, especially with this short leg side boundary, well, depending which end you're batting in, any chase you're presented with, to have Danny Wyatt-Hodge coming in, and in the form she's been in this competition, 2 centuries and a 90-odd against Hampshire, that'll be something they'll be able to rely on. Grace Scrivens and Cordelia Griffith will be opening the batting for Essex. I saw the Essex team wandering along the Harleyford Road last night.
Oh, lovely.
I was walking back from my game of 7-a-side football, a famous 5-2 win, I'll have you know.
Well done.
And I was actually talking to my friend about today's match and how it was Surrey versus Essex, and I looked up, and there was the entire Essex team.
Well, I think they stay in the hotel opposite the ground.
I've often wondered that.
Yeah.
Because it is exceptionally close. It's the shortest commute that is possible.
Yep. I think that's the hotel that Essex, both the women and the men, stay in when they've got games here. So it is literally across the road and you're in the ground.
It's a bit cabin fevery. I've always wondered where I prefer to stay. Maybe 5 minutes away rather than 5 seconds.
Well, I can tell you, your 4 or 5 days at the Utilita or your 4 or 5 days at Old Trafford, you are, by the end of that, going absolutely crazy because, especially at the Utilita, you can't really go anywhere else. You're sort of just locked in and you open the bedroom windows and there's the ground again. You can't get away from it. But, yes, as I say, I think this is a very important game for Surrey.
Well, Maitland Brown, the Aussie overseas, who's been such an excellent signing, has ball in hand from the pavilion end. The highly rated Grace Scrivens will be on strike. Bryony Smith, former skipper and current T20 skipper, is in the slips. We've got a number of pigeons wreaking havoc And Alice Davison-Richards does her first bit of leadership for the day and trots across the square to remove them. I'd like playing under a team led by Alice Davison-Richards.
Oh, it'd be fun.
Jemima Spence with the gloves as well. Worth noting with Chatley away. 4 fielders in the offside ring. I must emphasise that offside boundary. Very, very short today. Here comes Maitland Brown. Goodness me.
Out.
It's out! Chopped on straight away. 1 ball, 1 wicket. Grace Scrivens has to go. At first viewing, thought that ball had just run down to fine leg. But instead, Surrey are on the board and they have the perfect start.
Well, Grace Scrivens hasn't even had a look there. Has looked for a drive through the offside on a green pitch. Inside edge, straight back onto her leg stump. And it is the perfect start for Surrey. And this is what I really like about Maitland Brown. Bowls rockets, runs in. Nothing to have a look at. And, yep, it's wide outside that off stump. She's gone after it. Big inside edge. Straight back onto that leg stump. So it's the perfect start for Surrey. And from an Essex perspective, that'll have woken the dressing room up. But Maitland Brown, she's been absolutely terrific for Surrey. I just like her attitude to everything. As I say, runs in, bowls rockets, walks out there with the bat, smashes it, and he's everywhere in the field. But that's a lovely start for Surrey.
There was just a little bit of shape from Maitland Brown. Not a huge amount. Not enough that will kind of make Grace Scrivens' mind rest any easier. We have Ariana Dowse in much sooner than she would have anticipated. Right-handed. The field stays pretty much identical, but just the mirror image of what Grace Scrivens was presented with. You're right about Maitland Brown. She feels like a very grown-up cricketer. I'd trust her.
So. Well,
trust her with bat and ball and in the field.
I think from what I hear as well, it's not just been on the pitch, it's been in the dressing room as well.
Full, and it almost happens again. Another inside edge. This time the ball does scamper off down to fine leg. And Essex are off the mark, but not Mark Church in convincing fashion.
Not at all. And again, bit of shape back in there for Maitland Brown. They're not looking, are they? They're not having a look this morning, Essex. Now here is an exciting talent on strike now. But again, it's going to be a test this morning. You sort of see the pitch, even though there's lovely overhead conditions, it will do a bit this morning.
Left alone by Cordelia Griffith.
Well, 2 things with that. Good for Maitland Brown because she's gone the other way. And Cordelia Griffith, good. She's actually had a look there. She's let that one go. I think she's been stood at the non-strikers end and seen what's been going on and thought, I'll just give myself a ball just to have a little look here.
Well, she's in a bit of form, is Griffith. Consecutive half centuries coming into this game.
It is a beautiful day, though. I think you can get done by what's above you here. Blue sky, sun out. We don't know what Essex would have done, but I'm pretty sure if they'd won the toss, they might well have had a bowl as well. But it is the most gorgeous day here in South London. Bit of a heat haze there on the boundary.
This time, Brown takes the outside edge. More good shape on offer for the Surrey seamer.
Been a very good first 5 balls, this.
I don't wish to speak ill of Kira Chatley because she's not here, but the morale of the Surrey team and the team chemistry on display this morning. I've seen Bryony Smith and Jemima Spence dancing around in the slips on multiple occasions. Alice Davison-Richards running around conducting her troops. Spirits are high at the Kia Oval. Beautifully bowled by Brown. A very, very fine first over. After 1 here at the Oval, Essex are 2 for 1.
Yeah, very good first over from Maitland Brown. that'll be all Alice Davison Richards, won't it? Captains go about things in different ways, don't they? There are some that are sort of orators and make sort of speeches that get the hairs on the back of your neck, young Cameron, standing on end. I reckon Alice Davison Richards has just been full of the joys of spring this morning.
Well,
ooh.
And here is a new tactical dimension. Whether this is a move from Alice Davison Richards as well, or the powers that be, you can correct me otherwise, but I don't recall seeing Danny Gregory open the bowling.
No, it's been that partnership, hasn't it, of Maitland Brown and Tilly Courtine-Coleman. But obviously Tilly Courtine-Coleman's away with England, but it's still going to be spinning away because Tilly Courtine-Coleman bowls left arm spin. But obviously they've gone with Danny Gregory to do that role.
Well, this will be a challenge for the leg spinner. Power play, only 2 fielders allowed outside the ring. Starts with a full toss, and that's 4. So a loosener to start with for Gregory.
Yes, and nicely put away by Griffith. Just made sure that she didn't hit the fielders on the edge of the circle. So our first boundary of the morning.
Now Gregory has a big leg side boundary to play with. Both her boundary riders out in that direction. That's on the money.
Yeah, Danny Gregory's so experienced. It won't be, worrying her taking the new ball in the power play.
Propped forward and defended again.
Good number in already. On a day like today, I'm not surprised. People dotted all around the place because the whole ground's open, but what a lovely day to watch some cricket.
3 good ones in a row from Danny Gregory. Good response.
Yeah, Griffith has had a look here. Yeah, there was the full toss, which she put away very nicely.
Four good ones in a row. Mark, are we going to have the reverse angle from behind the bowler? All good. Five good ones. So, a tidy first over from Danny Gregory.
Yeah, bar the full toss. Right on the money there, Danny Gregory and Griffith and Dowse get together for a bit of a chat out there in the middle. I'm liking the Essex shirts again this year. Quite like the purple, I have to say.
They've got, in the men's team, they have a wonderful cable knit that they're wearing in the 4-day stuff.
They've gone back to the old
retro.
Yeah, that's the one everybody remembers of my age, Cameron.
We're the same age.
You won't remember it.
I'll remember anything you want, Churchy. It's fine. Maitland Brown back in. More swing on offer. That's a good dot ball for Surrey because Brown had just drifted there. And with that short leg side, as short as it is, could have scampered away.
The only thing here is you can get tempted, can't you, to bowl the dream delivery where you're looking to pitch it around about middle and leg and take it away from the right hander and hit the top of off stump, and that's when you can get work through the leg side.
Beautiful. Bang on the money from Maitland Brown. It's been a really, really strong start from the Surrey seamer.
Yeah, it's sort of captain's dream this. Set your field and Maitland Brown's bowling to that field because they've got the cover ring. She's just hitting a good line, good length with a little bit of movement.
That's wide on that occasion.
I just wonder whether Alice Davison Richards would be tempted here to get a second slip in. Just with what we've seen on offer so far. That gentleman's bucket hat. It's very bright green there. all on his own in the stand with a very bright green bucket hat there.
Tennis ball collared.
It is. Oh, he's got his binoculars out now as well.
Ooh, playing a miss. Just to your point, Mark Church, whether a temptation is there to get a second slip in.
Yeah, I'd be tempted. I'd be really tempted.
They do have Chatterjee at gully, so they do have two catches in position. Maybe I've been favourable there because I think Chatterjee's now trotting back to a more traditional backward point. That ball's just ducked back into the right-hander. Ellen Brown showing off her tricks.
Can I just say, it is lovely to see Ailish Cranston out there again. She has had so many injury problems. Played the last game, didn't she? But to see her back here and out there in the middle, terrific cricketer, but has had so many injury problems, worked so hard, and has had those horrible sort of 6 months where she's had to rehab on her own. But I'm absolutely delighted to see Ailish back out there. She's an absolute top fielder as well. She'll be patrolling. You don't take her on in the field. Just seeing that again, definitely going down the leg side. But again, I think with that one, Maitland Brown's looking for what we were talking about. Can she bowl the dream delivery? That's the line.
Dropped. Oh. Put down by Bryony Smith at first slip. Diving away to her right. Mark Church looks wryly on, wondering, would it have landed in the hands of a second slip had one been positioned?
No, that is, for Bryony Smith, a catch that she'll be thinking I should have taken. It's a nice height away to her right-hand side. She's got both hands to it. And it just goes down, but it's one of those that, as a slipper, you're thinking to yourself, I probably should have had that one in my hands. But again, Maitland Brown, nice bit of bowling, finding edge. This is not easy at the moment, is it, for Essex?
3 overs gone, 8 for 1. Essex. Danny Gregory's had I don't know if a tough season is quite the right descriptor. She's taken 3 wickets, and all of those came in one game. But given her role is so often to bowl in the middle phases of the innings, where teams are just settling in, you can get a run of games where the wickets do dry up, not necessarily to any fault of your own.
Well, I think for her here, she'll probably be quite enjoying this. Yeah, okay, you're bowling in the power play, but you also sort of in the back of your head think, well, if you want to go after me here, by all means do. You know, you've got a chance of picking up wickets in this first 10 if you're Danny Gregory.
Well, this is a great line that Gregory has settled in on across her last 8 deliveries. Sometimes focus the mind a little bit. If only 2 fielders are allowed out on the boundary and both of them are in the deep on the leg side, you know you cannot bowl with any width. So far, so good from the leg spinner.
First time that Dowse has used her feet there, just trying to get down the pitch to Danny Gregory. Yeah, you're right. I think you can look at it and think, oh, for a spinner, this is horrible because you've only got 2 out. But actually, she's got a massive leg side boundary to work with. So if she does drop short, she has got so much protection out there on the leg side.
Oh, playing a miss. Dowse looking to get back and pull that ball into the leg side.
It's a good start, this, from Surrey. Bar the full toss. Take that out of the equation, and that can happen. It's a very, very tight start from Brown and Gregory.
That time Dowse does look to try and make some room, but it's well fielded at point. No run. So a maiden over for Danny Gregory. 4 overs gone here at the Kia Oval. Essex 8 for 1.
So Gregory's now got on 11 dot balls on the spin bar the full toss first up. So that's fair enough.
Shake hands on that.
Oh, hello. Now that is... I like a bit of... Now, that is knitting, isn't it?
Well, you know what? You've taken the words out of my mouth because I was... Please get in contact on the email.
No, that's not
surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
Crocheting. Yeah, that is crocheting. It's not easy, that, the old crocheting.
Can you explain to me what the difference between the two is?
Well, in knitting, you have a bigger needle for a start, and you use...
for technical reasons or
and you
aesthetic?
use wool for knitting.
We have a change. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mark Church, but Alice Davidson Richards has heeded your advice and positioned herself at second slip.
Excellent.
Full. This time dabbed into the offside for no run.
The only reason I know this on the technical front is my granny. She was an avid knitter.
Oh, yeah?
I used to get a jumper or a jumpsuit in my younger days.
Crocheting?
No, she didn't do a lot of crocheting. But then my mum has been a member of the Women's Institute for a number of years, Cameron. They love a bit of crocheting there. They really do.
Well bowled again. Surrey in control here.
I like this, though. The 2 slips, they're not going anywhere here, Essex, at the moment. They're finding it very hard to find a run. They've just created a chance in Maitland Brown's last over that wasn't taken. This is Surrey sort of thinking to themselves, we could get quite a bit of this game done in the first 15 overs this morning.
In behind it again from Griffith.
Can I say thank you to producer George there as well? This is the sort of information when you're looking during cricket commentaries.
Oh yeah,
you're looking for the big bits
scoop
of information.
So I don't even know how to intro it really. A nod to the great Boston Red Sox pitcher Garrett Crochet. What a player! Quite right. It was actually our boss John Surtees, which means we had to.
Oh yes, right.
Just a bit too straight from from Maitland Brown, and it was a chance. Had to be a scampered single.
That's just pressure that has caused that run, isn't it? Because they haven't had a run for 2 overs. So that's just pressure. They're just looking for anywhere they can find a single now. But the response was not that quick, was it?
Direct hit.
Yeah, struggling, I think.
So, Dowse back on strike against Brown for the first time in a few overs. Playing a miss straight away.
Isn't that a beautiful piece of bowling? It's the length as much as anything, just enough shape. That's why they've got 2 slips in there.
Just full of length here from Brown. And you'll see once it's pitched, it's going with the arm and then just nips off the surface. This will be a fresh surface this morning. You can see the grass covering on it already. So the ball is just going to skip off that grass almost as if it's speeding up. This time 2 straight. And Khalil Mort does the business in the deep. 5 overs gone here on the Surrey live stream. Essex 10 for 1. I'm Cameron Ponsonby with Mark Church. Well, it's been a very fine start for the home team.
It certainly has, and it's been a settler as well for them. And it's hard work this for Dowse and Griffith. I think we're having a jumper removed here by Griffith. It's a warm old day, actually. Here we are.
Goodness me.
Do you know what I like about that? That gentleman is doing what I do. He's using his train ticket as a bookmark. I always do that. I always use my train ticket for my bookmark there.
Well, I think we should be able to work out what this book is, namely because we keep getting a flash of the author on the back cover.
It's chapter 13, The War of Independence. Highbrow, I think, that book. But I do that, I must say. I do use the old train ticket as a bookmark.
Well, change of bowling. I was distracted, Mark. I was trying to work out what the book was. Kalia Moore. So, 11 dot balls in a row. Not good enough for the high standards of new skipper Alice Davison-Richards. Kalia Moore comes into the attack, replacing Danny Gregory. A show of aggression immediately. It's a mix-up in the middle. It should be out.
Terrible running.
Well, poor running and poor fielding from Surrey. Somehow,
I'd like to see that again.
Dowse has survived. Now, goodness me, this was a bit of a mess.
It really was. It wasn't a great bit of running.
I thought Alice Monaghan could have potentially just run to the stumps herself. I'm going to see a change of angle here. Round the wicket to Griffith. We'll have one more change to the field. It looks like a slip is coming into position. All changes of bowling are powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Step up to the crease. Let's bat for sustainability together. Beautiful from Moore. Right on the money.
Yeah, I'd like to see that run out again. It looked very tight, didn't it? Very, very tight.
Good angle here from Kalia Moore. It's going to be enticing Griffith to take the aggressive option. There is space out at deep mid-wicket. Just forward, deep square leg out on the rope.
Yeah, interesting she's coming around the wicket as well. That'll be because of the big leg side boundary, won't it? You're trying to get them sweeping as much as anything. Come over the wicket for Dowse.
Back and across on that occasion from Dowse. Defended. End of a fine opening over from Moore. 12 for 1 after 6. Yeah, first ball of that over.
It's an excellent over from Kalia Moore. But that looked tight. That run out did look very, very tight. The running between the wickets, and again, all that is a bit of pressure, isn't it? Oh, here we are. Lovely day for it. Really is. I think in certain parts of the ground you'd still need a coat. I think it would be a quite chilly breeze.
You've got to get your shade right on a day like today.
Yeah.
Because in the shade, you're still chilly. You're still wearing your jumpers. I bought two. I bought a jumper and a jacket in today.
Excellent from you.
What was it? I felt warm.
I think you'd be all right. It was probably more getting home this evening.
Maitland Brown to continue. That's textbook cricket from all involved.
But I got back from Nottingham late last night. It was very cold in Nottingham yesterday. Oh, dear. And then this morning, there was ice on the windscreen of the car. I had to de-ice this morning on May the 12th.
That surprised me.
Yep. There was ice on the windscreen of the car this morning.
That's wide and slashed away. Should just be one run.
So we've had the one boundary. We're in the 7th over. We've had one boundary so far.
There was a full toss. So when the ball's bounced, we're boundaryless.
It's very, very, very hard work when the ball bounces.
It's been very hard work from this end. Maitland Brown has been bowling beautifully. That time the ball just nips in to the right-hander. Dowse fighting a little bit here. She's 4 of 20 deliveries.
Yeah, that pressure will be building now for Dowse, won't it? And everybody on that inner ring will be on their toes. Seen it twice now. Trying to nick a single just to get that scoreboard moving. As I say, the last one was very tight.
Angled in to the right-hander again. I think Maitland-Brown to Dowse might just be thinking about targeting the stumps a little bit more. Dowse hasn't looked comfortable. She's missed the ball on a few occasions. I always think it's one of the simpler plans in cricket. If you notice someone's missing it,
ball at the stumps, yeah. There is that. There is that. There's a lot of theories in cricket these days, but some of the old ones are still the best, aren't they? Those 3 wooden things, if you hit them, cool.
They're always out. They're always out if you hit those.
It does help.
It is one of my most strongly held beliefs that I'm pretty confident is also wrong. That at pretty much every standard of cricket, whichever team bowls at the stumps more will win.
It's not a bad theory.
Mark, we all miss it.
Yep.
Everyone misses the ball.
Yep. It's not a bad theory. Yeah, you actually see it quite a lot, don't you? Where you're getting shape and doing all these clever things and players are missing it, and then you bowl a straight one and that's it.
They're impossible. It's too hard. Well, that was straight, but a bit of bat involved. Prevents an LBW appeal from growing. So another fine over from Maitland-Brown is over. And after 7 overs, it's 13 for 1.
Yeah, just seeing this again, I think, well, that was the one going down the leg side, height, but the delivery after that, I think she did get a bit of bat on it. But this is a very good start from Surrey. Interesting to see how Essex go about it now as well. You know, a lot of overs. 50 overs is a long old time. But you will be feeling, if you're Dowse and Griffith, you will be feeling pressure in the fielders. Or it will feel like the fielders are right on top of you. And
good one from Griffith. And this will be the scouting report from Surrey. That will be round the wicket to Griffith and over the wicket to Dowse. We have an email in. Peter, who's emailed us, we're going to cover this at the end of this over, but I just want to give you a spoiler. I think your research is correct because my research came to a similar conclusion.
Excellent.
And is that a teaser or not? Tidy fielding off her own bowling from Moore. Dowse drove that back into the ground.
It's good from Peter, and you'll go through it at the end of this over. It's also where Peter's sort of getting in touch from.
It's a global game.
Lovely, lovely.
That's a heave into the leg side.
It was coming.
Much needed pressure released for Ariana Dowse. She doubled her score from her 25th delivery. And it was a bit of a swing and a hope.
Yeah, it was. It was, I think, in modern parlance,
the
release shot.
Lovely.
Yes. But actually put it away very nicely.
It's just slightly over-pitched, and it's one of the consequences, and it prompts an immediate field change as well. Kalia Moore did have a split field in terms of boundary riders. She had cover point out and deep square leg, which meant that deep mid-wicket area was vacant. Now, after one shot, cover points come out, deep mid-wicket's trotted back. And again, you can see how one shot leads into the other. A slight over-pitching from Kalia Moore, a show of aggression from Dowse. The following ball drops short. She's able to take an easy single. And now we'll see all this field change all over again for Griffith back on strike. I imagine we're going to see Bryony Smith return to first slip. Umpire Dovey is just having a chat with Jemima Spence. Not sure at all what that would be about. Short again. That's a bit of bounce from Moore.
Yeah, the only thing I can think there, and you sometimes see it, is just saying, don't get your gloves in front of the stumps.
I have a real dislike of that rule. Swing and a miss. Just skipping off the surface through to the wicketkeeper. 8 overs gone, 19 for 1. We can return to my dislike of that particular small rule of cricket.
Yes, of
To
course.
address our note from Peter, who crucially is from Paris. Now, if you were just joining us,
Bonjour, Peter.
the salut, me and him have a more informal relationship. We had a shot of a man reading a book earlier, and we were trying to work out what it was. And Peter says, I think your man with the book is reading The Black Jacobins by C.L.R. James. I agree. That's what my research did as well. Obviously famous for his cricket writing, but he also wrote history books. That one is about the Haitian Revolution in the 18th century. I haven't actually read it. It's on my list. Like Mr. Church, I also use train tickets as bookmarks.
Excellent. Or metro tickets.
That's down the leg side. And the first wide of the morning.
Well, Peter, you might be sending that looking at the Eiffel Tower. We're looking at our equivalent here, the Crystal Palace antenna over the back.
I
It
have
is much
never
like
realised that you can see that from here.
yeah, and it is much like the Eiffel Tower.
Goodness me.
Mm.
That I'm embarrassed. I've been coming to this ground for decades.
Yep. Yeah, I always see that there and think of the Eiffel Tower.
Nice from Douse. Beautifully driven. You can see she's just being more confident in her work.
Oh,
And
brilliant.
that's fantastic fielding as well from Paige Schofield.
Yeah,
Essex will have to settle for. Did they get 2 or 3 there? I was so taken by the shot. 3 runs. So Douse finds herself off strike.
The lovely thing about this shot is she hasn't tried to overhit it. She's just leant on it. And it's absolutely sped off towards the boundary. This is brilliant from Schofield. Really terrific piece of fielding, that.
Counterintuitively, I think that drive ball was actually a bit shorter than the previous delivery, so the ball didn't shape as much. Short again, this time. Griffith defending from her stance. Now, I'd like to have a bit of a back and forth with Peter if he's still listening and or watching. Did you, Mr. Peter, work that out from just seeing the book, or did you do the same thing that I did and Googled Chapter 13, The War of Independence?
Ah, is that what you put in? And that
That's
came
right.
up.
And it got there
That's good,
kind
isn't it?
of.
It's good,
And also, I
that.
thought the CLR James connection was very likely. If you are reading
yes.
reading a book at the Oval, just a little bit less shape on offer for Brown this over. So she might have one more after this, but when the power play is complete, there might be a temptation for the Surrey skipper to make a change. Maitland Brown is making a change as well. Danny Gregory comes up into the ring. No, she does not. She's going to scamper from deep third across the fine leg. And there's a deep square leg in place as well. So we have a 5-4 split field. We have the option of a short ball. While Brown looks to get straighter. Just sneaks the ball down the leg side. And nope, she's decided she doesn't like that field. So she's gone back to the one she had before.
I'd like to know whether Peter in Paris uses his metro ticket, though.
Oh, lovely.
You see, rather than I use my daily travel card ticket
What a very fine
for my
idea.
bookmarks. And I've always used train tickets as bookmarks.
I've just finished my most recent book, so I'm on the hunt for a new one.
Oh, I'm in the middle of one at the moment. Oh, my word.
Goodness me.
What a book. Flags of Our Fathers. Now, it was turned into a film which I've not seen.
We don't want to spoil the book.
No, but it's about the Marines during the Pacific War. And there's a
Goodness me.
very famous photo of 6 of them putting the American flag in.
Oh, bit of dancing feet from Griffith. I don't mind that.
No,
A little bit less movement on offer from the ball.
And also, it's going to take... It's been pretty comfy, this, for Maitland Brown. She's just been able to run in and hit a good length. here, Griffith is trying to take her off that length. She's sort of come down the line of the leg stump and is looking to go over the cover. So it gives Maitland-Brown something to think about.
Well, hang on. We're going back to the field that Maitland-Brown decided she didn't like. So again, Danny Gregory scampers across over to fine leg. So Brown homing in on the stumps. Straight. Does strike the pad, but it's just sneaking off down the leg side. 9 overs gone. 24 for 1. Mark Churchill book, please.
Yeah, and it's written by the son of one of the Marines in that famous photo. And
hence the title Flags of Our Fathers.
Exactly. So he never talked about it. His son knew he had been in the Marines and he knew he'd fought in the Pacific conflict. But when his father passed away, they were going through his stuff and they found his Medal of Honor and found this picture, which he'd kept because it's one of the most famous pictures ever. And then he decided to go and find out about the other 5 as well. And it's the whole story of
wonderful.
Those 6 and the whole conflict and the invasion and the Marines. And I think it's been turned into a film, actually.
With a change of bowling here from the Vauxhall end, Priyana's Chatterjee comes into the attack. Recently named in the Scotland World Cup squad. And I think this is a good change from Surrey. All bowling changes are powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Get the whole team involved and score big with sustainable energy solutions. Now Chatterjee's just going to put it on a spot. She's got a cover sweeper out. Again, this is the last over of the power play. But she's going to have to put the emphasis on the Essex batters to take a risk. And that's a real loosener. So wide ball for Chatterjee to begin with. So is the film an adaptation of the book you're reading, or is the film about the story of the Pacific War?
I don't know. I think it's the story of the 6, which has been turned into a film.
That's full. Driven into the offside. Well fielded by Eilish Cranstone. You're absolutely correct. It's fantastic to see her.
It really is. She's
importantly,
been through it.
To your main point, out here at the Kia Oval.
Yeah, back at home here, playing here.
Effectively not played a cricket match for 2 years.
It's so good, and she's really been through it. She really has. But she's kept going, and it's fantastic to see her back. It really is.
Catching cover in place. Griffith on strike. That's full and driven out to the sweeper.
So it's still hard work, this, for Essex. It may not look spectacular, this partnership at the moment, and it has been hard work, but you can always... You're not going to recover from 30 for 5. So you can afford to take a bit of time over this.
Another dot ball. On the flip side for Surrey, you've now put in a substantial bit of work into the innings. Where are you watching from? Get in touch with us. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. We want all your emails, all your thoughts, whatever they may be. Hopefully positive. If they are negative, please do not get in touch. we don't.
Well, if you
bring us down,
address them to me and I'll answer.
One more run as that's slashed out to the offside. But the point I was trying to make for Surrey is now, given how tight these opening 10 overs have been, even if you go at a run a ball for the rest of the innings, that still only takes Essex to 270. And in the context of this year's competition and the white ball competition of the Tier 1 era, there's no guarantee of victory at all. So Surrey have done a very fine, opening 40 minutes of work here.
They've been very disciplined, Surrey. They haven't tried too much. They've sort of stuck to their plans. because you can get mornings where so Maitland Brown's getting the ball to swing. Okay, not prodigiously, but she's getting the ball to shake, and you can try too much. You can almost get overexcited and a bit giddy with it, can't you?
Down the track, out. Griffith looking to put in a show of aggression, looking to take the attack to Chatterjee, and in her first over, Surrey have their second wicket. And this time, Bryony Smith, a much simpler catch at mid-on, holds on.
Yep, and it was just that build-up of pressure, and Griffith tried something there. And if you're Chatterjee, you're probably just thanking Danny Gregory and Kalia Moore as well, because they've kept it really tight, and Maitland Brown, and sometimes in cricket it's a wicket will fall, but it's been a real team effort. Now that is something I've not seen in a very long time, as McLeod comes out with an SS Jumbo.
That's wonderful.
That I have not seen an SS Jumbo bat in years.
Well, here's a replay of the wicket. Now, you've seen people caught at mid-on hundreds of times across your life. What you haven't seen is in 2026, a batter walking out with an SS Jumbo.
Where has that come from?
It looks fairly new. It must be a new edition. Hang on, this is what Google's was made for.
This is exciting. So, when I was little at school, nobody had their own kit, yes? But there was always someone who had an SS Jumbo, and it got passed around the side. So I haven't seen one. I've not seen an SS Jumbo in probably 30 years. This is very exciting.
Well, you can buy one off the Surridge Sports website.
Ah, you can you?
But the decals, the stickers. Stickers.
Those things that are on the front of the bat.
On the front, it does look new, but the decals on the back.
Look at it. That is proper retro. Proper retro SS Jumbo. That is very exciting. If somebody walks out to bat with the old Tony Gregg gloves that were basically like boxing gloves with no fingers, well, that'll be me done. I'll retire as of today, because it won't get any better than that.
Well, we're out of the power play. Alice Monaghan is into the attack. All bowling changes powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Bowl out carbon emissions and set your business on a winning streak with renewable energy. But the main event here is at the non-strikers end.
This is how sad and slow my life is now. I would be quite happy for the rest of today. I'm not sure.
What was your first bat?
McLeod would be that happy with this, but to just look at McLeod stood at the non-strikers and leaning on her SS Jumbo, with the back of it coming towards me, that would be a great afternoon out for me. I'd be delighted with that. Oh, this is fantastic.
Short top edge out to the leg side boundary.
Cool. Has that gone all the way?
Is that gone for 6? It has gone for 6.
It's gone all the way. It's that short boundary. And that has soared away for 6. Two out there and just watched it sail over their heads.
Well, Dow's has just helped that on its way. A bit of a top edge and has got full value for it.
Good catch from Kalia Moore on the rebound off the advertising hoarding as well.
Short again, this time wide. So,
my first bat, did you ask me?
Before we get to your first bat.
Oh, Pete. Oh.
There's a lot going on. I'm going to have to conduct the arena.
Yes.
SS Jumbo, Graham Gooch.
Yeah, he used SS, didn't he?
Any other kind of particularly famous? Wasn't a Jumbo?
No, he had his own 3-3-3. He did, and then he went 3-3-3, didn't he? After his famous 3-3-3, funny enough.
Well,
I'm trying to think who else used one. Viv did as well, didn't he? Very good from Phil Walker there at the back of the box. Yep, Viv used one as well.
These are good.
And, as I say, at school, when I was little, in the kit box, there was always an SS Jumbo to be passed around by everybody. And they were always far too heavy and far too big for everybody. But you felt empowered walking out with it.
Well, I'm going down a bit of a rabbit hole. Phil in the back of the box will be able to correct me here, but I'm looking at pictures of Graham Gooch. And it looked like he had an SS Turbo. These are proper names. The Turbo, the Jumbo.
The Jumbo. Why does that not surprise me that Phil Walker had the SS Lightning?
That's a wonder. The only one that kind of evokes the same memories for me a little bit, it's too recent, is the Grey Nichols Powerboat.
Oh.
Short again, this time cut, and that could be 4. It's gone away into a big pocket of the ground. Well fielded in the deep by Danny Whitehodge. Her first bit of action of the morning. It's a long way out there. That boundary will be, goodness me, 75 yards, maybe 80.
Did you say the Grey Nichols Powerboat?
Powerboat.
Oh, I was going to, yeah.
Yellow handle, think Andrew
nice.
Strauss 2005.
Oh,
ashes.
okay, because I had the Dyna Drive for a while, which had the 4 scoops, small scoops at the bottom.
Ah, yes, I didn't know that one.
Then I went with the 1 scoop, Grey Nichols 1's just a big scoop at the
Lovely.
back.
Never understood the
Beautiful.
technology of that one. Less wood, but apparently better.
It just looked good as well. It did look good. And the old power spot as well. But I think I'm too old for a power bow. But,
Well, the good news is, for everyone, after 11 overs, it's 36 for 2. So now Alice McLeod is going to be on strike and using this much spoken about SS Jumbo. No fielder out on the offside boundary. A packed offside ring. And off the mark first ball, naturally. Go on then, first bat, please.
Do you know it wasn't anything manufacturer that you'd know of. It was from a sports shop in Sussex. Oh, but you know, I took it to bed every night. I did, Cam. I took it to bed with me
I've
every
never understood
night.
when people say things like
I
this.
did. I took it
for what purpose?
because it was my one great love. It was my first cricket bat, proper bat.
Dow's back on strike, and the sweeper goes out.
And you won't understand any of this. Then it was the linseed oil. That took 6 months. Took 6 months of linseed oiling the bat. None of this, you just get it out of the box and it's ready to go. Then, old ball in a sock.
Yep.
Knock it in. That was before you even considered taking it to a net or playing a game with it.
Well fielded at backward point. Dows thought she had 4 there, but excellent work.
And it was genuinely a real thing, getting the right linseed oil. I can even smell that now. Putting it on properly. Dad showed me how to put it on properly.
Didn't the bats used to have the kind of little drill bit in the bottom of the bat?
Yep.
Well, Essex think about a run and decide against it.
Yeah, there'll be people watching at the moment who will remember this about knocking your bat in. And it took a while. You had to do it properly, and then it was an old ball in a sock, not like these mallet
Not these
things
mallets. You get
these days.
modern days.
And you'd sit at home and you'd be.
Well, this time there is one on offer. Direct hit from Bryony Smith, but Dow's comfortably home.
So that was first one, and then I upgraded to Grey Nichols.
Wow. You scored a few runs?
Dyna Drive with the 4 scoops at the bottom. Love that bat. That was a belter. Good over this again from Chatterjee. Just hitting a good length there. All the all the pressure is on the batters to make something happen here. They've not got a lot to work with. That makes sense. They've not got a huge amount to work with.
Right. After 12 overs, the score is 38 for 2. What was your first bat? Let us know. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. And we are going to have a change in the commentary box. We're just going to have a check. Yes, Mark Church, you're on your way. And Phil Walker is going to come in.
There's been a change of rotor. It's still me.
So I'm going.
You're going.
Right.
And
Pleasure.
when you're away, as there's a leg bye here, and the start of the 13th of it, I also want you to go onto your computer and look up Tony Gregg's batting gloves. Cameron?
Yes.
I know you've got a lot going on, but this is important.
It is important. I can't believe you didn't know about them either.
Good morning, Phil Walker.
Morning. SP.
Oh, yes.
SP gloves.
Yes, SP, weren't they?
Yeah, Trailblazer. Big tone. Nicely driven into the offside. No run.
They were like boxing gloves, weren't they? And if it did hit his glove, it sort of tended to go for 6 straight back over the bowler's head.
I have to say, Mark, I find them quite repulsive to look at. I never liked the gloves as kind of like oven gloves, really. Gooch had a pair as well.
I like the
Essex
double
year.
fingers. I like the old double finger protection ones. Those were good. Been good from Surrey this morning.
Yeah, they've been tight. Yeah, Bryony Smith put one down in the grabbers, but then made amends at mid-on. Essex have gone nowhere slowly, really, for much of the piece.
Well, Dowsell's got 24 of the 39, but that's on 41 deliveries. So,
yeah, the other thing in the back of their minds as well will be the knowledge that Surrey bat deep, and this is a fast-scoring ground, of course. Airborne just evades mid-on. False shot. Not really there for it.
What I've liked about it so far from a Surrey perspective is there hasn't been a weak link. So yeah, Maitland Brown bowled very nicely indeed. Danny Gregory bowled her overs very nicely and very tightly. Then Kalia Moore. They've all kept the pressure on so far.
Leading edge, and it's beautifully snared, one-handed, left hand. Thank you very much. It's the skipper as well. Thrilled as well she might. What a catch. Looked like it was just going to drop short. But no, she's managed to turn on her heel and pick it up one-handed. What a stunner. 3 down, 39. And McLeod has to go just for a single. Essex in all sorts here.
This is a terrific catch. We'll see it again now. I think when you take one like that, you're almost as surprised that it's ended up in one hand because it's going over her, and she's got to judge this to perfection. Leading edge, and over her shoulder, and just one hand, and suddenly there it is. So it's a really good catch from Alice Davison-Richards.
Yeah.
And this is real trouble now for Essex. And the captain's enjoying herself today.
Yeah, as well she might. Yeah, frustrating for Essex. Obviously, they came here on a flyer, really, 3-3. But 1 or 2 players are missing from that lineup. Obviously, Jodie Grewcock's been superb this year, but she's been called up for the England side, playing in the ODIs against New Zealand, and so you need your big players to fire, and you need a bit of luck really when you've got a slightly depleted lineup. Obviously Surrey are missing 1 or 2 as well themselves. The pinch seems to come a little bit harder for the teams such as Essex, who don't have the resources of other clubs in and around them. And it's not happened so far. So Sophia Smale joins us.
They just need a partnership. But the problem they're going to have now, Essex, it's going to take some time to get that partnership together. And you're in that sort of stick or twist situation at the moment, in that if you do try and put some pressure back on Surrey on here, there's every chance you're going to be wandering back to the dressing room. So I think Douse has almost now got to not just hang around, but she's got 24 off 41. She's seen 3 go from the other end. She's almost got to, in the back of her head now, say, I'm going to try and bat the full 50 here if I can.
Tries to bisect that very tight offside field, nothing doing. Yeah, it's that awful situation where you're the key player and they're falling around you.
Yep.
And you know that you have to be there come the end, but also be propulsive at the same time. And it's very, very difficult to know whether to twist or stick. One false move and this innings falls over in a heap. She's played tidily, though, so far for her, now 25.
The other way to look at it is Surrey will be very, very happy if Douse finishes 50 not out and they've taken all the other wickets at the other end. You know, that there is that as well. So, but it's been a really good start, this, from Surrey. All the bowlers have done their job so far. What have we had? A 6 and a 4? We've had 1 6 and 1 boundary so far.
Yeah, two 4s and a 6 across now. 13 and a half overs, 13 and a bit overs. Yeah, slim pickings. It was a real killer blow to lose the skipper first ball.
Fine country and western singer, Slim Pickings, as well. What was
Nashville stalwart.
Yes. What was your first bat then, Phil Walker?
Well, mine was the SS Lightning.
What, the Lightning?
So I picked it up from a shop in Chelmsford in Essex called Pope and Smith's, which was a local sports
shop.
But
did you have
every
the
time that
linseed
Ollie
oil?
Pope and Jamie Smith bat together, I always think of Pope and Smith. And my dad took me in. I was, I don't know, 8 or 9.
It's a rite of passage, this.
Oh yeah. And obviously, I was leaning to the SS option, being an Essex boy.
Yeah, of course you were.
And yeah, I went through the ritual, the linseed ritual.
Lovely.
Didn't consider taking it out in public for months.
No.
You have to mother it, don't you?
No, absolutely.
Nurture it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it took me a couple of years to get into, the art of run scoring, Mark. But I remember I made my first 50 with it a couple of years in, so I'd have been about 9 or 10, maybe 10.
Yeah.
And changed my gloves, got to 50, 20 over game, changed my gloves, called for replacement gloves because I was getting a bit
Good
sweaty.
from you.
Yeah,
Good
thanks.
from you.
Again, lovely shot, but it's a tight field. And Philippa Gregory in there, she's a top-class fielder. You're not going to beat her at extra. So another one ticks by. 14 gone, 40 for 3. The squeeze is on here. Yeah, so called for the replacement gloves, then pushed on to a 70-odd not out, Mark.
Very good.
With my Lightning.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Did you have, when you called for the change of gloves, was it a different manufacturer for, did you have 2 pairs of gloves?
No, it really was the
kit
club
bag.
Kit bag. And I don't want to give you the sense that I'm ancient, but genuinely, there was a pair in the first club I played for. There was a pair in the kit bag with the little green bubbles.
Oh, I remember those
Bradman
very
bubbles,
well.
Yeah.
I remember those very well.
Leg side, have to throw that one down again. Yeah. I think I might have swerved those. But yeah, I called for a second pair of dodgy, holy gloves from the kit bag.
Yeah, that's good from you.
Yeah, thanks.
Was that just to refocus and start again?
Seen it on the telly, thought that's cool.
Yeah.
Seen it done. Again, they just cannot beat this infield. Also, Gooch would take his gloves off when he's at the non-strike.
I was about to say exactly the same thing.
And
I went through a patch of that.
I've tried that too, but I couldn't run with them
No.
when you're holding your gloves and your bat, and it's always a bit too big
I
for
went
you.
through that as well. And Gooch also crow.
Yeah.
Very,
Yeah.
very particularly make sure it's,
Yeah, all good stuff. Yeah, the SS Turbo, the SS Jumbo rather. It was Viv in the '79 World Cup final, wasn't it? That's when he was using that one, because I think he started as a Grey Nix, then it was a bit of SS, then it was a bit of Duncan Fernley, and then it was Slazenger towards the end. He's gone through the big four really back in the '70s.
It was the Fernie days really though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
With Viv.
Best bat I have ever had, Mark, was a V100. Edged, but obviously no one in the grabbers now, so much needed single. Just get things moving again. Bring Sophia Smale back onto strike, still yet to get going in her innings.
Mm.
Yeah. And where were we? What were we talking about?
You were talking about the best bat you had was a V100.
V100 given to me by Mark Butcher.
Oh.
And he'd used it in a test match.
Ooh.
I said given to me. I
That's rather nice.
acquired it, and he was too cool. That will run away fine for 4. Bryony Smith can't cut it off, and so much needed runs here, and the first boundary to Sophia Smale, so she's off the mark. Yeah, I wouldn't say he gifted it to me. I acquired it, and I think he was too Mark Butcher-like to say, give me my bat back. So he said, all right, son, you can have it.
Oh, there you are. That's all right.
And I batted twice with it, and it was otherworldly.
Yeah.
And then, of course, it broke.
Oh.
Smashed. Broke in my hands. Like the Blues Brothers car.
Yeah.
Airborne into the onside, but safely enough.
Well,
nicely timed.
yeah, I like things like that, and I remember when the Surrey men, they had a certain Kuma Sangakkara,
Yeah, it was
and
useful.
now when his bats turned up, well, it was like bees round a honey pot. They were all there waiting for the rejects, because every single one of them would be an absolute beauty of a bat.
Yeah.
Mark Ramprakash famously went to his 100th 100 using Scott Newman's
Yep.
bat.
Yeah.
Just sometimes, and you always see players, we'll probably see it here today. If there's a break in the game and they're having a chat, they'll take the opposition player's bat and have a go with it and see what it feels like in the pickup. And
That will be 4 more. No slip. Would have gone straight into the buckets of first slip, but second 4 from the over and much needed. A little bit of momentum now. Essex edging past the 50 in the 15th over. So first 15 cleared off, 52 for 3. It's been hard going. They lost the skipper, Grace Scrivens, from the first ball of the morning. Cordelia Griffith didn't really get going. Alice McLeod with their SS Turbo came and went. This feels like the key partnership, really, if Essex are going to scavenge up to a total that they can at least give themselves a puncher's chance of defending here. It's going to be Chatterjee to continue. She's bowled tidily here, as indeed of all the Surrey attack so far. I'd love to see Philippa Gregory take the new ball. I think she's such an underrated leggy. She was good initially. We'll see her again later in the piece.
well, that previous over was the best over for Essex in terms of runs. 12 off that over.
Lev's back in. Now, Lev, one of the great followers of Surrey cricket, and we were chatting to him over the emails during the men's game last week. Lev Parikian, one of your own he is. And he's talking about the spiky green rubber dongles. Absolutely useless as finger protection, but brilliant, along with the smell of linseed oil. and evoking heady sighs of nostalgia in those of us of a certain age. That's essentially what we spend our lives doing, Mark.
Absolutely. And the buckle pads.
Yeah.
Buckle pads as well.
Oh, yes.
It used to take ages to put those on.
Did you ever have a coffin?
No, I never had one of those.
Me neither.
No, I never went with one of those.
But I want to add that the young people, Cameron, Yaz, Katya, who's joining us later, they'd never heard of it. They just couldn't get their head round the idea. They thought, when I brought this up, they thought I meant an actual coffin.
Oh dear. Yeah.
They could not.
Are they not still around?
Grasp it.
Nope.
No. This was completely baffling to them.
Well, the other one now is they've all got these rucksack type things, haven't they?
Yeah.
You see them on the tube going to club games. With they're all on the train with their big rucksacks.
I love that.
With all the
I love that experience.
Good look.
Because you nod to them.
Yeah, they know.
Secret
it's just
society.
a look.
Yeah. Punch down the ground, tight single, but safely home.
Well, it's as Ian McGeechan said on that 97 Lions tour. Gentlemen, in 20 years' time, you'll be walking down the street and it will be just a look. It will be just a look to each other and you'll know. And it's the same. It's the same with somebody on the train with their cricket kit.
I'm coming out of retirement. Saturday, league cricket.
Are you? It's exciting.
Yep. Anyway, another one rolls past. 16 gone now. 54 for 3. Peter emails in, Mark.
Lovely.
From Pennsylvania, USA. How about that? 6:30 a.m. here, and I've gotten up early, he says, for the cricket from the UK. What a guy. His first cricket bat, Peter's first cricket bat, he bought from a sports shop in Bristol, a grey Nichols that cost him $29.99 in 1982.
It's big money these days.
Can't remember the model, but it had a composite plastic handle instead of cane. Interesting.
Interesting. Plastic handle.
I don't remember that. Incidentally, my claim to fame is that I once played against a very young Shane Warne.
Well, that's
Let us know how you got on, please, Peter.
Doesn't the ground look lovely today? Look at that. With all the buildings in the background. Perfectly blue sky as well today. It's lovely.
So do keep your emails coming into us. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Whatever you fancy. Old kit, old memories, new thoughts, new ideas. We do all kinds.
Well, because I'm old. Another one.
You bring out the old in me as well, Mark.
People might remember this, but with the old buckle pads, right? There was 2 ways of going about the buckle pads. Because the bottom, so if you didn't quite get the buckles right, yes, there was a bit of the buckle sticking out, and you could get given caught behind. Happened a couple of times. So my dad sat me down one evening, another tutorial from the old man.
Now then, son.
After this had happened to me. And he showed me how to do the buckles so that you got almost like doing your laces up.
Yeah.
So there wasn't any of the buckle poking out, so you wouldn't get given caught behind.
Fold it back
into itself. Yeah. Then there was the old do you? And this, no one does this now because all these youngsters have these special trousers. But do you put your
those youngsters with their special trousers?
Well, they've got zips and things at the bottom now, haven't they?
They do, Mark.
But when you put in your pads on, did you put your trouser leg in your sock?
I did, yes.
Or did you fold the trouser leg to get it tight?
I didn't trust that technique.
Did you not?
Because sometimes I would feel like the trouser would ride up, show a bit of leg.
Yes.
And that's fine at a certain point in the week, but not when you're on the field.
No.
And nothing screams village, along with a black shoe, more than a trouser leg riding up inside the pad.
That's not
showing
good.
a naked calf.
No, absolutely.
So no, I was always in the sock. I made no bones about that.
Well, you see, but people will be watching and listening, thinking, "What on earth are they talking about?"
Of course.
Because the modern trouser has a zip and all sorts on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, look, we were poor, but we were happy. It wasn't easy back then.
It's hard work, wasn't it?
Oh, well, was it ever?
Just getting your equipment in the right state for a game. But the thing was, you'll remember this. Then someone would turn up with something new, and you'd all have to try and get one, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that was a problem.
Yeah, and it would be something, I don't know, a new type of glove or something.
Shot. Quick single. Grown into her work here is Gardner Dow. She's been in decent form as well this year so far. The innings really does hinge on her.
It really does now.
Yeah.
And what's actually, she struggled a bit at the start, which was understandable because Surrey bowled very, very well to her. But she's just quietly gone about her business, and actually now it's 33 from 54 balls, which actually in the context is it's so far very, very good from Douse. But yeah, somebody would turn up and they'd have some new bit of equipment, and it was like, I gotta have that. I remember a friend of mine turning up once, Kookaburra, with one green finger on the index, a glove. I had to get a pair, so I saved up and I saved up and I saved up and got my pair. Kept the other pair though, obviously for change of gloves.
Yeah, yeah.
Like you.
Yeah.
Another thing Dad always sat me down with was, son, if you get to 50 or 100, retake your guard, start again. Start again, son.
How many hundreds have you got in the bank, Mark?
Oh, I don't know.
Come on.
I don't actually know. I am just remembering another. It was a dreadful piece of advice from my old man that I stuck to, because when my dad said something, I tended to, at that age, think he's the oracle, and plus he'd tell me off if I didn't, if I changed it. If you bat in a long sleeve sweater, don't remove it.
Okay.
According to Dad, your timing would go because you were used to batting, and as you took it off. So can I be honest with you? I did have a golden summer aged about 11. Oh, I was so hot. I was being stretchered off at the end in my long sleeve sweater. But don't take it off. Your timing will go, son. Right.
Yeah, I was never one for the long sleeve when batting, but I did favour a short sleeve cable, and spent a good few years through my adolescence only wearing that on the field, despite 30-degree temperatures.
You have written...
And collar up.
Oh, collar up.
Sawn off shirt.
No.
Of course, sawn off shirt.
You weren't, were you?
Of course.
Oh,
Ponting style,
no.
sawn off shirt. Yeah, collar up.
Oh, what?
I'd also got it into my head that I needed lots of grips on my bat.
Right.
But of course, as a 13-year-old, my hands not very big, but I read that Clive Lloyd had 6 grips on his bat.
He was quite a big chap, though.
Bigger lad than me then and now.
Yeah.
So I could barely grip the thing.
Well,
I became obsessed.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Strange time, adolescence.
Yeah. Well, in cricketing terms, it is, yeah.
Anyway, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Advice your dad gave you.
Yeah, at cricket. Because my old man, he gave me some cracking advice, some absolutely appalling advice as well.
In life or in cricket? Or both?
Not in life, actually. No, but in cricket, he really did.
In life,
when I think back,
my father in life once said to me, I guess this could apply in cricket as well, if you're going to achieve anything, make sure you do it effortlessly. That's what my dad once said to me.
I like that.
Not sure it stands up, but he meant well.
Look at you now.
Just a single. Well struck, though.
Oh, look. Here we are.
Here we go.
Hello.
Bulgaria.
Andrew.
From Andrew in Bulgaria. Read it out, Mark.
Righto. So Andrew from Bulgaria says, my first cricket bat was a David Lloyd autographed SS.
Okay.
It was 1974,
Yeah.
and Bumble had just scored a double century against India, which is why I think he got the contract with Stuart Surrey. I trudged the streets of South Manchester for several weeks, delivering leaflets to pay for it. I think it was $9.99. That is
Fabulous.
great. Well done, Andrew, in Bulgaria. David Lloyd autographed SS.
I trudged the
Fantastic.
streets of
Yeah, that
South
bit.
Manchester.
Yes. Well, well.
Bit of poetry in there from
I like
Andrew
that
from
a lot.
Bulgaria.
Yeah. Very nice.
Uncle Bulgaria. What a guy. Sophia Smale facing up again, driving nicely down the ground, but she doesn't fancy a single. There probably was half a chance at least.
Well, you wrote a piece about it, but just talking about batting in the old long sleeve sweater, one of the greatest innings for England, G. Gooch's 154 against the West Indies. The whole thing was done in a long sleeve sweater, wasn't it?
It was. He had the frame to pull.
He
pull
did
it off,
actually,
though.
to be fair, yeah.
Again, full of length, but rather clothed into the offside.
$9.99 for a bat. That's what things were back then, though, wasn't it?
Oh, we have a winner from Colin. Buckle pads.
Yeah.
He's still wearing them, folks. Now playing badly. I don't believe badly. Oxfordshire seniors 70 plus. Spirit
I
and applause
love that from you,
in the
Colin.
commentary box. What a knock.
Brilliant.
Also, as he says, modern cricket trousers don't have rear pocket for the bowler's rags.
True.
I know. There's nothing sacred anymore, Colin. Even worse, the new trousers I have don't even have a zip. Clearly essential for over 70s.
Well, absolutely. Well, the only thing
Very
is,
nice.
I can tell you, Colin, why they don't have a zip. Because it's for the old ball tamper, isn't it?
It's the
You
fact
know,
that
it
they
is,
see.
it is.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
why. But I'm sure, Colin, if you wrote to someone and said why you needed the zip, I'm sure someone would make you a special pair. Well done with the buckle pads as well.
Let's crowdfund Colin some trousers. Short, banged in, dropped at her feet. No run. 63.
That is brilliant. Well done, Colin. So still using the buckle pads.
Still getting it done. Oxfordshire seniors 70 plus.
Nigel Martin, did you see that?
Did see it. England over 60s.
The former Crystal Palace keeper.
Yeah, beautiful story that.
Fantastic story.
A colleague of mine, Joe Harmon, interviewed him once.
Mm.
Joe was a big Crystal Palace fan, so it was a career highlight for Joe. He can interview Viv Richards and Brian Lara, that's fine. All in a day's work.
Oh, well, bowled.
Beautifully bowled, isn't it?
Cool, that is a beauty. That's just come in and then held its line from Monaghan. Lovely piece of bowling, that. I'll tell you what, I'm off at the end of this over.
Been fun.
Well, do you know what I'm gonna go and sit in the sun
Right.
and reminisce about buckle pads.
Lovely.
Oh,
I feel like we're only just getting going.
I didn't even have a thigh guard when I started. Town.
My friend, Batchy,
Mm-hmm.
would have a Gold Virginia packet. Forget a thigh
Standard.
pad. Yeah, just a big fat 50-gram Golden Badge packet. Don't smoke, kids, unless you need a thigh pad. Hiya. Katya Witney is joining us. Mark Church is going off for another bout of whimsy out on the gantry. Katya, lovely to see you.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt your nostalgia fest there.
Yeah, it's probably time, I think. Anyway, we're only just getting going. First bat, please, before we start talking about the cricket. Your first bat?
Do you know what? I actually don't remember. I've never had a new bat. I've only ever had hand-me-downs from my older brother.
I see.
So my first bat was some kind of kookaburra. It's about 2 sizes too big for me. And
Okay. We'll come back to that. So Philippa Gregory back into the attack. Just bowled a couple of overs right up top with the new one. Change of bowler, of course, throughout the game and all summer, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Build a sustainable future. Take action to protect the environment for generations to come. You're more of a bowler, aren't you?
No.
Oh,
I kept wicket
okay.
and did very little outs.
Okay. Short one, and that will beat straightish mid-wicket, run away for 4. Useful run, so a bit of a loosener back into the attack. Gregory just getting going here. As often with leggies, you might just need 1 or 2 to find that length, but useful runs. Sphere Smale into double figures. Just still embryonic, this partnership, 25, but in the context of the game, it's useful runs. They have to keep on going here. You feel like there's not an enormous amount behind them, so this is the pivotal partnership in this innings. Misfield, a very short boundary. It will just, in fact, it does run away, so frustration for Surrey. Untidy work in the covers. But Smale will say thank you very much. 2 very useful boundaries. And Gregory will be cranky with that.
Yep, Smel's been tied up a bit until now. You think cutting those loose might get her going. Been impressed with Dow, so I think she's batted incredibly well.
Yeah, it's been a tricky situation. Come out, face the second ball of the day.
Yeah, especially with Grace Scrivens, Cordelia Griffith both getting out cheaply. The bulk of Essex's runs so far this season have come from that too. And of course, Jodie Grucock, who's not with us today. It's always going to be a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, you need all your variables to go your way. You need your big players to step up. And unfortunately, Grace Scrivens couldn't get it done today. I just wanted to ask you about her, actually, because we've obviously charted her development. She's a big name as a 17-year-old, skippering that under-19 side quite young. Been seen as leadership potential from a very early age, obviously skippering this side as well. And it's been a kind of a feast or famine year for her, right?
Well, it's been a feast.
I think 3 noughts and another single-figure score in amongst some decent knocks, and I guess that maybe sums up being a young player. But you've watched her very closely. Just wonder where you think her game is at.
Yeah, I think she's one who she had that big moment at the Under-19 World Cup where they had that amazing semi-final against Australia, and she was so talismanic in that. First ever edition of the Women's Under-19 World Cup, and she went on an incredible run in the 2024 Rachel Hoho Flint Trophy, as it was then, the year that Sunrisers won it quite unexpectedly, and a lot of that was down to the run she scored. I think she scored over 500 runs that season. But you're right, as a young player, when you're earmarked that early, I think it's also got something to do with the point that England are at, where England are desperate for fresh, exciting, young batting talents to come through. And when you see someone like Grace Scrivens, who's so full of potential, you almost want to fast track it. And was it Andy Tennant who left Essex last year?
Well played in the end. Right up in the block hole by Monaghan, who's bowled a useful spell here into her 6th off the reel.
Yeah, it was Andy Tennant who called her the female Graham Smith, which for a young player, it's quite big words.
It's a bit of an albatross, isn't it?
It is quite big words.
Yeah.
And then you've also had the emergence of others like Davina Perrin, who've kind of overtaken Scrivens in that kind of ranking. And it's just that tricky part of her career, I think, and it's good to see someone navigating that part of their career rather than having such a linear run.
Round the corner for a single. Yeah, exactly that. And it's worth pointing out she's had some very good days out this year already. But that blob today, 3 noughts and a 5 across her 9 innings to date. 8 innings, in fact. But she has also made a 59, a 74, 47 and a 36. So when she's got in, she's got it done. She's also just 22 years old, and I think we always have that tendency to get a bit too excited at times. Players develop at different times. It's not a linear thing.
Yeah, and in some ways, I'd say it's accepted that England have called up an 18-year-old. But I think we're seeing a redress in the way that we approach professional women's cricket, in that we've traditionally elevated players so young, both at county level and at England level. We've had very young county captains, very young teenagers coming through into first 11 counties. And with the professional system now, I think there's almost a redress of that, and we're less comfortable with calling up players in their early 20s, and we're more willing to wait for them to come through and develop.
Been bang on the money here, as Monaghan all spell. Wonder if ADR might just be tempted just to bowl her out. She's keeping it very tight. Yeah, it's a good point you make. There's that natural fetishizing of youth in sport in particular, and we get very excited and impatient. You mentioned Davina Perrin, there's a few others kicking around the women's game as well, but they're going to be around for a long, long time. And going back to somebody like Scrivens, she may have a slightly uneven year or two, but then might come out next year, she has the talent, she has the class, or the year after she'll only be 24, and then she's ready. Then she's ready for the big stuff, the really big stuff. Inside edge, I think onto the boot. Might be a painful one. 70 for 3 then, 21 gone now.
I think you can almost look at a lot of players who are now in their late 20s who almost form part of a kind of lost generation, almost, of players who battled their way through that system that wasn't fully professional, and some weren't able to stay in that system. And that's almost created this gap where we've got senior older players and we've got very, very young players. But now we've got that generation of even younger players coming through.
Yeah, it's a good point. I guess there's one playing in this game in Paige Schofield. Of course has featured at the top level, but perhaps not as much as her talent would suggest. But perhaps she had the talent at perhaps not quite the right time in the story of the English women's cricket. Fully driven, will beat Bryony Smith. Again, useful runs off the first delivery of a Gregory over. And Sophia Smale's now taken 3 boundaries off the first 7 balls of her second spell. So she's not quite landing it as she would hope here. Pressure is still on, but just loosening a touch now. Partnership onto 35. That's better. Become a real mainstay of this setup. When she's in form, she's fabulous to watch. Aren't too many more accurate slow bowlers in the country. Thoughts on the game then the other day, the England-New Zealand game?
It was a bit of a nail biter.
Yeah.
I was going to record a podcast after I had to change my opening line 3 times in 10 minutes.
Yeah, Charlie Dean, skipper for the day, and she got it done. Going up for it, Given. Beautifully bowled. That's what she does have. Bounce and nip. Kicks off a length. Smale playing back, trying to just find that space in the offside, and instead just a little feather through. And it's beautifully taken by Jemima Spence, who is doing good work behind the stumps. 4 down then.
Yeah, a bit of a shorter one that from Danny Gregory. It's a shame Smale was playing beautifully. It's the perfect construction of the early part of a 50 over innings. Getting in and then starting to cut loose on the slightly wider stuff.
It wasn't quite there for the cut shot. It was a bit fuller than that. Trying to maybe just engineer an angle that probably wasn't there. It's really nicely bowled and a good take on the rise.
Yeah, good from Jemima Spence.
Yeah, there's some good judges around these parts that think she's got the lot.
Yeah, keeping today because Kira Chatley is with England. could find herself keeping on a more regular basis.
Yeah. More work like that. Very, very impressive. She can bat as well, as we know. So Joanne Gardner it is. Fluttered this year. Useful middle order runs. In decent form as well. Made a 50 2 weeks back against Somerset.
Yeah, that was a really important partnership in that match as well.
Yeah, unbeaten to get it done. 5 down in the end.
Was that the Grecock game?
It was. She batted in Grucock's slipstream. 120 not out by England's latest start. Yeah, and Gardner chipped in with a very tidy 50 before Florence Miller helped get them over the line as well with an unbeaten 50 herself. So successful over and well bowled by Danny Gregory, and so she picks up her first of the day. 4 down now for Essex, and that will make them cranky that they were just really building something of substance only to be sawn off. So focus again turns to Dowse, who's been excellent up until now. 35 not out, a lone hand really here. So yeah, not all is lost for Essex. As I say, Joanne Gardner has been in decent nick, and aforementioned Florence Miller as well is due in next, both with good runs under their belt in recent times.
Yeah, they've had a good couple of wins this year, Essex.
It's going to be Maitland Brown back into the attack for her 6th over, sponsored of course by SSE Energy Solutions. Driven tidily but straight up to extra cover. Climate change won't wait. It's time to hit the ground running with sustainable energy solutions. Thanks so much to our partners throughout this game and indeed throughout the summer.
Yeah, you'd think that Maitland Brown's back in here because they know that if they make one more breakthrough, they're really, really down into that tail. Maitland Brown, the standout so far.
Beautifully played. Off the pads. Tidy work. And a gun arm as well, but slightly errant throw. So in the end, Dowse can get back for 2. Yeah, what a signing Maitland Brown has been, and she's been one of the stars of the show this year.
Yeah, I think she could be the sign. I call it early. I think she could be the signing of the season.
13 wickets already in the tournament. She leaves her mark on every game she plays.
Yeah, the Australian domestic players who are signing this year's competition, they're kind of like gold dust, really. Given how many players, not just from England, but are going to be lost to T20 World Cup when that happens. Saw Prinash Chatterjee's named in Scotland squad yesterday. Kirsty Gordon as well. Blaze are going to lose quite a lot of players.
Yeah, it's a really, really clever, very Surrey-like signing. Chopped hard but straight to backward point. Frustration builds for Dowse in that she'll be available throughout the year. She's on the cusp of high international honours, Maitland Brown, and so Surrey can be fairly confident that she's not going to be whisked away and her workload's not going to be managed from on high. Echoes of Sean Abbott and so on in the men's side. It's a very canny acquisition.
Yeah, she had a really decent domestic season in Australia this year as well. She's part of the New South Wales outfit that got to the final of the WNCL. They lost in the end, but she had a very good run in that tournament. And she also had a decent WBBL as well. Played a few games for the Southern Vipers in 2023, but getting an extended run at Surrey across a season, that's going to make a huge impact.
And she adds a bit of edge as well to this attack.
She adds Aussiness.
Yeah, that's it. Good again. Punched into the offside. She's looking good here. What a day it would be if Dowse can really push on here and make a real statement. She's simmered away this year. Made this slot first drop her own, but
She's an interesting one, actually, Dow. She sort of scored a century in 2023, I think a couple of matches after making her list day debut in a big partnership with Grace Scrivens.
there we go. WFH, thank you very much. This is the place. The world's beginning to catch up as well. Come down to South London, bring your laptop, shuffle a few emails around, play along and watch the cricket. That's the way to do it. Gregory again. She's now into good rhythm. Landing that first delivery is the key for any leggy. Well played into the gap. Good thinking by Douse just to get up to the pitch and control the chip over the infield. Long on, not yet posted out, and so 4 more. It's been quite a profitable area for her. Through wide-ish, long on, straight mid-wicket. She moves into the 40s now. So, Peter from Pennsylvania is back in. While we're talking about claims to fame, writes Pete, in 1987, we drove up to London for the first day of the Test match against Pakistan at the Oval. Well bowled this time, bit more air, entices Ariana Douse down the track. No dice. Yeah, the 87 Test, England-Pakistan at the Oval. Pete drives down for it. We spent the morning session of the match. He writes, might pick up a couple here into the onside. Very nicely played. Sat in the stand in front of the gas holder and immediately behind Mick Jagger. It was obviously him, but as I couldn't think of anything cool to say, they are his air quotes, I said nothing for 2 hours. At the lunch interval, he got up and left, never to be seen again. What a classically English vignette of a story that is. Tickle's fine. Will run down, but will be cut off. But another couple, so a fruitful over so far. Well bowled in the main, but tidily played by Douse. And so she moves to within a hit of what would be a critical 50 in the context of this game. Shane Warne didn't bowl to Pete, by the way, when he played against him. But I remember he smashed a truly massive 6 over mid-wicket that amazed everyone watching. There you go. SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. Keep them coming in, please, folks. What are we asking for? Dodgy bits of advice from your dad? Playing against legends in the league? And studiously avoiding rock stars in the stands? All of that and more. Oh, and of course, first bats, second bats, third bats, linseed oil. Brown to continue.
So while I never had a new bat during my childhood, one of the soundtracks of the early part of the summer was my dad knocking in my brother's new bat of an evening.
Yep.
Mallet in hand.
In the house then?
Oh, in the house. Do you know, I think the only new piece of cricket kit I've ever had was a face mask to keep wicket in.
Right, so you wore that, the Hannibal Lecter face mask. Did that not impede your work?
No.
Did you get used to it?
I had
short one?
I had very, very long hair as a child.
Okay.
And I found keeping for the amount of overs under a helmet, I would get incredibly hot.
Mm.
So I needed the back of my head to be aerated, and the face mask was good for that. And it also gave me more vision because my helmet was also handed down from my brother, who has a larger head than I do.
Gotcha, so it wobbled.
Yeah.
Yeah, not great. You still got your keeping gloves?
I believe I do, under the stairs.
Lovely shot for none.
Actually, I tell a lie. That wasn't the only piece of new kit I had. I used to get new gloves because I'm left-handed, and none of the rest of my family is left-handed. So I did used to get new gloves.
Are you looking to play this year at all, Katya?
I'm not. I'm not, unfortunately.
Semi-retired.
Well, I have also popped my hamstring, so...
Another short one. It's a good aggressive over this, but she will have to sling that one down again. Slightly offline, but a good idea. Just to keep Gardner and Dow honest. As she's one hit away from a much-needed 50.
Yeah, I did my hamstring on a run yesterday.
Oh, yesterday?
Yesterday.
Badly?
Pretty badly. I felt it go.
Oh.
And then I limped back home.
Driven. Quick one. As long as she went off immediately, then she'd be safe. And the direct hit is good, but not great.
Yeah, good running in the end. Yeah, I felt it go. Immediate pain. Limped back home. It's my birthday next week, and it's a reminder of another year older.
What are you doing for your birthday? Out and about?
TBC, I think.
Hamstring dependent.
Very much hamstring dependent.
So 4 down with 1 ball to go of the 25th. Halfway point almost reached here. She's off the mark. Joanne Gardner will retain the strike. Essex 89 for 4 then at the halfway point. Sticking in, I would say. It could have got ugly quickly, losing the skipper to the first ball of the day. But as the teams just take a breather for a drink, I'm going to vacate. Cameron Ponsonby is ready to go. A few more thoughts from Katya, Witney, and then it'll be Cam.
Yeah, lovely shot to get off the mark from Jo Gardner. She hasn't actually been dismissed in this competition since the end of April. She's played 2 not-out innings to get Essex over the line. They'll need more of that. Ariana Dowes has played beautifully, 3 away from a half-century. I'd say they need to get up to at least 200 to have a chance of defending it, although Surrey were bowled out for 160-odd on their last outing. Cam?
You're testing me.
Against Blaze?
Is that the rain? It was a rain-reduced
It was a rain-reduced game.
fixture. I think here at the Oval, we've seen some very high scoring and, more to the point, quick scoring encounters. There was a big change to the Surrey 11. Just see a replay of that wicket for Danny Gregory. A much needed wicket for Gregory. Had just taken a wicket in 1 match this season. A 3-for against Somerset. So that'll be a bit of a monkey off the back for her. But big change to the batting lineup for Surrey today is the return of Danny White-Hodge. I imagine she'll still bat at 6. I've really been enjoying this strategy from Surrey, where they basically put their best player kind of in the middle as the glue to hold it all together. If you get off to a great start, which is to be expected of players like Paige Schofield and Alice Davidson-Richards up the top, or higher up even, then you've got Danny White-Hodge to come in and lead the way. Replay of that Alice Davidson-Richards catch from earlier today.
What a blinder.
There's a wonderful photo taken by Rupert Scotland, Airhorn Media, of that catch today. And you can see the shock and awe and surprise and joy in ADR's face as that ball has stuck. A strong captaincy starts for her.
But with Kira Chatley out today, that's another thing with the Danny White-Hodge batting at 6, actually. Kira Chatley would normally be in the top half of that order, but she's not around today. as we look at the second wicket to fall. Just spooning that up. Simpler catch this time. No less satisfying, but simpler catch. For Bryony Smith. Yeah, it is interesting with that Danny Whitehouse stuff. And given so many of the England players are not available at the minute, Danny Whitehodge was rested for that ODI series. It's a bit of a coup, especially Surrey losing so many players over the course of this summer. You think them and Blaze will be most affected by the amount of players that are going to be lost to that T20 World Cup.
Well, the point in the season where the squeeze is really going to be put on is when there's that Lions series as well. And you're going to have England players at the World Cup, then you're going to have the kind of second-string England players playing in the Lions.
Well, it was interesting, the warm-up match they played against New Zealand, a lot of those players came in from sides who weren't playing or to manage county losses before that match at Durham.
I'm right in saying Charlotte Lambert of Surrey squad got a few wickets.
Believe so. Yeah, it was an interesting match. New Zealand had quite a scare earlier on. Lost quite a lot of early wickets.
Right. Looks like we're getting back going here at the Kia Oval. Surrey ahead of the game at this stage. Essex 89 for 4 and can absolutely, at this stage of a white ball innings, kind of plod along for the next 15 overs and get themselves up to a respectable score. However, whether that will be enough without some fireworks remains to be seen. Clearmore, change of bowler, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Dip on that first ball. Step up to the crease. Let's bat for sustainability together. She gets a lot of action on her off breaks. More, so that ball was just looking like a full toss and has dropped on Gardner at the last moment.
Sorry, putting the squeeze on. It's a tough place for Essex to be in, to be honest, because if they can't afford to lose any more wickets. But as you say, there's a lot of fast scoring on this oval pitch.
Down the track, lifted up over mid-on. That's a lovely shot from Gardner. Just the 150 to her name this season.
Yeah,
hasn't experienced that tragedy of being out for a fair while now. 2 back-to-back not outers.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot. Just releasing the shackles slightly. Been a while since we've seen a boundary before that.
Gets her reward. Bit of a drop in length from Moore. Allows her to drop one into the offside for a single. Bryony Smith has stayed out at long on after that one show of aggression. Douse back on strike. It's well fielded at cover. Really, really good from Paige Schofield. That could have been 4 and taken Douse to a half century. There's that dip again. So 5 runs off the 26th over. Essex 94 for 4.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point in the innings, as I was saying. Sorry, get a couple more wickets, even just one more wicket, and they're really through to that tail. Douse is the key. If she can stay in that anchoring position, she's batted so well. And allow the likes of Gardner, Florence Miller, it's no slouch with the bat.
Well, an intriguing change. Davidson Richards, the skipper, is bringing herself on, and this will just give Surrey a bit of flexibility of their bowling options later on in the innings. Davidson Richards, the 6th bowler on show. All bowling changes, of course, are powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Bowl out carbon emissions and set your business on a winning streak with renewable energy.
She hasn't bowled a whole lot this season yet, Alice Davidson Richards. Sorry, I've got so many options.
Oh, big full toss. No ball given immediately.
And there you go, that's the loosener.
The skipper not quite leading from the front on that occasion. Maybe she's trying to intimidate Gardner at the striker's end. So we're going to have a free hit. And it really is a free hit for Essex here because it is the very short leg side boundary that's in play here. 2 fielders out on the leg side. Fine leg and deep square leg. You imagine Gardner's going to shuffle across and try and heave this over to cow corner. She goes straighter. Powerfully driven. And the hand at mid-off is not going to prevent that going to the boundary. So Gardner's ticking along here. 10 off 11. 2 shows of aggression. 1 from a free hit. The other from the off-spin of Cillian Moore where she was skipping down the track.
Yeah, it looked like that almost bubbled over the hand slightly off the turf. But hit with enough power to take it down to that boundary. It's a longer boundary there.
Wide, driven. And that should be cut off in the deep. It's a beautiful shot from Gardner. She'll get back for 2. This is a really promising innings for Essex. The 100 comes up. Essex 101 for 4. But just the tempo and the aggression that Gardner's bringing now is just going to cause Surrey to mentally reset a little bit. They're not just going to be able to coast through the rest of this innings knowing that Essex will finish below 200. Gardner's ticking. Wide again, and a simple single taken out to the deep.
Yeah, she's working those gaps a lot better than we've seen over the first half of this innings. Just keeping on ticking over. It's already 8 off this over, with 3 balls still to go.
Just evades backward point. More width on offer. They think about coming back for 2. There's a mix-up in the middle. Oh, no. Well, has the umpire given this? Yes. We waited for the decision. And that is a mess entirely of Essex's own creation. Dowse thought about coming back for 2. Gardner thought about it as well. And by the time they decided against it, Gardner was stranded. So we're going to have the full replay here. The toe end of the bat just evades Chatterjee at backward point. You can see here Gardner settles for 1. Nope. You'll see a reappear in a second. Too late.
Yep, completely disastrous that. Enough time for Spence to run in with the ball in hand and take the bails off. But you can sense with hindsight that had been cooking for a couple of overs. Taking a couple of quick singles and quick 2s. But having rebuilt or started the rebuild, that's exactly what Essex wouldn't want, and that's entirely of their own making.
Well, it's an especially painful wicket for Essex because Gardner was capable of just surging that run rate a little bit. Pressing the accelerator ever so slightly and putting pressure back onto Surrey. Dowse is well set on 48, but she's faced 82 deliveries. Yes, she took a very long time to get going at the start of her innings. She was on 4 of 24, I believe. But even if you take those deliveries away, she's still kind of 48 off 58. 44 off 58, if I can do my maths fast enough. Florence Miller on strike. That's well kept out. Oh, and another mix-up in the middle. No, we're all safe and sound here. On that occasion, Dowse had decided nice and early she was going to get down to the striker's end, but Miller had a moment to collect herself.
Yeah, it looked like that was going to be slightly dodgy. But Dowse back on strike in the end for the last ball of this over. An odd over, to be honest. Started with that loose no ball. And a tidy end.
Dot ball to finish the 27th, an eventful 27th over. Essex 104 for 5, and that really was, I wouldn't quite say a killer blow at this stage for Essex. But given just the slight momentum shift that had happened over the past only 5 minutes, Gardner coming down the track to Moore, popping her back over her head for 4. taking advantage of that Davidson-Richards no ball, punishing the free hit. It's a little bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card for Surrey.
Yeah, and I think it's almost emblematic of some of the difficulties Essex have had over the last couple of years in terms of senior players and decision-making. I said earlier they'd actually surprised me nicely this year with a couple of really decent wins. But there's so much youth in that squad and so few really senior players, apart from the likes of Griffiths and McLeod, and even Grace Scrivens, I guess, even though she is only 22. That these kinds of errors or decision making at crucial moments, they do sometimes get let down by that. And you can see it in the Essex story of the last few years overall, or Sunrisers and Essex. They had those 2 seasons where they did decently. So they did decently in 2023 and then won the RHF in 2024. Had some really promising signs, and then through a combination of the switch to the county system and also some injuries, Sophie Munro, who was so crucial in that 2024 season.
It's down the leg side, swept well, swept powerfully and swept for 4. Maitland Brown looked in the game at fine leg for a moment, but much needed runs for Essex.
Yeah, just to finish that point, they had injury to Sophie Munro in the 2024 season, lost a couple of players, really struggled last year, but have started decently this year. But it is in those key moments, that decision making, that lack of experience, where they find themselves let down.
It's not over yet for Essex, far from it. Point of note, both for Miller and Amara Kari will come in next. Strike rates this season in the 90s, so they're able to tick along. Shorter, and that's delicately played by Miller. She should get 4th of this, and she does. So positive over for Essex. You feel like we're at that stage of the game where bad things can happen for Essex quickly if they lose a couple more wickets, but equally, it won't take that much dramatic batting for them to just slowly and gently improve their position in this game. They know that Surrey are missing several batters today. Granted, they have White Hodge back in town, but there will be opportunities with the ball. 28 overs gone, 112 for 5. The helicopters are flying overhead at a sun-kissed Kia Oval. And the skipper's running in from the pavilion end. Oh, that's the second one. And does that mean she has to be taken off, or am I out of date on my regulations? The ball has slipped. The cap is coming back to Alice Davidson-Richards, and that is her done. 7 balls in to her spell. Well, 6 legal deliveries into her spell. 2 beamers. That's all the bowling she'll be allowed to do today.
Yeah, that one definitely slipped. Just looking. Yeah, you can see it there. It's just come out the top of the hand. Top of the hand a bit too early, but her day's done with the ball.
Now, who's the poor bowler who's going to have to bowl the free hit here? This is the first real test of Davidson-Richards' leadership. I'll just pick your best mate. I'd say who is the least... Who can I irritate the most? And our relationship will be maintained. And it looks like it's going to be Chatterjee. So good news for Priyana Chatterjee. ADR thinks a lot of you, and she also thinks you'll be able to forgive her. Bad news for Chatterjee. You're going to have to bowl a free hit here.
Yeah, she's got to bowl a whole over as well.
Well, that almost makes it a bit neater and tidier.
Yeah, I guess it does, but you don't want to bowl the first ball over that's a free hit.
Oh, no, that's horrendous. You don't want to do that at all. But in terms of the over-management for Surrey, it's not... Had she bowled 1 legal delivery, you then wouldn't get Chatterjee's full allotment if you wanted it. But now she still will be able to bowl the full 10. In comes Chatterjee. Free hit. Short, pulled. Away to the boundary. And that is Dowse's half century. It took her a while to get going, but she's found her feet after a kind of breakthrough boundary off the spin of Katya Moore right at the beginning of her innings. And that's a freebie to go to what has been a very productive and useful half century for Essex.
Yeah, brilliant from Dows. I'm going to propose a rule change,
Yes,
having thought about it for all of 30 seconds.
nice. We like thinking out loud on the Surrey live stream.
I think that if you're in ADR's situation, where you've bowled a beamer and you've been taken out of the attack, whoever bowls the free hit, therefore solving your problem, the figures for that delivery go to the other bowler's
Nice.
name.
I like it. There's a dot ball. Had a slight tweak to the field. 2 fielders out on that short leg side boundary, protecting the ball any deliveries that do drop short. I think that works. I'm sure there are several logistical reasons why it's impossible, but that, I think morally it feels correct.
Morally, it does feel correct. It doesn't mitigate for Chastity bowling a freebie. But then maybe you can signal your annoyance at the previous bowler
Exactly.
by sending down a freebie. Maybe that's a marker of how good of friends you are. If you're friends with the bowler who's asked you to bowl their free hit, you bowl a really good ball. If you're annoyed at them, just send down a little short one.
Well, Chastity made her message very clear. Tickled round the corner, just for one. Chatterjee, of course, named in the Scotland T20 World Cup squad for the upcoming World Cup that kicks off in less than a month's time now. Almost exactly a month's time. What's the actual start date? Let's find out.
June, it's either the 11th or the 14th, or it's neither.
I tell you what, you've given us some options. Beautifully driven. They might be able to get back for a couple here. Monaghan does the work on the boundary. It's a long boundary and they do just about get safely home. 12th of June, exactly a month's time.
There you go.
To the day.
Neither.
But a fun tidbit from the Scotland squad is the return of Kirsty Gordon.
I've got a stat about that.
Oh, lovely.
If Kirsty Gordon plays, which you assume she will,
Yes,
she'll be the first female player to represent 2 nations in a T20 World Cup.
lovely.
She played for England in the 2018 edition, played in the final, got taken down by Ash Gardner. England got annihilated by Australia in that game. I mean, to be honest, if you're talking any World Cup, it's safe to say that England probably got annihilated by Australia at some stage.
You can plug and play it across many editions. 29 overs gone here. 121 for 5. I'm Cameron Ponsonby, joined by Katya, Witney on the Surrey live stream. I've got another Kirsty Gordon fact for you, which is one of my favourite facts just in cricket in general. So she grew up playing her cricket at a local club in Scotland called Huntly CC, up in Aberdeenshire, I believe. And she was at the club at the same time as Pakistan's Azhar Ali as the overseas player. So a tiny little village club in Scotland produced 2 international cricketers. Or had 2 pass through its ranks, as it were. I remember interviewing Azhar Ali and Kirsty Gordon about.
Together?
Not together, that would have been wonderful. I think they were potentially for separate pieces. But Azhar Ali really became part of the kind of furniture up in Huntly. I think he lived with a family there and basically felt right at home. He said it was nice and quiet. It reminded me of home, but obviously same but different.
Azhar Ali has joined Cricket Scotland as a consultant coach for their current tour of Nepal.
Well, the connection continues.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the men's side of the squad?
That is the men's side.
I mean, as much as you can judge anyone by a 20-minute phone call, I left my 20-minute phone call with Azhar Ali wanting to be friends. He was a very, very nice man. More good bowling here from Katya Moore. Just angling the ball into the pads. Bowling to a 4-5 field. Got 2 fielders lurking in the ring. We're going to have a slight change of field here, actually. A backward square leg, shuffling round to a short third. Davidson Richards is now going to 45. And effectively what that means is in front of square on the leg side is open. They're allowing Douse to take a single into that area and say, look, there's a free and easy run. We're very happy to shake hands on you taking a single at this stage. If Essex get 3 runs off the over, that's a win for us. Appeal for LBW. Not given. I wonder if a tiny bit of bat was involved because it looked pretty straight. It wasn't the most convincing appeal from the home team.
Potentially, is that her bat leg?
1 run to finish off the over. Well, this is satisfying. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 after 30 overs. You need to make sure you kind of get your intonations right there. I've kind of deliberately done it wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's for, not for.
Yeah, I've got my own head now. It's fine. It's 123 for 5. There you go. That's easier. More people in. On a sunny Tuesday afternoon.
It is a sunny Tuesday afternoon. It's quite cold though. I'm interested that a man is in shorts.
Bare feet. Bare feet as well.
Yeah.
Lose a lot of heat out your feet. Shorts from Chatterjee. Should just be 1. That was a science experiment I always remember. Either of you, both Katya and producer George, remember Brainiac
Yes.
growing up? Yeah.
Very enthusiastic about Brainiac.
It was wonderful. And they did an experiment. So Brainiac was effectively, I think if those of you listening who know what it is, know what it is. And those of you who don't know what it is, you can kind of work it out. It was a science show for kids.
Richard Hammond.
It was Richard Hammond. I thought so. And they do various science experiments to test out whatever kind of mad theories. And one of them they did, which I've always remembered, is they put 2 blokes in a fridge, and one of them had all the top of the range, like trousers, pants, tops, vests, but no socks or shoes, no gloves and no hat. Bullish down the ground. And 4 runs from Douse. Got a bit ugly on that delivery. Just a bit of a drop in length from Chatterjee. And it gave Douse the time to get the bottom hand involved and muscle it past mid-on for 4.
Yeah, gorgeous shot.
It's effective cricket from Essex. And long on drops out immediately. That's full. This time it'll be a dot ball. And anyway, they had 1 bloke, no socks or shoes, no gloves, no hats, but all the top of the range, everything else. Another bloke they stuck in the fridge in just his undies, but he had gloves on, socks and shoes, and the best beanie hat available. And the bloke with just his extremities covered was warmer. There you go. So take that as a life lesson away with you. We can go through any other Brainiac experiments if you want.
My favourite Brainiac experiment was the experiment to find the best cure for a hangover.
Lovely.
If you remember that one.
I was like 12. I said it was a kids show.
It was, but I remember this one. They had different groups. They gave one of them a full fry up.
Nice.
They gave one of them an energy drink.
Lovely.
They gave one of them another pint.
Nice, yeah.
And I believe the other was something normal like toast that you'd have with breakfast.
Boring. Pulled away again. Just the 1 run, but aggressive batting from Essex to end the 31st over. The score is 130 for 5. Brainiac me.
I think if I remember rightly, the group who had the fry up had the least hangover, or their hangover lasted the least, which is always my justification.
So that was the best cure. I wanted something more. I wanted something outside the box to potentially be the best cure there. If they said,
no, I want a fry up to be the best cure.
I can't. I struggle to eat on after an evening out on the town.
It's a great programme. I like that Phil and Church have had their nostalgia.
Exactly. They had SS Jumbos. We have Richard Hammond cutting about on Brainiac.
It was a real era of Richard Hammond in kids' TV, actually. Remember Total Wipeout?
Oh my goodness me. I didn't actually watch much Total Wipeout, I must admit. Jake Humphries was the one for me. I couldn't. He was on TV every time I ever turned it on. Because growing up, he was on CBBC.
Oh, I think I just missed the Jake Humphries CBBC era.
And he did kind of Bamzuki. Then he went on to the F1. Then he did Football Focus. That's a delightful shot from Miller. Ever so delicate. Somehow she's taken enough pace out of the ball that she only gets 2 for it. But beautifully played. So basically from about 6 to 13, every time I turned on the TV, as my interests kind of wandered and changed, Jake Humphries was on the same timeline, basically. I have given up by the time the High Performance podcast has come around, I must admit. Get in touch with us at surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Favourite childhood TV shows. TV figures who have been had an impactful impacts on your life. Ooh, she goes again.
Can I throw Danny Harmer into that mix?
You can. What did Danny Harmer present?
Tracy Beaker.
Oh my goodness, of course.
She did the original Tracy Beaker, and then she did Tracy Beaker Returns, and then she did Strictly. And she also did Danny's House.
Change of the field, leaving that leg side open for a single. Bit of turn, just pushed into the offside from Miller. Handy little innings this from Miller so far. Runnable 17. Did she ever go on to do anything like as an adult, as it were?
She did the revival of Tracy Beaker a few years ago.
Full. But no run. 32 overs gone. 134 for 5. So, Douse, her first half century of the season. It took her a while to get going. She was 4 off 24. And since then, she's got into her work. Been working the ball around the field. Picked up 6 runs, but it was nothing more than a little swivel pull. Top edge, but the pace of Monaghan took it all the way to the fence. And that was the moment that 50 came up. A free hit from Chatterjee, following a no ball from Alice Davidson Richards, no less. She remains at the crease, unbeaten on 61. Ooh, play and a miss. Miller just looking to get a little bit cute there.
Yep, she just want to be careful. Doesn't want to be too cute.
She's not going to get many runs for that shot either. There's a deep third in place. If she can get it to the left of backward point, there's a pocket where maybe 2 runs would be available. But Chatterjee isn't bowling fast enough for the ball to fly off to the boundary. That's short. And Miller has missed out there.
It's interesting. Gardner and Miller have both had similar effects, but for different methods. Saw Gardner come in and be aggressive and really look to make Surrey think. Whereas Miller's just quietly kept herself ticking over, but still giving Surrey reasons to assess.
It was interesting. Surrey are very comfortable having mid-on and mid-off up in the circle here with Chatterjee, with it feeling like the threat from Essex isn't down the ground. And that's really where, if you are bowling kind of medium paces like Chatterjee is, if you're bowling against the batter, say for instance Danny White-Hodge, where you can defend your boundaries changes so much, because at the moment Chatterjee can basically bowl a pretty comfortable length, knowing that her miss can be short, and if she's cut or pulled, that's fine, she has protection there. But if she gets a little bit fuller, Douse doesn't necessarily have the power to take it down over the top. That being said, she's now on strike. They've dropped out long on for the final 2 overs of the final 2 balls of the over. And she goes for the scoop and does use the pace of Chatterjee and gets 4 for her efforts. It's a lovely shot from Douse. That area of the ground is vacant.
Yeah, it came out of nowhere from there, that douse. Very well executed. Walking almost completely across the wicket. Just have a look here.
Premeditated. She goes over and she's plucked that from a long way outside off stump.
Yeah, she's almost off the cut strip there. In fact, I think 1 foot was off the cut strip.
And immediately it prompts a field change. Bryony Smith is now at short fine leg. In a very similar fashion to Kalia Moore, in front of square on the leg side is completely vacant. So you can drop the ball in there for an easy 1. Full toss. And that's lucky for both Chatterjee and Surrey. Could have gone the distance. Instead, it's just 1 run. And after 33 overs, the score is 140 for 5.
Yeah, what they're really doing well, this pair, is forcing Surrey to think more about their field placements. Forcing them to plug those gaps where they're finding the boundaries. It's really creative to find those boundaries and those runs that fine behind square. Forcing Alice Davidson-Richards to plug that gap. Really manipulating the field.
So, change of bowling from the Vauxhall end. Danny Gregory is going to come back for her 6th over. All Surrey bowling changes, of course, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Stay ahead of the game. Implement a winning sustainability strategy. We have that vacant leg side again. Pulled into the leg side. Has that hit a pigeon on the way through?
There's certainly one that strayed from the pack.
There's one that's gone away. I think a pigeon's just had a little bit of a surprise there. It's still flying around, which is a good sign. Those pigeons are absolutely fine. They didn't get bonked on the head. But I think there is one that I suspect might have taken a glancing blow. Anyway, we carry on. Leg side again. Can they get through for 2? They settle just for 1. That might be a source of slight disappointment for Essex there, because Maitland-Brown, it's a really big boundary out in that direction. They didn't scamper through hard, and Brown's throw got to the keeper on a couple of bounces. Thanks for those pigeons. More gentle runs here for Essex.
Interesting dimensions, the boundary. You've got that really short boundary over to one side with the pitch, and then you've got the boundary rope brought in on the other. But it's still a big hit out there to Miller's leg side.
Short again. And that will be 4. Beats square leg. She had no chance, really. That is a gap in the field. And Miller's little cameo here just continues to tick over. 23 off 23 here. And it's such a common pattern in all white ball cricket, where just the opening exchanges go past, the ball loses a bit of zip, everything calms down, and runs are so much easier to come by.
Yeah, just talking about that big hit, there are definite runs to be had out there if you can beat the infield. Just bisecting those 2 fielders perfectly.
With a slight tweak to the field. Square leg now drops to short fine leg. And Maitland-Brown, who was kind of a long way behind square, is now only a little bit behind square on the leg side. Gregory takes the air out of that delivery.
Yeah, we saw Surrey earlier bring on Maitland-Brown for 1 over, looking to make that breakthrough. Didn't do it in the end. And they've got 3 overs left of Maitland-Brown that you'll think they'll want to hold back, but I wonder whether they'll just bring her on for 1 over.
Well bowled. So, the end of the 34th over. 8 runs coming from it for Essex. They're quietly quite well placed at the moment. If they can get another 100 runs off the final 15, they'll have given themselves a puncher's chance. We are going to see a change of bowling. A bit more pace into the attack. So not Maitland-Brown, as Katya Witney beside me suggested, but Alice Monaghan. She's going to return to the attack. I think this is a positive if risk-reward balanced move. Monaghan can leak runs, but she can also, in the kind of Sam Curran vein, make things happen. I never really understood what that means, but it's a job that's been prescribed to her. Bowling change powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Monaghan in, and that's short. Strikes Miller on the gloves. All bowling changes here, of course. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions. We're up for the test. Let's reach net zero together.
I think the make things happen moniker is exclusively for players who are good, but no one can work out why they're good.
Nice. They contribute in big individual moments rather than a prolonged period of competency. Is that fair, or is that too harsh? Short again, pulled around the corner, 4 runs. Miller in control there. It did strike high up the bat. I think she was slightly late on it. But 4 runs nonetheless.
Yep, same result. Did hit quite high on the bat. But round the corner, really picking those gaps very well.
If Monaghan is going to go to that short ball, the line's so important. It has to be off stump and outside. Just so Miller or Dowse isn't able to follow along with it. They've got to try and hit the ball. Therefore, you've got to be on it early, and then you're trying to pull it out in front of square. That'll be another. We haven't had any Brainiac nibbles on our childhood TV presenter requests, but maybe play the best players who make things happen. Down the leg side. Clips the pad on the way through. It'll just be a single. .50 partnership for this pair. Comes from 49 balls, so at a rate of knots as well. There's 15.2 overs to go. That's 92 deliveries, so that could be 92 runs if these two continue at the rate they're currently batting. Good pace from Monaghan. Takes a leading edge and just avoids Cranstone at backward point.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of leading edges so far. That one just evading Monaghan.
Cranstone's been busy in at backward point. Was the thrower that contributed to the run out of Gardner. I don't think she'll be logging it as one of her finest moments in the field. Beautiful shot. No run. Great weight and timing from Miller. It's the end of the 35th. Monaghan's return cedes 6 runs to the total, just 5 off of her own bowling, however. And Danny Gregory's going to continue from the Vauxhall end. Looks like we're going to have a change in the com box as well. Katya Witney's on her way. And from one legend to another. One legend to one deity. Mark Church is back in the box.
I hate to tell you this.
Oh, yeah?
I've completely forgotten what a deity is. What is it?
I don't really know.
No, it's a lovely
It's
word.
a godlike figure, I think.
It's a lovely word. Good partnership there. So I had a little sit outside and a watch here. Miller's done a terrific job. 28 off 29 balls. Dowse is doing what we talked about, looking to bat the 50 overs here. Young Cameron.
Well, Gregory continues her 7th over. That's well bowled. That should be out. Cranstone underneath it. Caught. I beg your pardon. It's Danny Wyatt-Hodge at backward point on this occasion. And Dowse, having been so well set for pretty much the entirety of this innings, she has to go for 69.
Just as I say that, she's gone against the turn and looked to go over mid-wicket. And a big leading edge, and that just ballooned to Danny Wyatt-Hodge, and that is a huge blow for Essex. It really is. And it's sort of the first time she's She's looked to get after the bowler. She played so well here. Held it all together for Essex, and then suddenly there, nice bit of bowling from Danny Gregory, mind, but that is a big wicket for Surrey.
There's much more air on that delivery from Gregory. We often see her kind of driving the ball into the wicket. On that occasion, got the ball up over the eye line. It was a traditionalist's wicket.
It was.
Out of the hand, not necessarily from the batter's end.
Anybody who's ever listened to me blathering on, I have always been a huge fan of Danny Gregory. I love watching Danny Gregory bowl. And she's very experienced now as well. She's got great control, but with this one, yeah, just gives it a bit more air. What I like about that as well is that's pitching about middle and leg, isn't it? So you think, as the right-hander, here we go. I'll just launch this over mid-wicket. Little bit of turn, leading edge. Nice piece of bowling.
Amara Carr is the new batter, wicketkeeper for Essex. She has had a pretty useful season with the bat so far. One score of 50. An average of 24. So handy runs down the order. But a strike rate of 91. So she can keep this total ticking along for Essex.
Haven't been perfect today, sorry, with the ball, but they've been very good. And Essex just haven't been able to get away from Surrey, really. Surrey will want to make sure they shut this down completely now.
Swept. It's a lovely shot from Carr to get off the mark, but it will bring just one run.
I think in these situations, on days like today as well, you sort of have to work out in your head. So after this, 14 overs left, 14. So even in singles, if you go along at 4 and over with the odd boundary, another 60 odd from here.
Full toss for one.
Because nobody's been able to go out there today and sort of time it, play shots. That's been due to some very disciplined bowling from Surrey. And a pitch that's got a bit in it as well for the bowlers. But I think anything up over 200 won't be straightforward for Surrey. Yeah, well, Danny Gregory thought she was through her there. That's why Danny Gregory, with that delivery, ended up with her hands on her head. So, 14 overs remaining. So if you went at 4s from here, my maths is so bad these days. Thank you very much indeed for that. Add a couple of boundaries in there as well. So let's say another 60, 70 from here. 230 odd. I don't think that'll be a straightforward chase for Surrey. Danny White-Hodge has been coming in middle order, hasn't she? In this competition. I'd be tempted to open with her. Because you get most of the job done if she gets going.
Well, the thing with, if you do move Danny White-Hodge up, she did do that at the beginning of last season in the 50 over stuff. Didn't go quite as well. And part of the advantage of having her there is you've only got 2 fielders outside of the ring. But when one of the boundaries is so short today, the idea of kind of needing to necessarily take advantage of that power play where only 2 fielders can be out is probably diluted a little bit.
I just always think if it's a low chase, if it's a low total to chase, sometimes it's worth just belting as much of it as you can in the first 10, really. Monaghan's bowled very nicely today as well. They've been really disciplined today, I think, Surrey, with the ball. Sort of bowled to their fields. Iris Davis and Richards has sort of set her fields up and the bowlers have bowled to those fields. It's very nice out there. It's very warm.
Well, you and Katya are providing differing information. She was saying how chilly it was.
No.
Okay.
Where was she sat?
Well, bold from Monaghan. I'm guessing in the shade.
Yes. In the sun, it's nice. Very nice. There's a few shorts knocking around in the crowd. Not that many, but there are a few. I did see somebody who'd gone cap with woolly hat over cap. Lovely look.
I've heard about that.
Oh,
before.
have you not done that?
I don't think
I do that a lot during the winter. Because you have woolly hat and then the peak of your cap.
I understand the concept.
Yeah, it's a lovely look.
Appeal for LBW given. Just decking back in to the right-handed car, and Monaghan has her second wicket. And this is excellent work for Surrey. These white ball matches, these 50-over games, you can so often see the first innings just stretch on as those middle and lower order batters pat the ball around, get the side up to a total of sorts. But Surrey are doing an excellent job here at potentially nipping this innings in the bud.
Which is what they've got to do. Yes, that looked very adjacent, didn't it? Nice bit of bowling. Just swings back, hits the pads. Hasn't really gone anywhere on the crease, and I think Monaghan knew that was out. Even waiting for the finger to slowly be raised.
It's a good bit of bowling to be able to get that ball just still shaping at this stage. I guess Monaghan's action does lend itself to pushing the ball back into the right-hander. Good work from Monaghan, who's a cricketer. Me and Katya decided fell into the category of makes things happen.
Yeah, very much so. And as you say, where are we now? 37th over and still getting that ball to tail back a touch. Looking forward to watching Eva Gray have a bowl. Formerly, of course, of this neck of the woods, Eva. And it's been sort of down with Essex for what now, 2-3 years, I think. It's done quite a bit of commentary over the years as well. Good bowler. Might enjoy this today, sort of these conditions.
Bit of pressure on the incoming batter, Munro. Only 3 fielders out on the boundary, offside ring packed. And Monaghan keeps targeting those stumps. It's a very fine over from the right-handed seamer so far. With 1 ball left of the over, it looks like Danny White-Hodge is going to trot out to the boundary's edge. So there is a single on offer for Munro in the offside. Might just tempt her to push at a ball more than she should do, opening up that gap between bat and pad. Bit too straight. Thumps into the pad. 37 overs gone here at the Kia Oval. Essex are 157 for 7, and I'm going to make way for Phil Walker.
Thank you, Cameron. Well, there you are. Again, that lovely shot of the ground with the JM Fin stand and then all the buildings of London. Wander across Vauxhall Bridge. The surprise-looking flats there beyond the roof. Ah, there we are. Look, lunchtime. There's a bit of a networking conference going on here today, so I think they might be at the networking conference there, having their whatever it is. It looked like fish and chips on a Monday. Welcome back, Phil Walker.
It's not a Monday, Mark.
What day is it today? What is it? I don't know what day of the week it is. I really don't. I genuinely have no idea what day of the week we are.
It's one on.
Oh, it's Tuesday, is it?
That's the one.
Yeah, I thought it was Monday.
Nailed it.
As I say, I've got absolutely no idea. It's nicely bowled again by Danny Gregory. It'll be a single for Miller. Yeah, Surrey are doing this pretty well at the moment. Just trying to keep this total down by bowling Essex out. That's the basic plan. There's Munro still looking for her first run. Danny Gregory's bowled very nicely again today.
One of my favourite cricketers, certainly in the women's game. I think she's very underrated, really. When I've spoken to people who are picking the England side, I've often asked about her, and they say she's a good bowler, but just not quite
It's nicely bowled.
at that top level.
Are we talking Dee Gregory here?
Yeah,
are we?
very much so.
No, well, I just said to Cam, I've seen a lot of her career, and I've always thought she's a really good bowler.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
Batting's improved as well.
She can field as well. She's got a gun arm.
Yeah. I think she's been unfortunate, really.
Yeah, I agree.
There aren't many that can sort of bowl this with her control. I always remember, and I'll say it again, whenever I talk about Danny Gregory, she has bowled one of the better leg breaks I've seen to take a wicket in. It was Ebony Rainford Brent's Capital Clash or something, and it was Surrey against Middlesex here. Oh, and she bowled one, sort of drifted in, pitched just outside the leg stump, spun and hit the top of the off stump.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
I saw a bowler spell for, I think it was South East Stars here.
Miller will get on this, pull it away for 4. Just dropped in a touch, that one from Danny Gregory, and it's good from Miller. She's played very well here.
She has. She's probably hit the ball the cleanest of all Essex's batters today. Crispness to the way that she connects with it, and goes without saying really, but if Essex are going to get up to anything even faintly defendable, then it's all on her really now. But she's in good form. A couple of weeks ago in that big chase against Somerset, Essex got it done 5 down. Big 100 of course for Jodie Grucock, but she was well supported by Joanne Gardner and Miller as well, who was not out at the end, Florence Miller, and so she's in good form. She just needs something special here.
Well, she also needs
and a bit of
someone to
stickability
stick around with
at the
her
other
at
end.
the other end.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's basically the job of everybody else now, is to make sure Miller sees as much of the bowling as possible, which is easier said than done, obviously. Starting the 39th over. Nicely played by Munro.
Yeah, and useful as well. First ball to get the key woman back on strike. Yeah, it's a big 12 overs this.
Well, it's either going to be Surrey chasing 180, 190, or Surrey chasing something like 230.
Yeah.
Which I actually think something around about 230 won't be straightforward today.
No, well, there's been some definite seam movement.
Yeah, and as you say, Miller's looked the most comfy and fluent. Because
I thought Gardner looked very nice as well for her 13 before she was run out. A bit of a mix-up between the two, really. It's one of those key killer moments. As we said earlier, all the marginals have to go your way when you're punching up a bit, as Essex are today. Missing 1 or 2, of course. Unfortunately, 164 for 7. They've tended to swing away from them, these marginal moments.
Single up to mid-off. Little misfield there by Maitland Brown, but no real damage done. So yes, I think we've sort of hit lunchtime for those at conferences and coming for a watch today.
When was the last networking conference you attended, Mark?
Well, I have to say, Phil Walker, I sort of didn't quite mean to, but involved myself in the one going on here today when I went to get a coffee. Yeah, I didn't mean to.
Brilliant.
As usual with me, nothing's come of the networking. There'd be a single here.
It's quintessential, Mark Church, that you walk into a networking conference by accident while looking for a cup of tea.
Exactly, yes. Yeah. And then have a conversation with somebody very nice who I think was a sort of recruitment-y type person.
Yeah.
And then walk out.
What area of expertise do you work
well,
in then,
I can hit a golf ball with an ancient cricket bat in people's garages. Well, that's just what we're looking for, funnily enough. Thank goodness you walked in today. Moynihan does the fielding off her own bowling. We'll tie it over again, this with a ball to go, just the 3 runs off the over from Moynihan. Well, they used to do I don't know if they do it now, but it was a bit like speed dating, but it was more for employment purposes. So you would hand over your business card, and then they'd ask you questions. Yeah, but you only had like a 5 minute, and then the little bell would go, and then you'd move on. Not sure that still goes on, really. Good over again from Monaghan. Just the 3 runs off it. Just got 1 more to go.
Forgive me though, Mark. The speed dating part of that sentence is the thing I want to dwell on here.
Right, yes.
How's it looking for you?
Well, before that, look at this. We're not too far away. A from start of Vitality Blast. And we have another Metro Bank One Day Cup game coming for you on Saturday.
And then it all starts.
Oh, look at that. And the opening game is the big double header in the local derby between Surrey and Lancashire. Just to explain how that works, it's a new sort of idea this year, isn't it? That sort of from the 3 groups, you play a side that you don't normally play. And as I say, the big local derby.
Yeah, they're going to be proper days out, though.
I'm looking forward to Blast this year.
Yeah, as well you should. I don't even know if there are any tickets left for the actual derby against Middlesex. I know that they'd sold here at the Kia Oval about 90% of tickets, and this was a few weeks back. So if you are up for coming along to any of the fixtures here, then get on kiaoval.com as quick as possible, because they are going and going fast.
As they always do.
And these double headers are special.
They are. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to a bit of Blast.
Look at that bullet arm from the outer.
Can I just say, the reason I'm looking forward to Blast cricket this year is I seem to have spent most of the winter either putting on the telly or the radio, and there's a T20 competition going on somewhere in the world. So it'd be rather nice to get the one started here.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll be bringing you every single delivery, of course.
See, it's all very colourful. There'll be some new bits that we haven't been expecting for this year's Blast. Don't know if they ever gone with the old remote control car bringing the ball out. Quite enjoy that. Now up over the top goes Munro, but again the field's set beautifully, and it will just be a single. Munro moves on to 5, 169 for 7. Quite like the old remote control car bringing the ball out. That's always fun. But no, it'll be great in all those games, of course. Surrey live stream.
Yep.
Commentary team from the top echelons.
Yeah. Well, Yaz and myself are doing the men's
Well,
game with
what
a
I mean.
sprinkling of Alistair Brown, I believe.
Really? What a thought that is.
Yeah. Ali Brown will be joining us.
I don't know if I've ever thought of the great A. Brown the sprinkling.
No.
He tends to dominate whatever he's doing, doesn't he? Maybe I'll look in the pavilion there. Now that'll be chilly there. That's why you can see cups of tea and sort of overcoats.
My father-in-law might be up there.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. It's my wife's birthday today.
Oh, that's nice.
And she's taking her mum to an event at Buckingham Palace. So my
Meeting
wife works.
the king.
My wife works for a homelessness charity, and they have a relationship with Prince Wills.
Oh, there you
he's
are.
a patron of the charity. Of course, Chatterjee back into the attack. Every change of bowler supported by SSE Energy Solutions. A game changer for businesses. Receive renewable electricity from our wind farms and hydro plants, thanks to SSE Energy Solutions for their support across the year. Yeah, so Prince William is a patron of the Passage charity, which is just round the corner here, based in Victoria. And so she's taking her mum to a garden party
Very
at Buckingham
nice.
Palace
Well,
today.
quite right too.
So our old man has come along to the cricket,
Lovely.
pops himself up in the pavilion this afternoon.
Very nice. Very nice. At the moment, this Essex innings is completely stalled.
Yeah, it has. But if Florence Miller can just get through to the death overs here, then she's got the hitting power to get them up post 200. She looks in good order.
She really does, but she's got to see as much of this bowling as she can, really, from here. But Munro's started nicely, but 12 balls for 5. And you just look at Miller, 39 or 42.
Yeah.
Nobody else has gone along
I say it
like
again.
that at all.
That run out to lose your 5th with Joanne Gardner. She was only on 13.
Short from Chatterjee. It's cut away. Just the single, though.
She was only on 13, Joanne Gardner, but she'd hit a couple of 4s through the covers. Really good-looking shots and crisp as well. And she was just beginning to build something nice with Ariana Dowse. And then the mix-up. And then Dowse falls 7 or 8 overs later. And then the guts of the innings is ripped apart, really.
Yeah, the way I describe Surrey at the moment with the ball has been very businesslike.
Yeah.
So far. You know, they've all done their jobs and their roles so far in this attack. Alice Davison-Richards in charge has set the fields with the bowlers, and they've bowled to those fields. And it has been, so far, it's been a very businesslike performance with the ball from Surrey. Final ball of the over, and then we're into the last 10.
Yeah, she's done that well there. To scamper that single. Good game awareness by Florence Miller and retaining the strike.
My apologies. 9 to go. My apologies. That's the 41st. Now, we've had another email in. This is a very good one from Peter.
Yeah, third of the day.
But
from
there's
Big
nothing
Pete
wrong.
from Pennsylvania. Bring it on.
Hat-trick, but I like this one.
Go on.
In the early 1990s, I played for a club in Bristol, and our Sunday seconds captain happened to be the former England and Surrey keeper Roy Switman, who sadly passed away a few years ago. So one Sunday, the first were rained off and the seconds had a couple of call-offs. Our club pro at the time was Pakistan opener Saeed Anwar.
Now there is a player.
Proper player. He really wanted to play as much cricket as he could in England, so he stepped in to fill a spot in the 2s. Started the 42nd over and a single. The truly funny part is the opposition had absolutely no idea that they were actually fielding 2 Test cricketers that we were in our Sunday second team. And on top of everything else, we lost the match. What about that, eh? Saeed Anwar turning out for the 2s. Cut away. That's really nicely timed, but it's straight to the fielder, Paige Schofield.
You feel their frustration here, Essex, because they're scavenging hard.
Something's going to give in a minute.
It does feel like that. Yeah.
Someone's going to have to try and play a big shot, you feel. Because we're into the last 10. Miller's been stuck up the non-strikers end now for a couple of balls.
Saeed Anwar, for people who don't know too much about him, one of the most stylish opening bats I think I've ever seen. And I was very lucky because I came here in 1996, 16-year-old, and I saw him get 100. And I'm just looking it up now, 176. I didn't need to look it up because I knew the score, but I just wanted to luxuriate in it, really. 176, 26 4s.
Oh, he was stylish, wasn't he?
Oh, he was.
Oh, it all looked so easy.
Yeah. Kind of punchy, staccato style, just those kind of
checked
with punch drives.
Story, Peter, is, and having played a bit of second team club cricket myself, well, if he was out for, even if he'd been out first ball, just the way he walked out there, took his guard, and even if it had been, I don't know, drilly one to extra cover, it would have been with a style that would have said, this lad's played before.
Yeah.
Don't you think? That didn't quite work out for Essex there because Munro took a single off the last ball of the over. So Munro is on strike for the start of the 43rd. Chatterjee's in, that's very short. She's done pretty well to reach that, but Munro does reach it and gets a single, so Miller gets on to strike.
Just looking through England's attack, by the way, just briefly, Mark, that day. Chris Lewis, Alan Mullally, Robert Croft, Dominic Cork, Ian Salisbury.
Right.
A couple of Surrey legends in there.
Yep. I wonder if anybody else watching has played in a club game with a test great. It does sometimes happen. As Aldear mix up again. This is horrible run. That is a horrible piece of cricket all round. The running was awful. It really was. They ended up at the same end. The throw came in. Chatterjee didn't take it cleanly, and as it is, Miller's through for a single. That is not a piece of cricket that Aldear and Miller slipped. Wow. Yes, that wasn't the best bit of cricket you're going to see today. Does happen. Now, here we go. Out. Looking for the big shot. We said something was coming. As it is, that's all worked out rather well from a Surrey point of view. That piece of running between the wickets, because Munro is the very next ball. Look for the big shot we were talking about. Thick outside edge. Catch taken at backward point, or short third, really. And now Munro's gone for 8. Miller's still stuck at the non-striker's end. And Essex are 177 for 8.
Yeah. At least Miller is still there for Essex, and so that botched run-out attempt gives her a life at least. But Surrey are just chipping away here. They haven't had to really exert themselves too much. There's not really been any counter-punching. There's not really been any shifting of the pressure or the tempo of this innings. They've had Essex exactly where they need them, right, literally from the first delivery. So the job of Eva Gray here is to stick in.
Well, she's got a lot of experience as Eva Gray. Of course, as I was saying to Cam, formerly of this parish.
Indeed.
Eva Gray. I think Stephen Parry and Nick Brown will be watching this from an Essex point of view, and they're going to have to come up with a plan with the ball here. As this one's cut away by Eva Gray out there towards Schofield. On the edge of the circle, Eva Gray is shaking her head there, hitting the fielder. I think Chatterjee feels she may have got away with one there. But 2 for 37. They've shared it around very nicely today, the Surrey bowlers. Every single Surrey bowler has done their job so far. As I said, it's been very businesslike. Gray pushes this one to backward point and won't get a run. So 1 ball to go in the over. At the wicket, a couple of runs. So yes, Stephen Parry head coach now, isn't he? And then Nick Brown batting coach. Well, sort of assistant coach, Nick Brown. Fine player in his own right, Nick Brown, as well Stephen Parry, of course. That's Gray drives, won't get a run here. Very good over from Chatterjee. So 7 to go.
Yeah, it's not easy for clubs of Essex's size to absorb a fully functioning professional women's setup. It comes with certain economic challenges. There's support, of course, from the ECB, but they're still trying to, if you like, get an infrastructure in place that can benefit everybody.
I think they've got 2 good men there in Parry and Brown. So we have a change in bowling, brought to you as always by SSE Energy Solutions. And it's Danny Gregory coming back into the attack. 2 for 40 so far.
Good to see her back.
And the first ball to Miller is just pulled away straight out to deep backward square. Will take the single. So
been a mark of her work today, actually. Danny Gregory. That first delivery, as with lots of leggies, just trying to find that length from the first delivery of her spell. But once she gets that one out of the way, she gets her range.
Eva Gray on strike to Gregory for the first time here. Well, that's quite a flat delivery, but Eva Gray just tucks it straight to the fielder on the edge of the circle at short fine. So again, can't find the single to get Miller back on strike. Gregory in a ninth over here. Gray hits the fielder again. That Schofield at cover. Again, something might give here in a minute. Never easy, this. Because Eva Gray knows exactly what her job is. It sounds very simple, just find a single and get the other batter on straight. It's never that straightforward. She's done it here. She just drops this into the leg side and picks up a single. So she's off the mark, Eva Gray. And Miller comes back onto strike on 43. So 2 balls to go in this over for Miller. Does Danny Gregory bowl here? Well, she's sweeping. That's hit the pad. That's almost bowled around her legs, actually. Hit the front pad and roll back towards those stumps. Making sure, after it's hit the pad, doing the old trick of making sure that your pad is going towards square leg. So last ball of the over from Gregory. Miller wants a single, gets a single.
Done it well.
Yep, done it very well.
And they're coming back for two. Interesting.
Well, that is interesting. It's good running. Because I was about to say they could get 2 here if they wanted to, but surely Miller wants to be on strike. But they have come back for the second. So Gray will still be on strike. 181 for 8. Another email's come in.
Yeah.
This time from Daryl.
Lovely.
And Daryl says, reminiscing on the fond memories of youth cricket is all well and good, but we forget the abject misery of running in pads as a teenager. This is a very, very good point. All flapping around and running as if we have no knees, all the misery.
Yep.
P.S. claim to fame, being told that I had talent by Sir Alec Bedser as I picked up my loser's medal in the Hampshire Schools final. That's a great email from Darrow. And yes, I'd forgotten about that. That if you were unlucky and went into the kit box and got the pads with the buckle that was broken at the top, and you started running your first run, and then the whole pad would shift round your leg, wouldn't it? And then you'd end up like you were running in custard.
Yeah.
Or you might even fall over. That always happens. Now, change in bowling. Once again brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions, because Maitland Brown is back into the attack. She opened us up this morning, took a wicket with the first ball of the game, of course. But she starts here with a wide.
Yeah, class apart today, as she has been really through much of this season. 13 wickets already coming into this game, make that 14 now, and a chance of a couple more as she looks to clean up this innings. Yeah, what a signing she's been.
I do like her as a cricketer. Keeps it all very simple. Straight on a line and length here.
Long single there, I would fancy.
You know what?
Try and get off strike if she possibly can, because a full over from Maitland Brown to the number 10 here, and have an air of inevitability about it.
Here comes Miller down to have a word with Gray.
Get your skates on.
1 for 19, as you can see there for Maitland Brown. Little inside edge here from Gray. It does the trick. She'll get a single, and that will get Miller on to strike. So Gray moves on to 2. Miller comes back onto strike on 45. I remember winning. Just see that Darrell's email there, and Sir Alec Bedser and Hampshire. And won the, I can't remember what it was called, but it was an under 15 club competition and we won it. And Harry Seacombe, the late great, had something to do with it. Yes, and he was due to be there to give out our medals, as this is a slower ball, but it's too wide outside the off stump. And do you know who I got my medal from? I was the late great Terry Wogan. He was there instead.
Sensational.
Sensational.
Seacombe couldn't make it.
Seacombe couldn't make it. Wogan was there. And we all got our medals presented to us by Terry Wogan, of all people. This is punched by Miller. Up towards mid-off. Takes the single. Gray will come back on to strike. But that's... these days, it's always a big famous cricketer who does the sort of handing out of the medals.
It's quite a big deal to be on the end of a phone replacement for Harry Seacombe.
Big deal. I mean, it's good replacement, mind you.
That's what I'm saying. It's
I know.
Outstanding replacement.
There's Davison Richards, brilliant. It was the quick single from Eva Gray. And Davidson Richards took aim, fired, hit, but Gray showing good turn of pace there to make it home. But that was a terrific bit of work from the captain. Stood at mid-on.
She's a genial type, is the skipper, ADR, but she did ask the question and then inquire after the event as well. Wouldn't mind having another look at that one.
Took a fantastic catch earlier. Miller pulling this one from Maitland Brown. And are we getting a boundary? We are, and that will be Miller's 50. She's looked the best of everybody here, and she's ticked along 50 from 52 deliveries with 6 fours.
Looked most fluent of all the batters on show today and has really rescued this innings in the second half. 190 for 8 mark.
Just seeing that run out again. Eva Gray was safe, just seeing that there. But it was still a very good bit of work.
Yeah, really good running there.
And Miller here's going to get a single off the last ball of the over, so very good from Miller. Here's that run out again. So it's Eva Gray. Now watch Davison Richards here. Edge of the circle with the throw, but Eva Gray's safely home. But it was a lovely bit of work from Alice Davison Richards.
Tight one.
Tight. But I think... So I saw the first one of the replays there was from the other end. And actually you could see that her bat was safely across the line. So 5 to go here.
Yeah.
5 to go for Essex.
Can they just go at maybe a runner ball from here, give themselves 220 odd? Something to work with.
Got another change of bowling. Brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions. It's Kalia Moore back into the attack, replacing Danny Gregory. And it's a quick single off the first ball of the over. Interestingly, so that brings Gray back onto strike. So Miller's happy to take a single off the first ball of the over, trusting Eva Gray here to find a single or hit a boundary here. That's nicely played. Gets outside her leg stump, her off stump, apologies, and whips that out into the leg side. Eva Gray, so nicely done.
Yeah, tidy looking shot, actually. Been shown some faith from a senior partner, and that's all good, I think.
Miller jumps onto the back foot, pulls this one away out towards deep backward square. Brown is out there, so she'll get a single. So yes, again, you know, you can email us all day. Have you had a test cricketer turn up for a club game? Have you won a competition where it's normally, as I say, a cricketer giving out the medals? But I was lucky enough to have Terry Wogan.
I was due to open the batting against Tino Best in a league game a few years ago, and then heard as I drove into the ground that morning that he'd accepted 500 quid from lashings that day.
Sensible boy. This is nicely played by Eva Gray. That's a lovely shot.
Beauty.
Yep. Uses her feet and then just Doesn't try and launch it down the ground, just nicely caresses that up over the top. And a couple of bounces and down to the long on boundary rope for 4. So very nicely played by Eva Gray, and 2 away from the 200 now. Gets onto the front foot here, does Eva Gray. Swings this one out towards deep backward square. Oh, they're coming back for 2. They've gone to the wrong end. And we've had another not brilliant bit of cricket all round, but they're back for 2. Whew. Because had they gone to the keeper's end, Eva Gray didn't have a hope. But she's back for 2. 200 for 8 with 4 overs to go. Here we go. Replay of that running between the wickets. Yeah, she's safely home. But they went to the bowler's end. And they were, Miller and Gray were sort of stood next to each other at that end. But they're back for 2.
It's remarkable there's only been 1 official run out to date. There's been 4 or 5 near misses and marginal calls. 200 up though, and when you consider where Essex were after 15 overs, that's not a bad effort.
No, not at all. So we've got a change of bowler again, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. This Monaghan is back into the attack.
High up that leg side boundary. That's
Miller,
the way.
Yep, goes pulling away out towards deep backward square. There's Kalia Moore to do the fielding. So Tino,
yes.
Were you relieved?
Oh, immensely.
Yes.
I genuinely didn't really sleep that night because Tino has a certain reputation.
Yes.
And in club cricket, there's no checks and balances.
No.
And for some reason, Mark, and I don't know, I've never understood why.
Great, works this one down the ground.
She's played well here.
She really has.
I tend to rile up fast bowlers.
I wonder why that is. I cannot imagine.
I've never been able to get my head around it.
No, because you're sort of one of those quiet, retiring, shy types.
Right.
Who doesn't sort of stride out there with a little bit of a strut, I would have thought. Twiddling the bat. A bit of the Viv Richards about you. Yeah, I can imagine. I don't think it would have ended well, as this is helped down towards 5 leg by Miller or get a single.
The thing is with Tino, he's not shy of letting his exuberance overwhelming to the extent that sometimes a flat one might come down.
Yes.
Now, far be it for me to say he ever means to bowl a flat one straight at your face, but he does have a certain reputation for delivering that nonetheless.
Yes.
And I was acutely aware of that.
Oh, yes. And I can see you being the sort of person that would annoy him, as this is smashed back by Gray now.
I mean, technically that's a chance, but...
It is technically a chance, but I also wondered just for a second whether she got a fingertip on it as it hit the stumps, but Miller was aware and stayed in her crease. But I tell you what, Eva Gray's hammered that.
Yeah.
Hit that very hard.
Been a really good cameo.
Oh, we've lost the bail. Yeah, look. It was hit so hard that the bail's gone.
Outside the ring.
Yep, it's gone a long way, that now. We'll check that it hasn't been damaged, I'm sure. Although there are replacement bails these days. Of course, there's the heavy bails as well, if it gets windy. Need those at times. But everything's all right. So we can continue. But Eva Gray hit that very hard. But Miller, very aware of that, so just stayed in her crease. Driving here is Miller. Oh, it's a great shot. The placement's fantastic from Miller.
Exactly that, Mark, and it's due to that bottom hand. She just managed to, if you like, close the angle and get it a bit straighter than the line would suggest to beat mid-off. Brilliant batting. Brilliant batting.
Yeah, this is a gem of an innings now. It's almost like she's been playing a different game to everybody else. 59 from 58 deliveries, and sensible. Just turns this one into the leg side, takes the single, keeps the strike.
Really good. So, echoes of the game earlier in the season, Yorkshire-Surrey here.
Yes.
When Yorkshire started under the pump, Surrey were very good with the ball, and they kept Yorkshire to to around about 180 odd. Let me just bring it up for you. And it looked like an absolute stroll for the first 20 odd overs. First 15 for sure. Paige Schofield was irresistible. And at one point was on potentially for the fastest ever 50 over women's domestic 100. And in the end, she fell for 80 odd. And then the collapse kicked in, and Surrey got over the line in the end, but it was a twitchy affair. And Essex will have to hold on to that story, I think, here. 209 for 8, still below par.
Well, we've got a change in bowling again, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. It's Danny Gregory back into the attack, and her first balls were dragged down, and Miller is down on one knee and pulling this away. It's not a sweep shot. She's getting down on one knee and pulling that away for 4. This is excellent. Don't take away what Gray's done here either. 12 off 15. And don't forget, it took Eva Gray, I think, 5 or 6 deliveries to get off the mark because she kept hitting the field. Now Miller just turns this one into the leg side, takes another single and move on to 65. Just you mentioning Tino Best there. I played my first club game up north when I was at university, and Nixon McLean was the overseas for the opposition. Yeah, that wasn't great.
Yeah, he could slip it as well.
He did that day. Down the pitch goes Gray. How much of this has she got? Not enough. She picks out Bryony Smith down at long on, but Eva Gray's done a good job there. But the only thing is Miller's stuck up at the non-strikers end. The punch of gloves between the two of them. But Eva Gray got a fair amount of that, but Bryony Smith didn't really have to move down at long on.
Look, it's a very useful 37-run partnership at this stage. But you can't help thinking, just punch it down the ground.
Oh, Phil Walker.
Well,
you know what it's like.
Yeah.
The theory is always very good, but Danny Gregory has tossed that one up, and Eva Gray has thought, here we go. And that is going into the JM Fin stand. Didn't quite get enough of it.
Yeah, she's had a good day.
It's always in your head. The theory's always up there as a batter, isn't it? You know what you should do, but at times you don't quite do it.
Well, Danny G has had a very good day here, a second threefer of the season. She's been economical around the grounds, but not shown too much wicket-taking threat. But today, as you saw at Taunton as well a couple of weeks back, when she picked up that other threefer, she's looked really, really good today.
I always talk about this, but the other thing about Danny Gregory, she's got a very good cricket brain, which you have to have to bowl leg spin, really. And you also have to be very brave, I think, to bowl leg spin, because there are going to be days where you are going to get clobbered. So Kopak is out there, and her job now is to get Miller on strike. First ball just pushed away out towards extra cover. But yes, I think with Eva Gray there, as I say, knows the plan. But you see that one tossed up, and she was striking it pretty well. As that bounced. That's well played by Kopak. Get a single. One of my favourite ones of those, when you know what you should be doing but you don't quite do it, was, and sorry to mention, it sounds a bit like a name drop here from me, but I'm not. Ricky Ponting, his final first-class match here for Surrey against Nottinghamshire a few years ago. As Gregory is in, and that's turned by Miller. Will get a single. Nicely played by Miller, and that will complete Danny Gregory's 10 overs. They've just got to keep a little eye on that cut-off time.
I think they'll probably be okay.
I think they will be. I think they'll be fine.
Yeah.
And Danny Gregory finishes today with 3 for 51. So very good from Danny Gregory. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 51. Anyway
punter.
It's Ponting, and he's around about 80. Yep. And there's nothing really happening in the game. It's going to be a draw. Anyway, someone gets out, and who should march to the middle? As we have another change in bowling. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions. And Maitland Brown is back into the attack. As this hits the thigh guard. Oh, they're taking the single. They'll be all right here. They'll be all right.
They will, but I'm not sure about the good sense of that one with Maitland Brown. Now she's got 5 deliveries potentially to the number 11.
So, yes, Jay Dernbach it is. He wanders out with Ponting 80-odd not out in his final first-class game. And he said in his head he knew. Right, it's Ponting, final first-class. There aren't many fairy tales in cricket or sport, are there, Phil Walker? Fairy tale endings, as this is a lovely shot from Kopak, driven out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope.
Yeah, fabulous shot.
So Dernbach knows what his job is here. And he said he was fine until he noticed it was Samit Patel bowling. Then all theory and all good thinking, he said, went out the window. And Samit tossed the first one up, and Dernbach went down on one knee and tried to slog sweep it into the Harliford Road. Missed it completely. Almost got bowled as this is picked up by Miller. Shot. Got a lot of that. 1 bounce for 4. That is a lovely bit of batting.
Real statement knock now, this.
Just taken off a length from outside off stump. That bottom hand again, wasn't it? Got a lot of that. 70 from 64. Anyway, Dernbach still looking at his boots as he looks up, still on one knee, to find Ricky Ponting right in his face. As this is pulled. Again, very well timed. Great work from Danny Wyatt Hodge on the half volley there, but that was really well timed again from Miller. At which point the great Australian former Test captain looked at him. I won't repeat exactly what he said, but it was along the lines of, "What was that, mate?" And then Jade Dernbach, he said after every shot he played, there was Ricky Ponting in front of him, and he guided Ponting to the 100 and got him over the line. Got back with 2 balls of this over to go. Maitland Brown goes right up in the block hole there.
It's great to know that Punter, even though he's literally reached the end of his run, and it's a dead game.
Oh, he's still desperate.
Spitting.
Oh, he was. Or actually, on a serious point, Jade is off, and Jade. It's one of Jade's great sort of after dinner stories. Now, he said at the time he was terrified. Has driven straight back down the pitch. And Brown does the fielding off her own bowling. So Maitland Brown will finish with figures of 1 for 34. Hasn't bowled all 10 today, actually. It's bowled 9. So 1 to go. Surrey are sprinting round there because the cut-off is 13:48. So they have to be... Well, I will. They have to be at the top of their mark, the bowler, and for everybody in their positions with the umpires ready to go to bowl the last over before 13:48, and they're in time.
And
so
if they don't?
If they don't, you lose a fielder, don't you? But this is the last over. As this one's swept away out towards deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, she's done well to get back for 2 there as well.
In the power play. So, Miller's on 73. 225 for 9. With 5 balls to go. As Moore comes around the wicket, looking to sweep. Here's Miller. Hits the pads, rolls away into the leg side. Waits again. 4 balls to go. Miller using her feet. Brave from Kalia Moore there. Just gave that a bit of air. But Miller, with the single, gets off strike. That's the problem. Kopak comes back on to strike on 2. I think this is a pretty good total for Essex. Thanks to the main to Miller. As Kopak can't beat the field here. It's cut. Oh, this could be run out. Oh, again.
Whoa.
They're trying to get Miller on strike. There has been a little bit of strange cricket with the running between the wickets and the fielding of Surrey at times, as this one is hit down the ground, just be a single. They're coming back for two. Is that run out?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one is. So the throw there was right on the money. And you could see exactly what they were trying. But this time, the throw is good. And, yep, run out. And it means that Miller will finish 74 not out here. And that has been a terrific innings. It'll be... She's looked like she's been playing a different game to everybody else, really. Phil Walker.
Yeah, her best of the year as well. She's actually come into this game in good form. A couple of not outs and that 50 that we mentioned against Somerset, another unbeaten knock as well from a couple of weeks back. So she came in good form and she carried it on. She's been batting on a different plane today to her teammates. And without her hand, Essex would have been staring down the barrel here. As it is, Mark, I would say 227 as we look at Flo Miller's second half century of the season.
Yeah, it's just some good shots in here. They're good cricket shots, these. She was quick on anything short. And then also, you mentioned it there.
That's the shot.
Yeah, the bottom hand coming into that, but it's the placement.
Yeah.
Beautiful shot, really. And she played very, very well there. So 227 all out. 228 for Surrey to win. Here's the card, and Surrey got off to a rip-roaring start with Scrivens bowled by Brown, first ball of the game. Then wickets kept falling. Dow's played a nice innings, but then went for her sort of first big shot off Danny Gregory, and catch taken by Wyatt Hodge. But there, Miller stands out there. 74 not out of 68 deliveries. Brilliant.
Yeah. Danny Gregory's come to the party today, our second threefer of the season. They've spread the wickets around for me again, as ever. Maitland Brown, what a signing she's been. She was economical up top and got rid of the skipper, Grace Scrivens, as Mark says, from the very first delivery of the day. Davison Richards shifted the bowlers around, especially at the death as well. 1 over spells was the order of the day. Surrey will be happy, but Essex will be, I would say, also relieved that they do have something to work with here. And I did mention earlier in the piece the Yorkshire-Surrey game here from a few weeks ago, when Yorkshire only made 185, but Surrey got home with seven down, only 3 wickets in hand after a middle order collapse. So it can be done here for the visitors. They just have to start well and keep some of Surrey's big hitters under control. Paige Schofield, Danny Wyatt Hodge et al.
So there we are. There's the card for you. So it'll be 228 for Surrey to win. And during the break now, as everybody goes off and has a well-earned cup of tea or coffee or possibly something stronger, here on the Surrey YouTube channel and the Surrey live stream, you are going to get some episodes of Second Glance to take you through the interval.
Really thrilled to be back. Love playing cricket with these boys and love playing cricket at the Oval. So yeah, really excited to be back and getting stuck in with the lads.
Lost again. I don't win many.
It was a really high scoring affair. Surrey lost the toss, were put into bat by Leicestershire, and they made 520. biggest positives for Surrey are kind of the players who are back in town, Jamie Smith and Ollie Pope. Jamie Smith, he's really risen to the occasion. A new position in this Surrey team, he's batting at number 3. And to go on from his century against Warwickshire, he just looks all class here at the Kia Oval.
A young man showing that he's still evolving, he's still developing, he's still trying to be a better player than he was last week, and hopefully next week he'll try and be better again.
Similarly for Ollie Pope, he missed out last week at Warwickshire, and that can be difficult because it means even if you feel all right in yourself, there might be murmurings from other places that he's still not found his form. But then to come in again at number 4, peel off a century, peel off another unbeaten 60 in the second innings as well. It's so comforting for him to be back at home where he's at his best, really.
I wouldn't say I necessarily felt at my very best throughout the innings, but I tried to just find a stubborn side to me to find a way to get through the kind of challenging bits. I know my best is good enough for kind of any challenge, so yeah, it's important for me, so when I'm not at my best, to find a way to get through, get starts, and then once you're in, batting does become easier. Surrey have always been amazing to me, and the way they've treated me over the last 4 years, it's been a real good place to come back to. I owe this club a lot, and to pull on the 3 feathers is always such an honour, so yeah, it does mean a lot. Obviously, one of my favourite grounds, so my favourite ground here, so to do it in front of a good crowd today was awesome.
With the ball, I guess it didn't look at first like it was really that easy to score runs. Kind of the wicket had been a bit too paced, and so we felt quite confident going into Surrey's bowling innings, but Leicestershire batted really, really well. Rishi Patel, Stephen Eskenazi and Ben Cox all making centuries, and they got 690 on the board.
Yeah, as a collective, we're pretty disappointed with the way we delivered them 2 sessions. We don't normally go back-to-back bad sessions, but I feel like we were off the ball a bit today. By no means we're out the game at all. You know, you've seen what it's like at the Oval. It can happen really quick, especially if you stack the balls in the right area. You know, it could be you go bang bang and you're all of a sudden in the driving seat again. It's just a case of doing it better for longer periods.
Probably look at times when we've probably lost games or found it quite tough to win games over the last few years that I've been here. You know, the guys are pretty good at just wearing that on the chin. I mean, obviously it helps, we've got such a talented group. It does make things easier, there's no denying that, but I think just their ability to move on from adversity is probably one thing that sticks out for me.
Assessment of those 4 days?
We did some things pretty well, but we also are not quite up to our standards in other disciplines. I'm always going to err that our destiny is in our hands, and we allowed people to play very, very well on our patch. We've got to stop being reactive, we've got to be proactive. That's something we spoke about pre-season. The question is that a physical thing, or is it a bit more mental in how we are getting ourselves into the moment and getting ourselves into our work?
Yeah, it's an honour to play in this dressing room. We've got a lot of experience, I said, people we've played with for a long period of time, and as a group we've had success in previous years.
You know, I thought we stuck at it pretty well all day. I thought, you know, we probably could have been a little bit better in that first session, but yeah, I thought the guys really improved today. It was hard to sort of get those edges and chances to the fielders, and I thought they batted very well as well, so credit to them. There was a bit of an inspirational effort by Jordan Clark and Fish at the other end as well through that middle period. Got the breakthrough, and we sort of, I feel like we gained some momentum from that and bowled pretty well the rest of the day. So I'd probably say it's a pretty even day, and we've got some work to do in the morning.
Cricket's weird. We went past the edge quite a few times in that period. I mean, I had close LBW shout in the first few overs, which could have gone either way, because we wanted to try and open them up quickly in the morning. It wasn't the case, but you know, the guys really battled away and made sure we kept hammering those areas, and sometimes you get the reward.
So Lawrence, he's been one of Surrey's stars this year, and it wasn't just with the bat where Lawrence shone. He was also really useful with the ball. He managed to get Noah Thane, then Sam Cook out in consecutive deliveries. An amazing catch from Rory Burns, diving away to his right. And Jamie Porter coming in at number 10, I think it was, almost gave a chance for Dan Lawrence to get that hat-trick as well, but he just beat the outside edge.
They're up there with one of the strongest bowling units in the country, definitely. Especially with the new ball, old ball, they've got the spin attack, they've got a lot of variety, and I think, yeah, as a batting unit, we know the sort of qualities they possess. We're looking to, again, assert a bit of Surrey dominance on them at times.
I think Popey and Sibbs' partnership was really important. They got through the really tough bit when all the bowlers were fresh and the ball was still hard, and I think that nullified a lot of the threat.
The new batter for Surrey, number 28, Dan Lawrence.
We knew Essex were going to come pretty hard at us at the start of the day, and there was still a little bit of life in the wicket, so today was all about getting through that first 2 hours, and thankfully we did.
As you look down our order, you've got people that complement each other in different ways. People that attack, people that maybe sit in and take a few more balls, but I think that's great as a batting unit that we sort of able to adapt to most situations and surfaces that are thrown at us, and that will be important not just in this game coming up but throughout the season as well.
Dan Lawrence scored his second century of the season to go along with his opening match one against Warwickshire. And he's been so stylish and elegant throughout the whole season. Famously a wristy player, and often using angles against the Essex seamers to try and access the leg side. He kind of rattled along at a rate of knots when Essex were bowling incredibly well. Since Dan Lawrence joined Surrey, he's averaged 55 in first-class cricket. And obviously he's an Essex boy coming and playing against his old county here at the Kia Oval, and he's put in another amazing performance for Surrey. Dom Sibley scored his own century. He finished on 100 off about 280 deliveries, a real marathon from the Surrey opener. 27th first-class century in total, which is a remarkable record for a player who's been around for ages. I remember being here as a fan when he scored that 200 against Yorkshire, I think when he was like 18 and still at school. So it's amazing to still be coming here all those years later and still be seeing him scoring runs.
I suppose looking back at it and in the moment, I'm not sure we could have done a lot more. 22 wickets in the game, how do you double it? I don't have an answer right now, or else we wouldn't be having the conversation about a draw now. We would have done it in game. I think the bowlers, unfortunately, have a tough job most of the time, and that just showed how tough it can be when things just don't go your way. It's just the way that we find ourselves at the minute. We should get our head down, we'll have a look at some footage, and we'll see if we can get a bit of a plan together to try and take the wickets required to win games of cricket. But certainly, the way we went about our business, I have nothing but praise for.
I've always enjoyed playing here at Surrey, and I think that's one of the things that whenever you're away, you're always looking to come back and play games of cricket here at Surrey, here at the Kia Oval. It's obviously a fantastic place to play. We had a great crowd in last week, and now that the weather's hopefully getting warm, we can keep seeing more people coming through the gates, and I think that's important for the support of everyone, that even though we're standing out in the field and it may be looking like a long time, but we're appreciative of all the support that we've had over the years and hopefully this coming season as well. But I think, yeah, it's, as you say, it's the people you play with, the friends you make, and a chance to really enjoy your cricket.
Sussex provide quite a stern challenge, to be honest. They've started well. As much as we respect what Sussex will bring this week, we want to kind of focus and concentrate on ourselves and what we do really well here, and that's bowling in partnerships, hitting that length that we know does a little bit here, and then batters, going about what they do here and getting through that new ball and then cashing in and going big. So yeah, that's all we'll be looking to do. Respect the opposition, but yeah, take the game on and be positive and try and get a win here at the Oval this week.
What a club to be making a debut and an amazing day for it as well. So enjoy every bit of this. I'm sure there'll be plenty more games over the next few years. Go out and smash.
Good bats. Yes, boys. Get that on the website.
That's two on the spin. I'm getting dizzy.
Take your phone.
2 in a row.
There. New technique.
The big launch is really doing bits for you.
Get it as high as possible.
What's happening through your head when it goes out that high? like zero thoughts, just waiting for it
He
to
called
come.
heads, and every time I've thrown it this morning, it's landed heads. Pretty pleased it came out of
Unreal.
time.
Maybe just give the sides a little bit, just a little bit up, yeah. Crock that D line.
Yeah, no, when you've got the new ball here at the Oval, it's exciting. You come in excited, the weather's been good. So yeah, you're just coming in with excitement that you try and get the team off to a good start and set the tone, really. You're trying to send a message a little bit to their opening batters and to their whole team on the balcony, because usually the first few overs the whole team's watching that. It's trying to stamp your authority and send a message to the batters. You're not trying to just loosen into it really, you're trying to make them play, make them have decisions of whether to leave it or play it, and yeah, hopefully you can get one that does a little bit from a good length and you can kind of send them on the way early doors.
One of those days where I just, I felt like it was going to come out quite nice. Obviously held by the pitch this morning. In terms of rhythm, I felt fine, just, nicer when you get the ball to nibble a little bit. But yeah, I certainly feel like into it now.
Yeah, the feeling like when you do that, when you're, I don't know, grafted for maybe 12, 15 overs and not got a wicket, not look like getting a wicket, and then you finally get that wicket. It's kind of it feels better than when you get like 5 for, because you know how much you've put in, you know you've tried to be living in the right area. Once you get that wicket, it's a bit of a relief, really.
Dom Sibley and Rory Burns had a really difficult 10-over period to negotiate at the end of the first evening. Ollie Robinson and Finn Hudson-Prentice bowled really well for Sussex, but the two Surrey openers were able to get through to the close unscathed, and then they really kicked on the second day.
Yeah, we talked about it this morning about our mentality, and I think those two really dug in deep and hit the bad balls, and we weren't going that slowly, to be fair. Like, even last night, the way that they fought out those 10 overs, I think it was something to behold, and I think Sibs got his rewards at the end, and Burnsy obviously got 60 odd as well. The more pressure I put on myself, the worse it gets. It's just almost playing how I am, and I've felt like I've been playing well the last couple of weeks, and it's just not letting the occasion get to me and just see it as another game of cricket. I knew my time would be coming, and I just had to be in the best position I could be in to get some runs out there, really.
Now it's the time of Adam Thomas. What a moment for the boy. First time he walks out here at Kia Oval.
Thomas was really tested early on. He was greeted by the high-class spin of Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson, who's played 20 tests for England and averages 23 with a ball in Test cricket, and Henry Crocombe, who's one of the quickest county bowlers on the circuit. All of them bowled to Thomas very early on in his first innings in first-class cricket, and he withstood that early pressure well and then went through the gears.
It's not a surprise to us because we work with him every day and we've got lots of work done, but you never know until somebody gets an opportunity how they adapt to the extra pressures, and as you go through the different levels. He dealt with it pretty well as far as I'm concerned.
when you're at your best as a bowler, for me especially, it's like you're not really thinking much technically. Your action feels really good. Sounds pretty self-explanatory, but I look at the pitch. Some people look at a big picture. So yeah, as soon as I get to near the umpire, I'm looking at the pitch to try and find my length of where I want to hit. And then, yeah, the rest kind of just unravels, your action unravels. It doesn't feel too fast, doesn't feel too slow, just the perfect timing. And then that's where you get your snap and your rhythm and your pace, and usually your movement comes from there as well. So for me, when I call it like being dialed in, you kind of dial into your area and you're just a robot. You keep turning around and doing the exact same thing. When you're bowling your best, you don't think at all really what's going on. You know that you're going to hit that area. You get in the battle. You're smiling with the batter. I'm not someone who abuses batsmen. I'm more like a wry smile to show that I'm on top kind of thing. So yeah, that's probably me at my best. But everyone's different. Some people like to get a bit more riled up and in the battle. But yeah, mine's a bit more like a silent assassin that just smiling at them. So yeah, that's the kind of way that I am at my best.
I always think that it's a group of bowlers, not one individual. Yes, he gets the wickets this game, and it was a wonderful fight for that first innings, no getting away from it, but the group were magnificent. They keep putting their body on the line and they keep going to the well, which is credit to them why we get over the line.
The game was pretty much done when Surrey struck twice with that second new ball. Ollie Robinson fell early and Crocombe was the last man to fall. Matt Fisher getting a deserved third wicket. He bowled really well in the game, 6 wickets to go alongside Jordan Clark's 8, who took 5 in the first innings, 3 in the second. Those two brilliantly led Surrey's seam attack this week. They had to work very, very hard to take 20 Sussex wickets, but they managed to do it, and that'll give them real confidence going into their fixture next week.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on the Surrey live stream. Players are on their way back out to the middle, and Surrey doing a very good job with the ball, and Essex all out with a ball to spare for 227, meaning Surrey will need 228 to win. Paige Schofield is out there to open up with Alice Monaghan. Munro will get us started from the pavilion end. Schofield on strike. Be very interesting to see how Surrey go about this. I don't think this will be the easiest chase. As first ball, and Schofield cuts away out towards cover point, and there is no run. Just have a quick look at that scorecard again for you, and the highlights of that Essex innings. And well, it all started with a wicket with the first ball of the Essex innings, after Surrey won the toss and decided to have a bowl first. As now Schofield there has looked to pull that, and it's swung away. I think hit her on the shoulder, banged in. We'll see this again on the replay. Yep, hit her on the shoulder, and that just deflected the ball away. But yes, all out for that 2-2-7, and lost Scrivens to the first ball of the innings. Here's the first runs for Surrey, and they're lovely runs. Paige Schofield just driving that beautifully straight down the ground for 4. Very nicely played by Paige Schofield. A perfect looking on drive.
Yeah, that's a shot she likes to play, Paige Schofield. Very good looking shot.
Played it very nicely indeed. Just driven straight down the ground for 4. But the standout innings, Florence Miller. Now, Florence Miller, Essex would have been in all sorts of bother. Played beautifully. Was looking like she was playing a totally different game to everybody else. And without her runs, Surrey would be chasing a lot less. She looked, as I say, as if she was playing a totally different game to everybody else. Stoffer's looking to pull this one. That hits the thigh guard, and that just loops away behind the stumps. And no run again there. But yes, so the highlights from the Surrey point of view, the wickets were shared around really. Danny Gregory, 3 for 51 for her, 1 for 34 for Brown, 2 for 37 for Chatterjee. Is Schofield, that's chipped. 1 bounce up towards mid-on, and Monaghan 2 for 45. So I think Surrey will feel that they bowled pretty well. I thought they were very businesslike in everything they did. Alice Davis and Richards set her fields, and the bowlers all bowled to those fields. But I don't think this will be a straightforward run chase. Katya alongside. What are your thoughts of chasing down this 228 for Surrey?
It's an interesting total. I think Surrey haven't looked quite as assured with the bat, minus Danny Whitehodge's runs over the course of the early part of this season. I think it's interesting, Paige Schofield, they were sent out to open last week, but they could have opted for Bryony Smith to go out up top. Decided to send Schofield out. She's also had a kind of an up and down first half of the season. She scored that brilliant 89 here at the Kia Oval.
Kate Kopak it is with the second over, and it's a first ball for Monaghan. Won't get a run as she drives it into the covers.
But she hasn't had that definitive score yet this season. She's threatened it, but she's just yet to get into her work completely. And we saw Surrey in that rain-affected game last week bowled out for 164, albeit those changes to the length of the game impacting.
It's just got a bit gloomier here, a bit more cloud cover. Nice start this from Kopak. Hitting a good line, good length. Essex. Very noisy in the field. They know they're going to have to bowl well here. But as I say, pitch, as it's a one-day game, if this was, I don't know, a championship game or a test match here, you'd sort of be saying, well, it's got a green tinge to it for the first day, and then the sun will come out. By the afternoon of the second day, it'll be easier to bat on. But of course, this is a 50-over game now. This has gone past the outside edge, so it won't change a great deal. And there was a bit there for the Surrey bowlers, and there'll be a bit there for the Essex bowlers.
Yeah, it just nibbled a little bit.
Swung this morning.
Yeah.
Brown was getting the ball to swing.
Yeah, she bowled well, Maitland Brown. Very, very well. Pick of the bowlers in the comp so far this season.
Without a doubt. Monaghan drives out towards extra cover. Oh no, that's a horror. Oh my goodness. What is going on today?
I think the less said about that, the better.
What is going on? We had a bit of this during the Surrey innings as well. So Monaghan set off for a single that wasn't there, has ended up stood next to Schofield. The throw's come in. Oh dear, that's a horrible piece of cricket all round. It really is. The less said about all of that, the better really. Amara Carr there. Probably had time to dive full length and hit the stumps. This is edged by Monaghan. And then it's sort of hit McLeod there at first slip, and Monaghan will get off the mark. But there has been some scruffy work in the field today for run-outs, hasn't there?
There has. I'm inclined not to blame Amara Carr too much for that one. The throw could have been better.
Could have been, but she took it on the half volley and had plenty of time to get back to the stumps.
She did, but those are always difficult. Your face kind of wants to turn away from the ball as you take those on the half volley, and then you're off balance anyway.
Still should have been run out.
Yeah, it should have been run out. I'm just trying to defend Amara Carr as a fellow keeper in that situation. But no, poor cricket all round.
It was a horrible piece of cricket. It really was. 2 gone.
So how many of those have we seen today? We saw the run out.
4.
Yeah.
About 4 of them. Actually, to be fair to Amara Carr as well, she should get a shout from someone there that she's got a bit more time than she thought.
There we go. Defence for Amara Carr.
Yeah, I'm not going to completely defend her because still should have been run out. But she should have got a shout from someone to tell her she had a bit more time. As it is, they're both still there. As Monaghan drives out towards cover point. And there's no run. What I would say, it was a horrible piece of running between the wickets as well. There was never a single there. And I think as a fielding side, when you haven't run out 2 batters who are stood at the same end, you do think to yourselves, we may not have got that quite right. But Surrey were guilty of it as well. Looking to cut here is Monaghan. Taken by Carr, moving away to her right-hand side.
Yeah, minus those occasions I thought Jemima Spence did. Brilliant job behind the stumps in that Surrey innings.
Oh yeah, no, great. But you know, both sides are honest enough now to look at this at the end of the day and say, in those situations, we can't be missing opportunities like that on a regular basis. And pushes this one out towards cover.
Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it? Because you practice those kinds of things a million times over in training. You take your catches,
but when it's
do your throws.
in the middle.
I always thought it must be one of the most frustrating things as a coach when your side isn't fielding well, doing all the drills perfectly, and somehow in a match it just all completely goes out the window.
There's that pressure, and isn't there, and slight chaos, and actually, as you say, Carr took it really, really well. But in those situations as well, how often do you hear people like me say, more time than you thought, and that's why she should have got a shout from somewhere, but she didn't, and she sort of ended up trying to throw it back to hit the stumps. But yeah, well, Monaghan would have thought, oh, that's me done for the day. Single here. One more to the total.
I think the more kind of galling offence than the fielding is the running between the wickets, because that is
Horrible.
something.
But we saw it with Essex as well. It's just sort of tearing off for the single when there's never a run there, really. And they've all played quite a lot of their cricket together. But it does happen. But we've had a lot of it in this game. It's that old, that the coaches will say something along the lines, it's hard enough to take 10 wickets, let alone 14. When you're giving opportunities like that a let go. But it happens. But I can't remember a game where there's been so many of those in a game. With sort of two batters stood at the same end. And then the fielding not quite being what the sides wanted it to be. And as you say, there would have been some tearing of hair in the Surrey bowling and fielding, and there might have been a little bit there in the Essex dugout as well.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of time to go in this game, but if you're Essex and you're looking at where that innings went wrong, yes, Surrey.
It's nicely bowled. Just getting that to nip back. God, that was an uncomfortable delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah.
For Monaghan.
Just to finish the thought, Surrey culpable in the field of several errors, but the run out of Joe Gardner, which was really unnecessary, just she was starting to turn the game in that very brief period. That'll be one of those moments that they look back on and go, that was a crucial point. And then perhaps, don't know yet, but perhaps that early stage run out in their bowling innings. That's another they'd look back to.
Yep, absolutely. Wide here. 8 without loss, Surrey. Yeah, I think from an Essex point of view, they need some early wickets, don't they? And obviously, Danny White-Hodge is going to be very, very important in this. She's been in wonderful form.
Yeah, I was saying to Cam earlier, or Cam was saying to me, either way, I was discussing it with Cam earlier. Despite all of the England players Surrey has lost, it's still interesting that Danny White-Hodge is carded to come in so low down. So earlier mentioned they could have opted for Bryony Smith to open the batting, could have very easily opted for Danny White-Hodge to open the batting. And talking about how Surrey approached this chase.
Again, down the leg side, wide will be the signal.
With the ball just doing a little bit for Surrey during that innings, perhaps if it was slightly flatter, if conditions were slightly easier to bat in, they might have sent Danny White-Hodge out top.
Yeah, I did mention that as well to Cam. I suppose you don't want to lose her, do you, in sort of those. But if Danny White-Hodge did come out and played as Danny White-Hodge does, as this is driven off a thick edge by Schofield, and they'll get a single, you'd have taken an awful lot of this total out of the equation. But they've stuck to what they've been doing, and again, in a way, there's consistency there, isn't there? And Schofield and Monaghan have done this job a fair amount now in the Metro Bank. Sun's come out again, which is very pleasant.
Yeah, I guess especially when you've got so many players coming in and out, you want to keep that kind of consistency where they've got that game plan of Danny coming in lower down the order. Just to read out her stats from the competition this year, she's batted 4 times. 2 of those times have resulted in centuries, 1.5 century, averaging 94.25.
Yep. It's not bad, is it?
No, it's decent.
You'd be happy with that.
It's a decent effort.
At the start of the season. I just wonder if at some point we can just see a couple of those run-out chances that we've had today, because I can't remember seeing so many in one game. As this is tucked away very neatly and very tidily by Monaghan. Down to the boundary rope for 4. Kopak just drifting onto her pads and nicely helped on its way down towards fine leg. And first boundary for Monaghan. Just looking at the rate required, which you can see there, 4.64. The rate required, which in a 50 over game, you're happy with that. You can keep control of that sort of rate required. There's that's nipping back. That's nicely bowled again by Kopak. Just a little bit of movement back in. End of the over.
Good end, that to a slightly messy over. There's 2 wides in a boundary. But Essex will have come out knowing that they probably need to bowl Surrey out in order to get over the line in this game.
Yeah, that would be their talk at half time. We've got to bowl Surrey out. It's funny though, isn't it? There are some 50 over games, but that looks like that's the obvious way to sort of do it when you're defending a low total, and then the opposition don't really get going as well, and it can actually end up very close when not all the wickets have gone. Here's a good shot from Schofield. It's just slightly over pitched, but Schofield there just brings that bottom hand into it at the last moment to make sure it's going A, past the stumps, and B, not towards the mid-on fielder. Very nice piece of batting, that.
Yeah, down the ground
Schofield.
again. Down the ground again from Schofield. It's a really strong area for her. She places it so well.
Got a slip in there. Schofield timing this one, but straight to the fielder. Stood up there at mid-off. She's played that one blockbusting innings so far in the Metro Bank. There's Paige Schofield. Can she do the same again today? Well, she's pulling here. I think this will get to the rope. Yes, it will, because there's a little misfield down there on the boundary. So a couple of boundaries in this over for Paige Schofield. And Schofield opening the batting. I think she's one of those that a couple of boundaries early and it gets her going. Gets her into her rhythm.
Yeah, you mentioned that innings from Schofield earlier in the competition. That was here. That was at the Kia Oval.
Well, at one point she was on for 100.
She was on for the fastest women's list 800 of all time at one point. She ended up with 89 off 42 balls.
Well, I spoke to her afterwards, and obviously it was still quite early in this Paige Schofield opening the batting. And she said she was really, what was it, her second game of doing it? She said she was really, what she enjoyed about it was the fielding restrictions, because it means that she can play her shots and she knows there's only 2 out for that first 10 overs. Clipped firmly up towards mid-on. Eva Gray up there does the fielding.
Yeah, well, it's where everyone wants to be, isn't it? So many players who want to bat in that top order.
Yes, well, A, the fielding restrictions, and B, new ball coming onto the bat. And these days as well, you don't see too many 50 over games where the ball does all sorts. That's well bowled.
Brilliant
that
take.
Is beautifully taken. Lovely piece of keeping that, because that went very, very late. See this again, just jag back. That was not an easy piece of work for Amara Carr, but she made it look easy. So you can see Eva Gray there's having a bit of a natter. Monaghan and Schofield having a chat about all this. I think Surrey will be quite happy with this start. They're up with what's needed. Both the batters have hit boundaries. So start of the 6th over. Keeping that slip in there quite rightly. And full of length, Monaghan clips this up to Eva Gray, who's been busy already as Eva Gray. Stood up there at mid-on. See the crowd there. Sort of sat in the bottom tier of the pavilion, still getting the sun, but wearing their overcoats. In the Peter May stand, anybody sat in there, I would have thought it's quite warm in there. But I hear now I was told that you think it's cold today and chilly.
Well,
is that correct?
I think the judge of that is that I've put a jumper on since I was up here earlier.
Because I think in the sun it's quite nice.
We'll have to agree to disagree.
Nicely played there by Monaghan. Just a roll of the wrists.
I think we're at the stage of the year where some people decide it's time for shorts, and then they don't change their minds until late September.
Oh, I wear shorts all year round.
Time of the year. I don't understand it.
I like shorts. I like a pair of shorts. I think I'd have been quite a good postie, because a lot of posties wear shorts all year round.
I can definitely see you being a postie.
Yeah, thank you. Well, when this all goes wrong, at least I've got something to fall back on.
Would you have a dog? Lots of posties go about with dogs.
Do they?
Maybe this is a small Hampshire village thing, but...
Well, it's a good walk for the dog, isn't it? He's looking to pull here. Here's Schofield. Doesn't really time this at all. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen a postie with a dog.
I would have thought it'd be a requirement.
No, I don't know. I don't know if it is. I suppose in a bigger area, the poor dog might be exhausted by the end of your round. And you see a lot of posties are on bikes, aren't they? There's driving. Good shot from Schofield. Powerful shot that from Schofield. She's quick to jump on anything slightly over-pitched. And again, you'll see here, that bottom hand comes into this. And that's down to the long-on boundary rope for 4.
Yep, that area again. I think we have very different visions of the kind of postman you'd be.
I see myself as a walking postie without a dog. Again, looking to go down the ground here is Schofield. Thick inside edge onto front pad and rolls away into the leg side.
See, I can see you as a walking postie with a dog who can sometimes be found sitting by his van, elongating his round, sitting in the sun.
Oh yeah, be a lot of that.
Dog at the feet.
I'm not sure everybody would get their post on time.
That's a minor detail.
Especially if the sun came out.
I think it's the lifestyle and the aesthetic we're talking about here. The logistics can wait.
I'll take that. Thank you. As I say, if this all goes wrong, it's forward goes Schofield. And there's no run. 6 gone. And I think Surrey will be happy with this. They should be 1 down. They're not. And they've got 29 on the board after 6 without doing anything too spectacular, really. A couple of very nice shots down the ground by Paige Schofield, and Monaghan that little flick off her hip for 4.
Yeah, bar the run out, it's been pretty perfect from these two. Doing exactly what they need to do. Not overextending themselves early on. Just letting that scoreboard tick over.
Well, here comes Eva Gray. Knows this place very, very well, of course, does Eva. Coming into this, she's been at Essex now for about 3 years, hasn't she? 2-3 years.
A while.
Yep. Good cricketer, Eva Gray. And she'll know she'll need to take some wickets here. Monaghan will be on strike. I'd like a van.
We can get you a van.
Yep, posty van. But what I would do is park van and then do the rest of the round via foot. Start of the 7th over.
Not to get too sidetracked by the postman line of thought, but I think there's a similarity between being a postman and liking cricket. I'm not saying that posties traditionally like cricket, but I think there's a very similar energy between people who like cricket and postmen.
Well, I think I'm right in saying there's some cricketers who, before it was sort of 12-month contracts and fully pro'd up, their winters were spent being posties, and then when they retired, they became posties as well. This is down the leg side. That's taken by Carr away to her left, wide the signal. Well, I suppose there are similarities, but during the summer, spend a lot of your time in the sun.
Shorts out in cold weather, apparently.
Shorts out in cold weather.
Did you ever have a post round?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever have a post round?
When I was little?
Yeah, the paper round.
Oh, I had a paper round, yes. As a little inside edge on this from Monaghan. Nicely bowled by Eva Gray. Oh, yes, I had a post round when I was little. Used to go around on my bike. Couldn't afford a BMX. It was always my dream to have a BMX, so I had a grifter. They were heavy old things. And did the old postal round. That's nicely played. Just opening the face here, Monaghan. Runs that down to deep third. We'll get a single. 31 for 1. 31 without loss. Apologies. Yes, it wasn't like a long post round. It was just round the village. Bit of pocket money from that. Bit of pocket money. Les Taylor.
Postie?
Former England bowler. He became a postie. Nicely bowled by Eva Gray. Just politely played that by Paige Schofield. Down to backward point.
Yeah, it's a good retirement plan. I've always thought on a different, maybe slightly different vibes, but I've always thought being a driving instructor would be quite a good retirement plan if you can stomach the fear.
Yes. I don't really like driving. That would be the main problem with that.
There you go.
It used to be as well that there was sort of a lot of cricketers as well during those sort of winter months would, I don't know, work on building sites, some of them, and clean windows and do whatever you could to get some money in during the 6 months of the winter. Go abroad and play a bit of club cricket as well, of course. Oh, Monaghan outside edge, and it flies, absolutely flies between Carr and McLeod. So it's bisected slip and keeper absolutely perfectly there, because Monaghan's thrown the bat at that. That couldn't have bisected them any better. It's gone straight between them. And down to the boundary rope for 4. So disappointment there for Eva Gray. There we are. Look at that. That's the way to do it. Bit of scoring being done there. Very nice. So Surrey are ahead of the rate now. They're going at 5.14. They're 36 without loss. Hasn't been by any stretch a chanceless first 7 overs for Surrey, but both the openers are still there, and it's Sophia Smale is coming into the attack now, so it's our first look at spin for Essex. Starting the 8th over, left arm around the wicket, and the first one's down the leg side, and wide is the signal.
Sorry, I will leave the postie chat in a minute, but you've just stirred a memory in me that in a previous life, just before specialising in cricket journalism, I dabbled a little bit in football, and I interviewed former England women's captain Karen Walker.
Yes.
And if my memory serves me rightly, she was a postie while she was England women's captain.
There you are.
Given that the side weren't professional at that point. Unless I'm completely making that up.
Well, even if you are, it's a cracking story, as that, and don't let that stop you, as that hits the pad, looking to turn it into the leg side. Was Schofield. There was a shout for LBW, but always going down the leg side. Smale goes shorter of length here. That's cut away into the covers by Schofield. And Stroll a single. Trying to think as well. You mentioning football there. So there was an England men's footballer, played for Nottingham Forest as well, Neil Webb. He became a postie, as this is pulled away. It's not really a sweep, that. It's as much sort of down on one knee and then pulling it from Monaghan. And picks up a couple. Moves on to 17. Yes, he retired from professional football. So, you know, I'm sure he saved up a bit of cash, but then became a postman. Or a postie. As forward goes Monaghan. Nicely played.
I believe the idea with Walker, anyway, if I am correct, but basically I've definitely interviewed someone who was a postie.
Okay.
But I believe it was Karen Walker.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea was that it was a flexible enough job, or the postal service were understanding enough that when she needed to go away on tour, the job would still be waiting when she came back.
Yeah. And training as well. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
Training. It's well fielded. Had extra cover.
So I believe she became a policewoman when she retired.
Ah. Well, I suppose if there had been a crime in her postal area, she would have been able to find where it was, because she'd have remembered from delivering the post.
On the beat.
End of the over. First one with spin. So Surrey going exactly 5 and over now. At 40 without loss. A good opening partnership from these two. Nice solid start in this run chase of 228. There is quite a strong breeze going across the ground at the moment. See the Surrey flag there fluttering in the breeze. But I don't think there's any bad weather on the way, but it's sort of a bit more cloudy now, but those clouds are going quickly across the ground. Gray is in, shout for LBW as Schofield looks to whip round that front pad, always going down the leg side. So
I've always liked that from umpires, when one side is a feeling and they move the hand to the pocket.
Oh, did you see what happened yesterday in the men's championship?
I did.
Oh, dearie me. For anybody who didn't see it, that's definitely going down the leg side. It was the Somerset Glamorgan game, which got very, very tense. As, Schofield drives dropped at cover by Miller. And again, that's another chance that really should have been taken. Schofield wasn't quite to the pitch of it. I wonder if Miller thought that was getting to her quicker than it actually did, because she's ended up trying to take that very low down. Yeah. She got both hands to it. So that's alive for Schofield. Bowled. It doesn't really matter too much, because Eva Gray has hit the top of middle stump there. Paige Schofield was just trying to flick that through mid-wicket. It's a nice piece of bowling from Eva Gray. It'll be interesting to see this again. Schofield gone for 18. But saw the length and thought Yep, I'll whip this through the leg side. See it again here. Yeah, I think she's actually just sort of ended up playing. Yeah, it's just nipped back a touch, hasn't it? But almost playing round it, really. Paige Schofield, but it's a good bit of bowling from Eva Gray. Miller will feel happy about things now, having just dropped at the ball before.
Yep.
Good from Eva Gray.
Yeah, top work from Eva Gray. Paige Schofield just misjudged that one slightly. Thought it was coming across her more than it was. Walking down as well. It's one of those that doesn't look good on the replay. There we go, there's a bat test for you.
Ah, well, yes, of course. And it is Bryony Smith making her way to the middle. So, Essex will feel better about life now. They've got a wicket. There's Bryony Smith this summer in the Metro Bank. Hugely destructive batter is Bryony Smith. It's been a little short of runs in the last couple of games. That's her first ball from Eva Gray. Oh, she's off the mark with a boundary where she has tied that to perfection. She's hardly touched that. Bryony Smith, that's nothing more, Katya, than a roll of the wrist from Bryony Smith. That has whistled off to the boundary rope.
Yeah, I think that's the best timed boundary you've seen all game.
Yeah, that is a nice way to get started for Bryony Smith.
Yeah, that was the area Schofield was just looking to hit through. Bryony Smith comes in, bish. That's how you do it.
One of those nice ones, I'd have thought, where probably didn't even feel that Bryony Smith, just timed it so well. She's turning this one into the leg side. Oh dear, and there's a misfield here. This could be a second boundary for Bryony Smith. No, Griffith does well. Recovers and sprints back and just knocks the ball inside the boundary rope. So it's a couple more for Bryony Smith.
Just on seeing the umpire put Bryony Smith's bat through the gauge there. I believe testing the bat has been a bit more hot this year.
Well, we saw Kira
umpires.
Chatley in the last home game. Don't get me on my high horse about that. Outside edge from Bryony Smith down towards deep third. And we'll pick up a single, but Eva Gray with the wicket of Schofield there. And 9 gone. And Surrey chasing that 228 for victory.
I spoke to Yorkshire captain Lauren Winfield-Hill about bat testing this year. She said that there's a lot more testing of the bats that's been going on the field. What interested me was, she said, I think it was in the Yorkshire game against Somerset, but I can't remember. She opened the innings and then was checked after 2 overs, and I was thinking, just checking when they come on the field.
But this is my point. There's no consistency to it. Plus, the other thing is, okay, fair enough. If Kira's bat didn't fit through the bat gauge, then it didn't fit. But she didn't actually use the bat at all. As, Bryony Smith's looked to pull, it's got a top edge, and Bryony Smith has gone for 7. And Smale takes the wicket. And her run of low scores here continues for Bryony Smith. Saw it was short. And just looked to pull it round the corner, got a top edge, and it fairly looped to short fine. So Bryony Smith goes for 7 in the 10th. And Surrey lose their second wicket.
Yeah, 2 in quick succession there for Surrey. Having started so beautifully, they're now 2 down. Just completely misjudges the length on that one, Bryony Smith. Doesn't bounce. Oh, it bounces a bit more than she was expecting.
Oh, I tell you what, it was one of those horrible ones as well, because it was sort of probably spinning a bit, and Dowse was underneath it. Now, it looks a fairly straightforward catch, that, but it's one of those that probably spinning off the top edge.
Yeah, it was loopy, that one.
Yeah.
A loopy catch. But she didn't, if it kept down, she wanted to sweep it, but ended up playing a bit of a stiff cross bat to the top edge.
So the captain is out there. Alice Davison-Richards, hugely experienced, of course. Averaging, as you can see there, those are her numbers this summer. hugely experienced now. Alice Davison-Richards. Looks to me like she's enjoyed her day of captaincy.
She does. Well, she had the incident of being taken out of the attack.
Yes, that wasn't ideal, was
No.
it? No, but I think, yeah, she looks as if she's enjoyed being captain today. First ball, she's driving straight back down the pitch. Smale does the fielding off her own bowling.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because Kira Chatley was named Surrey's 50-over captain before the start of the season. But over the winter, she was involved in those England training camps and has since been called up to the ODI squad. And the ODI squad feels like a group of players England are planning on developing over the next 50-over World Cup cycle, which we're just at the start of. So it's interesting if Chatley does end up missing more of the One Day Cup this season and in future seasons for Surrey. It's interesting how that will play out and what that leadership will look like.
Well, it had always been the plan. Quick singles taken here. Oh, that's good. From Carr behind the stumps. Really, what they should just let Carr do is do all the throwing herself, because that was ideal, wasn't it? Because she's hit the stumps, but Alice Davison-Richards was safely home to get off the mark. That's a great bit of work, but very safely home. Well, it's Alice Davison-Richards, so she's off the mark. I think it was always that sort of, because she did a bit of it last year, didn't she? Bryony will captain in the T20s, Bryony Smith. So that's the end of the power play. A couple of wickets in that power play for Essex and 48 runs for Surrey. I think you're right. I think, you know, she's such a talent, Kira Chatley. There is a good chance that she could be away for periods of time now.
I think Chatley's always stood out as having massive leadership potential. All the time she's been here. She strikes me as quite a deep thinker about the game, got a good cricket brain on her. Obviously being that engine room behind the stumps as well. She's got a good view of the game. But behind Amy Jones, whose place in that England side has been pretty secure for the last decade, she is the standout keeping option across the county circuit. Amy Jones, I think about 33 now, so not guaranteed to make that next 50-over World Cup.
Yeah, and her batting's come on in the last couple of seasons.
Well, she had that brilliant season in the 100 last year.
Well, she's added power to her game as well, hasn't she? She really has. Leg by here. Off the first ball of the 11th over, she really has added. I can remember sort of coming back a couple of seasons ago. She was launching balls left, right and centre. As Monaghan gets an outside edge here. Gray thought she was through her there. Thought that was going to hit the front pad and shout would have gone up for LBW. But again, as the 50 comes out, that shows what the whole turning pro is all about, because it enables Kira Chatley to work in the gym on strength and then practice hitting balls, and well, the proof's in the pudding, really.
Yeah, exactly.
So 50 up for Surrey in this 11th over. Now, that wasn't too far away from the outside edge of Alice Davison's bat. She's almost playing that as if she's trying to just open the face and guide that down to third. Yeah, I think she was. Nice bit of bowling again from Eva Gray.
Yeah, bit indecisive there from Alice Davison-Richards. It is interesting, though, that two Surrey players are now England's backup keepers. Got Alice Capsey as a backup for Amy Jones in the T20 group.
How much keeping has she actually done?
Well, she's never, I believe, this is easily fact checked, so I might be wrong, but I don't believe Capsey's ever kept in a professional game.
I don't think she has.
But she started as keeper. She initially came into the England squad as a backup keeper a few years ago, but she hasn't really kept since. And then I interviewed her on Wisden Women's Cricket Weekly podcast a few weeks ago, and she said that she'd picked up the gloves again in February on one of those training camps. And I think that was probably a good move. I think that was probably in conversation with Charlotte Edwards and keeping coach and all that kind of thing. There is that gap in the side for a keeper who bats in the top 6, who can really put pressure on Amy Jones for her place. And I think given that Katya's been kind of in and out of the side over the last year or so, she spied that as a potential opportunity to secure her place a bit
especially
more.
in 2020 as well.
Yeah.
Because it's just 20 overs of keeping.
Yeah, and when you look at the all-rounders England have got fit again, they've got Danny Gibson, they've got Freya Kemp, they've got plenty of spin bowling all-round options as well. Being that all-round package the Katya is doesn't get her automatically in the side as it might do in another setup. So having that other skill to her repertoire is pretty important. In reality, I think Katya is only there as a backup keeper if something happens to Amy Jones mid-game. I think should she get injured in training or should she get an injury that rules her out of matches, then England would probably look to call up Kira Chatley to the squad. But by having Katya in the side,
just in case,
especially without Tammy Beaumont.
Smale, 12th over. This is pulled down the ground. Just be a single. One more to the total. Monaghan moves on to 18. The other thing is in the way we're going with cricket and the general sort of direction of travel, it's not a bad thing to be able to do on the franchise circuit either, as this is pulled away by Davidson Richards out there to deep mid wicket, because everybody's looking for top 5 batter who can keep wicket as well.
Yeah, I think that'll be the interesting thing with Katya as well. How much is this a dedicated move to making herself into that kind of keeper? Because we know how important it is to have a keeper who can stand up to the paces, and how much a keeper of high quality is really valuable in saving you runs and taking wickets. I mean, we've seen today with some really good keeping behind the stump how important that is, and whether Katya can make that gap from being a stopgap keeper to being someone who can be picked as a keeper in her own right.
Oh, this is a lovely shot from Monaghan. Oh, that's a beautiful bit of batting. Just bounced, but she was waiting for it. Didn't try and overhit that, didn't try and cut it, just let it hit the bat and guide it away. It's a super piece of batting. 56 for 2 now, sorry. Well, it'd be interesting, won't it? Because I've always thought of Alice as sort of a batter who can bowl you some very handy overs of off spin. But if this is going to be maybe a new direction for her, but as you say, it's probably as much as well that in case something happens to Amy Jones mid-game or something, and then you've got someone there who can take over and do the job. 12 gone then, 56 for 2. And I'm going to leave you, Katya, and you are going to be joined by one of the great spinners in, a postcode. As we were talking about posties, Cameron Ponsonby's on his way.
Yeah, I'll leave you to go figure out your route for your rounds. Surrey just rebuilding here after those 2 quick wickets. Started the innings so well. Still up with the run rate. Not that that's going to be a problem, you would think. Tidy from Eva Gray again. She's been exceptional for Essex over the start of the season. Really, really good cricketer, Eva Gray.
Hello, Katya.
Hi, Cam.
Enjoying this early spell from Eva Gray. A cricket smarts cricketer is what I've heard a lot about Eva Gray. She's a very intelligent player. So use lots of variation, gets the ball to nibble off the surface. And we do have a game on our hands. Surrey have the trump card of Danny White-Hodge waiting in the wings. But Essex have started well.
It's very tidy from Eva Gray. She picked up that wicket. It really got Essex in the game. Really important that they keep the pressure up here. What Surrey did so well was keep a lid on those runs, keep scoring tight, limit those opportunities, and that created the pressure.
4 dots in a row. Feels like an important part of the innings, not just in the kind of your normal start of a run chase way, but with Essex having Eva Gray at one end and Sophia Smale at the other, it feels like a moment where they've got real control at both ends. Wide, and Davidson Richards looks to throw her hands through the ball, but the ball just tailed back in. Got a bit straighter on her.
It's been an intriguing game so far. It's felt like it's constantly been kind of on an edge where it could go one way or the other. No side's really fully got on top of the other, apart from Surrey early on in that bowling innings, but Essex fought back well.
And there is the width. Capitalised on by Davidson Richards, and so frustrating for Gray. They've been a perfect over up until that point, but a final ball boundary just releases the pressure, and after 13 overs, Surrey are 60 for 2.
That's well played by Alice Davidson Richards. Beautiful shot on the front foot. Lovely drive.
It's been an understated start to the season for ADR. Just the 1 half century, although there was a 48 that came against Somerset as well. She had to get whipped out of the attack today with ball in hand for 2 head-high beamers, the second of which just completely slipped out of her hand and flew all the way over the head of the batter. Nice from Smale. Nice from Monaghan as well. Just giving herself room. I'm going to get my stats up for the Essex wicket takers.
Yeah, it's kind of felt that Surrey are constantly on the edge of putting themselves in a dominant position without quite getting there, is how I'd sum up this game. Plenty of time left to go. They could have run through Essex after those early wickets, but they didn't, mostly thanks to Florence Miller. They could have established themselves really early on, but those 2 quick wickets, Paige Schofield and Bryony Smith, pegged them back a little bit. Surrey still in prime position.
Nicely played by Monaghan. Both giving herself room to access the offside and then shuffling across and turning her face on the bat to pick up a single. Wickets have been hard to come by for Essex so far this year. They don't have a bowler who's averaging less than 30 with the ball. The best average on show is Eva Gray's 30.3. That's whipped, and that's a good dot ball for Essex. That could have, probably should have found its way to the boundary, and Davidson Richards takes herself off for a walk. I had an awful tick when saying Davidson Richards' name last year. I kept on calling her Davidson Richardson. Flowed off the tongue. Sweeper drops out for the last ball of the over. Beautifully bowled by Sophia Smale. Another over ticks by. 14 gone now here at the Kia Oval. It's 61 for 2. Well, Maitland Brown. Well, Maitland Brown has been a superb signing for Surrey with both bat and ball in hand. More signed for her bowling attributes, but you can see she's been very handy with some lower order runs there. It might not look spectacular, fewer than 100 runs, average of 23. But the way I described her to our colleague Mark Church earlier was she's a very grown-up cricketer. I'd trust her. I'd trust her to do lots of things. If I needed anything of importance done, I'd trust her to get the job done. Eva Gray to continue. Oh, I just thought I'd heard a tiny little nick there, but we carry on.
You've come up with a few phrases that...
Trustworthy cricketer. Makes things happen.
I think you should be looked at saying with a tap on the nose kind of thing.
It's sneaky. I think
Makes things happen. Trustworthy cricketer. Smart cricketer. Smart's about her. That's what you said about Eva Gray.
Yep. We operate in cliches here at the Kia Oval. Full appeal for LBW. The umpire says no. I wonder if there was a tiny bit of bat involved. It was tailing away down the leg side. Potentially too much just to clip that leg stump.
Yeah, a bit of movement through the air again from Eva Gray. We saw the Surrey bowlers get a little bit of that. Eva Gray also picking up on it. Dangerous times out there. Just with the breeze as well.
Short, pulls. And that'll be 4. Good batting from Alice Monaghan.
Yeah, I just mentioned the breeze. It's coming across the ground, so across the wicket. Just hitting with that breeze over the top to the short boundary.
Well, that is just a miss from Eva Gray. She wasn't looking to go short there. Punished by Monaghan. It's so frustrating for Essex given how well they have been bowling. On the money. That wasn't that short. But Monaghan rocks back. Cuts the ball away. What's the potential trajectory of Monaghan's career? She made the move from Southern Vipers up to Surrey a year or so ago. It feels like she's both a very exciting cricketer who doesn't quite fall into the bracket of kind of unknown youngster anymore. She's 26. She doesn't feel like she's often mentioned in English circles. A very exciting cricketer who bowls with good pace, bats up the order, fields it extraordinarily well.
Yeah, I mean, she's part of that Vipers setup that won everything. Sometimes found it difficult to get into that side, especially when England players were available. And I think almost there's a bit of settling down still to be done from that initial county carve-up when last year we switched from the regional model to the county model. And I think there's some players who are still just kind of settling into those new roles. And also I think some players get lost in those roles. I mean, before the county model, we didn't often... Well, if we go even further back, before the regional model, we didn't really see a lot of players moving from counties. And players were really able to establish their own identities at clubs, become senior players. And then we had the regional model, which changed everything a little bit, but concentrated that talent, so players like Alice Monaghan and sometimes Paige Schofield and others actually struggled to get into those regional teams when everyone was available. And now we almost see a bit more of a settling down with the county system here to stay. As you said, 26 now, but that's still pretty young. Or I'm clinging on to that it's still very young. In the last week of being 26, I'm still
nice
clinging on to that.
It still counts.
Yep.
ADR gives herself some room. But you're right in that there's kind of that... There's a bracket of player who... And you see this kind of in the 100. They're the best players in the domestic game, all kind of in the upper echelons of the domestic game. But when you then go to the 100 and there's 3 or 4 overseas superstars in each team, they're in the 11s, but they're not necessarily doing a massive amount. Down the track, lifted up over mid-on. A couple of bounces, that's 4 runs from ADR. Bit of a pressure release for the Surrey skipper. He's on 7 off 20. See Smell not looking to be a massive turner of the ball. Just keeps on targeting those stumps. But Monaghan's played 30 matches in the 100, and she's batted in 13 of them and bowled in 7 of them. You assume on a couple of occasions those would have overlapped as well. So she hasn't necessarily been tested at the level above this yet. Full toss. Just 1 run down to long on.
Yeah, but I think you can also see, if you look at her 100 seasons, you can see that evolution, and she's always struck me as a player who keeps growing, if that makes sense. Not quite yet reaching that level, but if you look at her strike rates across the 100 and even across the course of the domestic season, they have shown quite a lot of improvement, and that's a sign, especially as a batter, or a batter going through the gears of early career, that you look to see them ticking and meeting that milestone. And I think also, I mentioned it earlier, but she does fit into that kind of bracket, not as much as others, but who almost got a little bit lost in the regional system, in that kind of initial concentration when the game was professionalising. And I think there became this kind of disconnect with players wanting to aspire to higher honours, but perhaps not having the opportunity to do so.
16 overs gone, 73 for 2. So expand on that point a little bit. There was when you talk about the disconnect, is that something you feel has been addressed now or over the last year, where when we moved to the new Tier 1 sides, there was a reconnection between the international and domestic game?
Yeah, and also the pathways beneath, I think those pathways became quite disjointed. Anecdotally, under the regional system, I knew a fair amount of people who were in county pathways before, who then didn't go into the regional system and who were lost to the game. I'm not saying these players necessarily would have gone on to have great careers, but they were lost in that regional setup because they simply didn't have access to getting into that pathway, because the regions covered such large swathes of the country. And if you look at players, if we look at some players England picked last year, like Emma Arlott, and even before, like Paige Schofield and Lindsay Smith coming through, I think those are players who everyone knew on the county circuit were really, really good county pros who suffered a bit from that disconnect.
Change of bowling from the Vauxhall. From the pavilion end, Sophie Munro back into the attack. Out! Simple as that. A short ball from Munro. Not necessarily an intentional one. Pull shot from Alice Davidson-Richardson, towed to Eva Gray at mid-wicket for the simplest of wickets. And the change has worked for Essex. And well, Katya, you mentioned how at no point in this game has either side really crept ahead, but just at a moment where Surrey would have been feeling increasingly comfortable, they've been reined back in.
Yeah, that's pretty soft from Alice Davidson-Richards. Straight into the hands. She'll be frustrated with that one. She had some signs that she was releasing the shackles, that boundary in the previous over. But she knows it. Could have picked either side of that fielder, and it's one of those that's went straight to her.
Well, she was early on the shot, just taking the toe end of the bat. That was a dismissal. There's times where as a batter you feel like you've been got out, and there are times where you feel like you've got yourself out. And that will be the latter for ADR on this occasion. But don't feel they've grown up in the rooms, arrived at the crease. Maitland Brown, promotion in the order for the Australian. She's coming in at number 5 here. Batted, well, down almost 8 and 9 at the beginning of the season. You can see her stats for the year so far. High score of 31. She came in and iced a run chase here at the Kia Oval a few weeks ago when there was the potential for it to get a little bit nervy. Dabs it in to the leg side.
Yep, still no Danny Whitehodge. I'm reminded of a game at Guildford last year, which I think you also might have been at, when Rihanna Sousby came in ahead of Elise Perry.
Yes, we did do that game together. Was that where we got some rain?
A little bit.
We ended up having a bit of a thrash at the end.
It was the game where a lorry driver going past, if you've never been to Guildford, which you should, it's brilliant ground, the road goes directly past the ground and there's a chain link fence separating the ground and the road. And a perfectly timed lorry beeps his horn just as Elise Perry was running into bowl, and she fell completely flat on her face with shock.
But it was an act of sabotage, of comedic sabotage. And I remember I was actually on I was on commentary at the time, and it got clipped up and went out on social media, and I sounded much angrier than I remember being.
I remember the game being held up quite a lot because all of the players on the field were absolutely killing themselves with
I want to say
laughter.
Alice Capsey was on straight, and the ball was bowled as well. It wasn't like the game stopped. I
Yeah.
think Perry bowled the ball, fell over, Capsey blocked it, and everyone just had a laugh and a giggle and started again. 3 dots to start for Maitland Brown. Thick outside edge will get her off the mark. I just find it interesting talking to one of the players, women's players at my club, and she was explaining about how one of the difficulties, and there's always going to be challenges with a growing sport, and so my clubs play on Sunday, and they're playing it against a team up in Middlesex, and the club in Middlesex said, there's a Middlesex game on Sunday, can we play on Saturday? '17th over delivered. A good one from Sophie Munro. A wicket and just 1 run conceded. 74 for 3. Can we play on Saturday, because otherwise we'll be incredibly short? And my club agreed. They played the game on Saturday. And my club subsequently lost, which was we did take the mickey a little bit, because it was like, so you had the option of playing a weaker 11. You said no for the stronger fixture and then lost, and they said yes, that is exactly what happened. But the fact of the matter is, Tier 2 and Tier 3 is often played on Sundays across the country, and it's not a professional setup, so the people playing will also be club cricketers. And so when those games are on, the club games are massively reduced in standard, and if you are a very competent club cricketer and all the kind of young talents are being scooped away to play elsewhere, you're kind of left with a bit of a bizarre game on a Sunday where there's gaps in ability. Right, Smell to continue. Maitland Brown on strike. Half a stop at backward point. They'll get at least 2. Scrivens sets off. Thankfully for her, she has help on the boundary's edge. 2 runs added to the total.
Yeah, I guess as well that comes into play, given the depth of players that are going to be required this season. You think academy players going to be busier than they were last year, and that Tier 2 loan system as well. Tiers 2 and 3 players moving between those quite fluidly. You'd expect that to be a bit more strained as well.
An appeal. No dice from the umpire. Don't think Smell was convinced herself.
Yeah, Mara Carr liked it behind the stumps. Good take standing up.
No run. Again, they're just looking to build pressure through dots here, Essex. 3 fielders out on the boundary, 1 fewer than they are allowed to have. Mid-on and mid-off up in the ring. Half a hand allows them to take a single. Direct hit means they'll be interested in taking another. They ultimately decide against it. We're basically playing a game of chicken here. How long until one of Maitland Brown or Alice Monaghan decides to run down the track and lift Smell up over mid-on and mid-off?
Thought about that, did Alice Monaghan? Onto the front foot.
Well, no run to finish. 18 overs gone here. The match well poised at 77 for 3. Katya Witney is going to make way. I believe Phil Walker will be sliding in next to me for the next however many overs. With a match in the balance. 4.72 the run rate required, which is by no means intimidating, but it will continue to creep up and eventually potentially become a bit of a problem. Welcome, Phil.
Hi, yeah. Good game, this.
It's brewing. It's simmering. Munro with ball in hand. Tucks into the leg side, and Brown helps herself to another. Feels like she's been the proper overseas now, doing the batting and the bowling.
Yeah, just keeping Danny Wyatt-Bradman, as she was described earlier by one of our number, as just lurking there. I feel like she remains the key figure really in this run chase.
They scamper through for a quick single. Well run by Surrey. It feels a little bit. Do you remember when you'd play kind of Sunday games growing up, and you knew the opposition had their best batter at like 8 or something for kind of, because they didn't want to come in too early and dictate the passage of play. I feel a little bit like that now, where Essex will keep on chipping away at this top order. And the good news, if they take one more wicket, is they've got Surrey 4 wickets down. The bad news is Danny White-Hodge will be in town. Pull should just be one. Fielded well out in the deep by Griffith. Now we've just seen 4 bowlers from Essex so far, so that's another thing to keep an eye on for both parties. We're almost 20 overs into this chase. Full slight appeal for LBW.
2 noises, I think. Slightly leg side as well.
For run out as well. It's all happening here at the Kia Oval, but the result is 1 leg by.
There's been quite a few direct hits, actually. None of them have actually got the job done yet today. There's been so many leg side-ish, so many marginal run-out calls and some chaos in the middle as well. Both teams have suffered from it all day, and there's been some pretty ordinary fielding as well, in truth, here and there.
It's a gentle over so far from Munro. A run scored off all 5 deliveries, only 3 of which have come off the bat. But these pain-free overs where Surrey can just tick along will be gold dust.
Yeah. In terms of those other overs, Cameron, obviously the skipper, you'd expect to see her at some point, Grace Scrivens, bowling her off breaks. Feels like they're going for broke at the moment. Their main 4 bowlers, they're throwing everything at it, trying to break the back of this game early and then hold on for dear life down the pipe. When you're defending just 227, then that's definitely the way to go.
Well,
there she is. How about that?
Looks like we're going to have that change right now. 19 overs gone, 83 for 3 here at the Oval. And the skipper has turned to herself. So 10 of the remaining 31 overs are going to have to be bowled by that 5th bowler, whatever makeup that may be. And I guess Essex's kind of self-calculation here to an extent is we're probably not going the distance. One of us is winning before full time.
Indeed.
And so if we only need to bowl 5 of myself, if you're talking in the shoes of Grace Scrivens, you don't need to rush your overs allocation. You can bowl yourself a couple now, maybe a couple further down the line, and you should be okay.
Yeah, exactly that. Joanne Gardner as well bowls a few floaty off breaks as well. Could be an option. But yeah, essentially, your front 4, your front line bowlers have to get it done.
In behind it. First up from Scrivens. It was one of those, she was an outside shout, almost like taking over as England captain when Heather Knight stepped down. She was mentioned in a few articles. 4 runs. 2 short and cut away behind square. Monaghan moves on to 34 from her 50th delivery faced.
Yeah, nice piece of timing. Bit uppish. And there's been quite a few runs leaked behind square. Very short boundary, unforgivingly short boundary. So it's a hard one to defend. But I do wonder, just one fielder behind square on the offside with that ultra short boundary. I I wonder if perhaps they want to try and get one more over from that leg side. It's standard stuff to be for a 4-5 leg side field when you're bowling right arm off breaks, 2 right-handed players. But with that boundary, try and tie them up, get one more over, squeeze it. At the minute, that fielder there is doing a lot of graft.
Well, it's 3 in a row where Scrivens has been cut. And your right fielder, the angle they'll be looking to bowl at, essentially slower, fuller, at the pads.
Thing is, they need wickets, Cam, and the temptation should be, I think, to bring one more over from the onside. There's currently 2 boundary riders, one of whom there, Cordelia Griffith, doing the work through the pigeons, but bring one over and force the cross-bat shot from a ball that is outside off stump. There's always that chance of a top edge or a drag on, or you miss a straight one. It's just a bit easy at the moment. You can just dab it into the offside like that, pick up a single. Not on this occasion, but more often than not, there's enough space there and you can milk the off spinner.
Well, 20 gone here at the Oval. The first over on show from Grace Scrivens. Sorry, 89 for 3. And we're 1 wicket away from the game beginning in full. Danny Wyatt-Hodge will stroll out to the middle at that point. And it's almost like in T20 cricket where teams hold back Rashid Khan for as long as they can. How much of the job can we get done? And how many of our remaining 12, 10, 8 overs can we use for Rashid Khan? So Surrey will be very happy if they can whittle down this total and Wyatt-Hodge comes out to play a little bit later on.
Yeah, just played 4 games this year. Kicked off with 124 against Warwickshire. Backed up with 96 against Durham. Missed out just 38 against Somerset. And then clattered back into imperious form with 119 against Hampshire. So there you go. 124, 96, 38 and 119.
That'll do.
That will do it.
Right, we're having a big discussion here between skipper and bowler. Imagine more so on the style of deliveries that is going to be bowled. The field remains the same. No fielders out on that leg side boundary. Just one out in the deep behind square. And a wide is bowled down the leg side. So unusual from Essex because throughout this match you have seen that shorter side defended as much as possible in effect. With a 5-4 field split, you're saying to Munro that she wants to bowl straight. She only has 1 fielder out on that leg side boundary, so runs potentially on offer for Surrey. Angled in again to the right-hander. Good so far from Munro.
Yeah, they've stuck to their task well here of Essex's medium pacers. What they might lack a bit in bite and edge, they make up for in accuracy for sure.
Bit too straight. And the fielder will have a job in the deep. Can't make her way around. And that's the risk that Essex are playing with here. Get 2 straight. And there doesn't need to be much of a shot in anger to bring 4 runs.
Yeah, just erred in line. Got to keep believing though of Essex. Go back to that game earlier in the season here against Yorkshire. It looked like an absolute walk in the park run chase for Surrey with Paige Schofield unstoppable, and then suddenly she went And then a few followed in quick succession, and in the end, Surrey got it done, but only by 3 wickets. A useful partnership at the end to ensure that Jemima Spence and Kalia Moore got them basically up to the line. But there is always that chance. Essex have to keep believing here. Surrey still need 134.
No, I think Essex are very much in this game. They've got to remember, Alice Monaghan, her batting career is still quite young, as it were. She only has 1 list day 50 to her name. Maitland Brown has none. She's doing a job she doesn't normally do up the order. And so if you chip away at the batting order, yes, there's England's Danny White-Hodge mixed into the middle of it at number 6. You've still got players either side who don't have an enormous amount of runs behind them. 21 overs gone here, 94 for 3. The run rate so far is 4.48. The run rate required is 4.62. So all under control from a Surrey's perspective so far. We have another meeting you can see on the right-hand side of your screen. Scrivens and Eva Gray having a chat. Scrivens is going to bowl again, and that fielder at backward point is being shuffled further square. No, it's the boundary sweeper who's been asked to go a little bit squarer. And Eva Gray's still giving a bit more advice to her skipper. We still have a 4-5 field. So Scrivens is still going to be targeting those stumps, trying not to offer any width.
I just think it makes it so hard for the off-break bowler bowling with this field. With the pitch skewed so far over towards that side.
I think that's probably a good example of what you're talking about there. That was a length delivery on-off stump, and Monaghan's first response to it is, can I get back and cut it?
I guess it keeps her interested. One might scuttle along the floor. Break through the defences. She started okay after that early boundary in the first over. She's come back pretty well here.
I think Monaghan's just taken herself off for a little reset there.
That's the spot though. Managed to parry it. Brilliant work, in fact. Backward point. Keep it just down to a single. But as a batter, you can just wait for that one. And so there's always the release shot available for you. It's not a bad ball, but it's a pretty much risk-free shot. No slip either, so even a little outside edge will run away. And there's another one. Got to plug that gap for me.
So where would you be bringing
well,
your
this is it.
fielder over
this
from?
Is it. So that's
yeah.
so you have a woman on the 45 and then a backward square leg on the boundary. I haven't seen too many sweeps, haven't seen too many laps yet. So I would be tempted probably to bring the fielder over from the 45, stick her in that slot and try and squeeze. If you're feeling really daring.
Shot. Monaghan shows some power down the ground. And that's a killer for Essex. A 6th ball boundary and what had been an otherwise pretty tight over from Scrivens and Essex. But just as they thought they were building some pressure, a little bit of length on offer from the off spinner. And Monaghan punishes her down the ground. 100 for 3 after 22.
Yeah, one of the shots of the day. Really clean hit. But they can't let this game drift. This is not a conventional game scenario here. It's not a case of just trying to keep a team under 250, 260. This would be a fine field and a fine set of tactics if that were the case. But you're defending just 227 on a quick scoring ground. So you've got to create something here.
Well, we do have a change of bowling. Eva Gray back into the attack, replacing Sophie Munro.
It's a good move, but give her a chance. Get her a slip in here.
I have a feeling, I'm going to go back and check, but I cannot remember if Amara Carr was up to the stumps previously when Eva Gray was bowling.
I don't think she was.
Or not. She was back, and slip was in place as well. I think up to the stumps is good. Pins the batter to the crease.
Yep.
Let's her use that seam a bit like that. That one's just sneaking down the leg side. But Gray's a very skillful operator, and she'll get the ball to nibble off the surface. We've got a very simple game plan here on show from Essex, from the pavilion end. Gray is going to try and target the stumps and get one to beat the inside or outside edge and hit the stumps. And again, movement on offer from Gray. Good so far from the Essex seamer. That need for a wicket will increase. Sorry, continue just to tick along without too much drama. This partnership only standing at 27, but in run chases of 220, still substantial.
Oh!
Just evades the fielder at mid-wicket. She might even get 4 for it, and she does. There's no justice sometimes for a bowler. And Gray had done what she's tried to do. She's got the ball to move off the surface. It's taken the inside half of Brown's bat and just evaded the fielder at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's actually timed not too badly, really. But yeah, I feel on the edge of the circle would have been straight in the buckets.
That's a loose ball from Gray. Gets away with it.
They just lack a little bit of magic, don't they? A bit of fantasy in their attack. Maybe a wrist spinner or a left armour or someone with a bit of pace. It's an honest attack, but it's a bit functional. Essex are doing lots of things good this year. They've won 3 on the spin. They're getting a batting lineup together that is threatening for sure. And obviously they're bringing through a real star in Jodie Grucock, who's not with us today because she's with England. But this is the area where there'll be squad building over the next couple of years, just to find that X factor in their attack.
23 gone. 105 for 3 the score. 228 the target. And that run rate and run rate required almost identical now. So Surrey are on task. Essex do have the wrist spin of Abtaha Maqsood in their ranks, but she hasn't really been getting in the team this year. Only the 1 appearance so far. Doesn't have the best record in recent years. Hasn't been playing heaps and heaps. You so often see the rest spinners come into the action in the shortest format of the game rather than the 50 over. And that's 4 more. Aggression on show from Surrey. And they're taking advantage of this little period of the game where Essex are using their 5th bowler in Grace Scrivens and targeting her.
Yeah, it's worth a go to toss one up, encourage the false shot. Problem is it just drops nicely on a half volley.
Goes for the sweep. Was a little bit leg side. That one show of aggression has seen mid-on drop out to the boundary. So all 4 of the allowed fielders on the boundary are in position. Brown takes the offer of a single.
It's slightly unfair to make the comparison with Danny Gregory because, of course, she's spinning it away from the right-hander. But the way that they worked with Gregory during Surrey's fielding innings is they packed the offside in there. At one point, they had 3 fielders on the drive, or 2 on the drive and 1 covering as well. And they trusted their leg break bowler just to land it sufficiently on the spot and really suffocated the batters at times. There's no real pressure here. You're just, as a fielding side and as a bowler as well, you're just hoping for a mistake, hoping for a bit of self-sabotage, really, on the part of the batters. And these 2 are doing it without any real drama at the moment. Make a play. Nicely played.
Lovely batting from Maitland-Brown and Surrey. 24 overs gone now. The score 112 for 3. And I suspect that Grace Scrivens, after 3 overs and figures of 0 for 19, that might be the last over we see of her for a little while. Cups of tea on the go at the Oval. It's, well, tea time. 10 to 4. Relaxed atmosphere at the ground today. I was noticing on the pavilion, you know, Bryony Smith and Rory Burns' kind of profiles are displayed. I was wondering what the deal is now that Kira Chatley has kind of half the captaincy reins, or maybe Bryony Smith has remained as club captain. I think I've answered my own question. A few Essex fans in position. So, Gray continues to bowl her array of cutters. And no matter what bag of tricks she presents, Maitland-Brown takes advantage of an over-pitch delivery and hammers that down the ground. The game's breaking here for Surrey. Almost 100 exactly needed now. You just saw, I think that might have been almost a knuckle delivery from Eva Gray. It just got swung a tiny bit in the air, but full enough to allow Maitland-Brown to extend fully through the ball. She's on 24. 28 after that ticks over. That is the difficulty that Eva Gray faces. She has such a box of tricks to be able to call upon. But the difficulty of being able to perfectly execute so many different deliveries does mean there is the odd loose ball, and that is finding its way to the boundary. I both think she's been one of Essex's most dangerous bowlers, but she is still going at the best part of 5 runs and over. Big swinger. I was missing leg stump by a long way. She's got that ball to hoop in towards the right-hander with the assistance from the wind, which is blowing from the offside over to the leg side if you are bowling from the pavilion end.
Yeah, of course, Essex don't just lose Jodie Grewcock's brilliance with the bat, but with the ball as well. She's bowled in every game that Essex have played this year, and effectively as well, got through her quotas across the season. Been prolific with the bat. That 120 not out was a bit of a masterwork, really, to chase home 282 against Somerset. But runs elsewhere as well, but crucially she gets through the overs. Bowling those leg break googlies as well. That's the point of difference that Essex are crying out for here. Still, she's up with the big team. Great to see. Made her ODI debut last week, of course. We'll be seeing a lot more of her. She's one hell of a cricketer.
It's a beautiful shot from Monaghan.
Good hands, Cam.
Throwing her hands
Good hands
through the ball. Just for 1 run in quantity, but more so in terms of moral victory. 120 for 3 here at the halfway stage of Surrey's chase. 25 overs are gone. The players are going to have a drink, and I am going to step away for Mark Church.
So, as Cameron rightly says, this game is breaking for Surrey, one fancies. Just 108 now needed. These two have gone about their business with great urgency. A sprightly partnership of 45. Maitland Brown is having a good game here. Ready on to 29, not out. At 73 for 3, Essex would have felt like they were right in this one. But just that lack of cutting edge that we're talking about with this slightly depleted bowling attack is making it just a bit too tricky for them to break this key partnership. Afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon. Well, Maitland Brown's wandered out there and taken this body absolute scruff of the neck, hasn't she?
Yep.
Here's some highlights of this
outside
innings
edge
so far.
and it flies. That's a life for
Yeah, so she's had her moments in this innings as Monaghan.
So first ball from Eva Gray. Oh, she's off
Picked
the
up
mark.
a couple of early
Bit of
ones.
bounce.
Paige Schofield missed out for once.
Now 2 down. Just completely
Bryony
misjudges
Smith
the length on
top
that one.
edged
Bryony
it.
Smith attempted to
Attempted
be
pull
picking
shot.
keeper in her own right.
2 down quite quickly.
Oh, this is a lovely shot from Monaghan.
Monahan's been very strong on that shot. The back cut.
And there is the width.
ADR always
Capitalised
good,
on
easy on the eye. Till she
short
clothed
pulls.
one to mid-wicket.
And that'll be 4. A massive amount. Down the track, lifted up over mid-on.
The Richards.
And there it is.
Straight into the
At
hands.
that moment, Essex thought, yep, this could be one
4
for
runs.
the ages.
2 short.
Monaghan's played
Shot.
some lovely shots in this innings.
Especially down the ground.
Yeah, down the ground, and it's that cut shot off the top of her off stump really against the spinner. But I do like Maitland Brown as a cricketer. Runs in, bowls rockets. It comes out, bats. Says, right, everybody, I'll just take this by the absolute scruff of the neck now.
Doesn't take a genius to work out where she's grown up and learnt her cricket, does it?
Absolutely. And I spoke to Emma Calvert about a few things about the first 6 games of the season, but asked her about Maitland Brown, and she said it's not just what she does on the pitch, it's what she's like in the dressing room as well. And she's been a really good acquisition. I'm pretty sure, should Maitland Brown want to come back, I'm sure Surrey will be very happy to see her back, because she's been a terrific signing. She really has. And as you said, this partnership, I'm going to use the modern phrase of Cameron Ponsonby, breaking this game open. It's just got a bit gloomy as well, actually. I'm wondering whether this game could finish with the floodlights on, because we've got a lot of cloud above. It's fine at the moment, the light, but if we sort of get to the bitter end, oh look, that's still crocheting. We were talking about this early in proceedings, but that's come on from this morning. I think that's going to be a scarf.
You don't miss a trick, do you, mate?
Well, I can't see what else it could be. It's definitely not going to be a jumper.
No.
I only know about these things because I was saying my granny, she was an avid knitter. So in my youth, there's a lot of pictures of me as a little boy in granny's jumpers and her all-in-one jumpsuit that she used to knit as well.
Yeah. My mum knitted me a jumper for Christmas, just gone.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
Just gone.
Very nice.
She handed it to me rather sheepishly, said, yeah, you've got the booby prize this year. It's a one that you wear around the house.
Right, you wouldn't wear it outside the house. It's very nice.
No. But she's quite persuasive, is my mum. And my 6-year-old nephew, Alfie, who I'm trying manfully to get into cricket, and he went to the All-Stars stuff last night in South London.
Good.
Down in Crystal Palace, and he's kind of getting there. But what he's really into is crocheting, and that's my mum's
there's nothing
influence.
wrong with that.
Nothing at all.
You know,
Nothing
it's
at
a
all.
handy skill to have in later life.
It is, but I'm also mindful that growing up as a little fella called Alfie in the Badlands of southeast London, you know, you need maybe a bit of football, string to your bow, or a bit of cricket. Crocheting offers a different kind of defence mechanism against the trials and tribulations of being a young kid in the 21st century.
I can identify with Alfie at that age. Definitely. I can identify with Alfie. Right, we're getting underway again. Had our drinks break. And it's going to be Kopak back into the attack. Kate Kopak and Monaghan and Brown. His partnership's worth 47 now, but you can see there that it has got a bit gloomy. Well, look there, behind, crocheting behind Monaghan now. We might see what it is by the end of this game, but I'm putting my... Oh, hello. Now that was short, and that Monaghan's not looking at that, playing that pull shot.
Yeah, that's good to see.
Yeah. That really was get off me, wasn't it? The no-look pull shot there from Monaghan.
Yeah.
Gets a single.
Bit of pace, bit of bite as well off this track. It does offer this from time to time. We see it. Saw it in the men's game last week in the 4-dayer that every now and then one just kicks. Effort ball from Kopak. It's got a bit of pace. And
Short again, yeah. And this is out. Yeah, pulled straight away by Brown down to Smale.
Love that, Mark.
Yeah, really good cricket from Essex. Kopak's banged another one in. Brown's taken it on and hooked it. And it's a good catch from Smale as well. And that drinks break, they've obviously had a chat, Essex, and they've come up with that plan for Walker, and it's worked.
Yeah, fabulous to see, really, because this game was ambling along. And they've brought back the quick. She roughs up Monaghan with the previous delivery, a real snorter. And this one banged in again, giving it everything she's got. Caitlin Brown's got quite a lot of it to pick out the only fielder behind square on the onside. She can feel slightly harshly dealt with, but it's a brilliant plan, excellent execution, and a bit of guts as well in there. Not letting this game just amble to a close, but still trying to make a play. Great stuff by Essex. Really good thinking, and really good to see as well a young female quick prepared to get stuck in down in the dirt. Great to see.
And it was a good catch from Smale.
Yep.
Because it was travelling.
Yeah,
taken it pretty easy. But it
I was going to say, taken with a bit of nonchalance, wasn't it? Very, very stylishly done by Smale. Great stuff.
So, here is Danny Wyatt-Hodge.
Now, she will take it on, Mark. So, I would stick with it. If there's one thing that Danny Wyatt-Hodge doesn't massively enjoy, and who does, it's the one up around the nostrils, up around the ear hole. So, don't be afraid to dig another couple in.
It's good numbers, those, aren't they, from Danny Wyatt-Hodge?
Yeah, as we said earlier, unstoppable this year. Just her 5th knock so far in the competition. Lowest of 38, couple of hundreds and a 90, 94, I think it was. This is the game, though. Essex are still in this.
Very much so now. Goes full of length first up. Hodge just pushing that one away into the offside. I'm getting slightly distracted when we go the close-up of whoever's batting, with the bowler coming in from the Vauxhall end of our friend crocheting, because we can see them in the background. What I do like about that was even the wicket. No distraction from the crocheting. That continued. Oh, well bowled. It's a no ball, though. Looking to drive was Wyatt-Hodge. Goes past the edge, but it's a no ball. So that'll be the run on the total and the free hit, which actually, when you've just walked out to bat, this is ideal, because Danny Wyatt-Hodge can sort of free up her arms and the hands here, and knows when she doesn't get run out, she'll still be there. This is free hit time. Oh, she's uppercut straight to third. It's not taken cleanly. It doesn't matter, because they'll just go through for the single.
But there are reasons to be optimistic here, because this is how DWH will play it. She doesn't die wondering against the short stuff. She does tend to stay quite leg side of it. So be mindful of that, Essex. Feel her at deep third. She's not on strike now. But when she comes back on strike...
Here we go, another short one. Oh, behave yourself.
Alice
Alice Moynihan. That is a naughty shot. Go to the back of the class. She has just got up and over the top of cover point for 6. And that's her 50. And what a way to bring it up. It's saying 49 there on your screen, but I think that's her 50 up on the board. This is a heck of a shot. She's expecting the short ball, but look at that.
Yeah,
and
glorious.
that has soared away for 6.
It's glorious. One thing I would maybe add is if they are going to insist on this approach, perhaps there might be more value in having her from the other end. We are getting information that it is what you see on screen is correct.
Ah, there you are.
And so her celebration, as befits what's up on screen, as in the ground, saying 50 in the ground, but 49 on your screen. And I think your screen is correct. So.
Oh, no. Oh, I do hope she finds a single.
Yeah, indeed. We have had this once or twice before.
Yes.
We know what we're talking of. Ollie Pope, notoriously. The scoreboard said 100. The truth of it was he was 99.
Happened to Alan Lamb as well in the West Indies.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. Forward goes Wyatt Hodge. Smale, he took that very good catch to get rid of Maitland Brown. It was against Patrick Patterson. And on the board, 96. And Lamb hook one, bang, for 4. Helmet comes off, arms raised. Smale's in. Forward goes Wyatt Hodge. Politely plays this one into the leg side. And then in that horrible moment where the scoreboard dropped down by 1. So what did Alan Lamb do? Next ball. Exactly the same shot to Patterson, and then celebrated it all over again. Yes, Monaghan's suddenly dropped on the scoreboard to 42, so I think they're having a reboot here.
42?
Yeah.
Blimey.
Yeah, no, that will probably go up now to 49. I hope it does.
From 68?
Yeah. Dear. Oh, no, hang on. Gone! Yes! Wyatt Hodge! She's looked to drive one over the top of mid-off and has picked out McLeod. This is huge for Surrey. Very good from Essex. Wyatt Hodge goes for 1.
That we can confirm. Huge moment in this game. What the scoreboard is telling us is all kinds of craziness outside in the ground. But, yeah, Wyatt Hodge has got to go. Slapped it straight to mid-off. Well taken by the skipper. Ringing the changes, bringing Smale back into the attack. In fact, it's not the skipper, but it's a tidy catch nonetheless. 5 down. Wow, what a game we now have.
This is magnificent. They've got together during that drinks break, and they have come up with a plan.
So, for me, Mark, I would look to try and swap the ends of these two bowlers around. I'm all over Kopak running in hard. But I feel like perhaps from the far end, I might prefer her running down from the pavilion end and then getting the left arm spinner bowling away from the right hander from the end that we're commentating from. Oh, in fact, it's going to be the lefty. So,
well, I'm just thinking, we were saying how lovely it is to see Ailish Cranston back. First game back here for quite some time. Now she's got an opportunity to take Surrey over the line, but this has been impressive from Essex.
Yeah, it's
really has.
It's a big game as well in the context of this league. Both teams in amongst the middle part of the league, and Essex on a good run, Surrey on a poor one. Surrey lost their last 3. Essex have won their last 3, and it's felt all day like this is Surrey's to lose.
It's really the first failure in this comp for Danny Wyatt Hodge as well. So they've got a left-hander out there now.
Yeah, the squeeze is on in the offside, so no fielder covering.
First ball for Monaghan. And apologies, Cranston. That's down the leg side. And wide will be the signal.
Yeah, don't look up at the scoreboard.
I'm not, because they haven't actually put Monaghan on what she should be on, as Cranston cuts down to backward point. So there you go, the drinks break, and then the wicket of Brown, and now the wicket of Wyatt Hodge. All of a sudden, this game's right back in the balance.
Yeah, it's worth saying that for the spectators in the ground, the actual score is correct. On the screens, for the fans, the punters in the ground, 130 for 5 is correct. It's simply the players' scores have got a little bit garbled somewhere down the line. But what you're looking at on your screen is also correct. Monaghan, 1 away from what would be a classy 50.
Very much so. Well, this is very interesting now.
It's going to keep Kopak on then from this end.
Oh, I would.
Well, certainly she needs to keep bowling for sure. The only thought I had, Mark, is whether from the other end, it'll, if you like, compel the right-hander to play that cross-back shot, and then you could get a top edge into a well-populated leg side field. But then I guess with Cranston now coming in as well as a lefty, it doesn't matter so much which end you're powering in from. What she is getting is bounce from this end.
She certainly is. Now, we saw Cranston, last ball of the previous over from Kopak, play that extraordinary shot over cover point for 6. But there was a bit of width on that. This is the start of the 28th over, and she goes full of length first up, and Monaghan, solid looking defensive shot, plays it out into the offside. Well, as I say, this now is anybody's game really. You'd almost have Essex as favourites now. Monaghan drives, nicely timed, but just hits the fielder in there at short extra cover. That's Miller in there, who played a brilliant innings today. And that 70 odd from her looks even more important now. I know it's an obvious thing to say, but I'm going to say you take that out of the equation, well, we're done. So that shows how important that innings was. Here we go. Short. She's hooking. Oh, she's fallen for it. Oh. And she's gone. And the catch is taken at deep backward square. Monaghan goes for 49. It's the longest side of the ground. Now Essex are all over Surrey. And Monaghan goes for 49. Kopak's got 2 now with that short ball. And all of a sudden, Surrey 6 down.
Love it. Love to see it. It's rare that you get this kind of tactic in women's cricket, and it's paying off, and then some, but also the catching as well. To stay cool under the high ball, knowing what's at stake here. You don't come to the Kia Oval and get too many chances to overturn the big guns. This is a huge moment for Essex. They started the season slowly, looked like an uneven team, but they've really coalesced well in recent weeks. 3 on the spin. A team now feeling good about themselves. They've lost their star player to England this week. As it stands, no matter. 6 down. Still need 98 to win, Surrey. And Monaghan, who played beautifully for 49, has to go. And so now 2 batters on naught. And Kate Kopak running in with a head of steam behind her. And no little pace as well, Mark. It's great to see.
Really is. Gardner with the catch. Long boundary out there. But it was really good from Kopak. Because if you see the replay again, she's got it in just the right spot.
That's
there.
it. That's it.
And to be fair, Monaghan's got quite a bit of bat on that. But Surrey have a problem now.
So Jemima Spence the new woman at the crease.
Two new batters.
Now,
without a run to their name.
Yeah.
So Jemima Spence getting ready for her first delivery. And, lovely shot. Just whips this off her pads out towards deep backward square.
Yeah, it's a good start. Now, I haven't seen too much of Jemima Spence in the flesh yet. I've seen some highlights,
a few
of course.
shots in there. Yeah, here we go. This is now look at where this is. That's perfect. That is perfect. That short ball. It's got it in just the right spot. Taking it from outside the off stump, so she's reaching a touch for it.
Good catch.
Monaghan, good catch. And the plan has worked. I've got to feel a bit for Monaghan as well, because of course she thought she got to her 50.
Yeah.
And she's gone back in and she only made 49.
Yeah, as you say.
It's happened to some of the greats, that. Cranston. Forward she goes. Very cool head.
Yep.
Ailish Cranston.
As is showing here by the bowler, because she's mixing it up a little bit. She's not overusing the bouncer. But yeah, really, really good cricket.
And as you say, you don't see it that much in the women's game. Go short, long boundary, stick two out there, but go short and get it in the right area. Cranston's forward. Very good over again from Kopak. Terrific over. So, Spence and Cranston get together for a bit of a chat. They're actually a good combination, these two, in that Cranston will just go at her pace. Spencer's got some shots.
Yeah.
But Surrey have to be careful here now. Very careful. And we did say anything up over 200 won't be straightforward.
Yeah.
But we're seeing that here. 131 for 6.
So Jemima Spence, still a teenager, 19 years young, just a real rookie in the game. Came into the side at the end of last year. Made a couple of eye-catching knocks in September last year. This year, she's just fallen out of form in recent weeks. A couple of noughts coming into this game, but she made a 79 in early April up at Edgbaston. And I caught the highlights of that, and there's some real classy shots in there. And speaking to coaches who have seen her development, don't want to overplay it, but let's say they're pretty excited about her future. Be a big feather in the cap if she were to get them home here.
29th over. Not timed at all, this by Spence. Trying to whip that into the leg side. Just on crochet watch there. It's coming on, the old scarf. Could be done by the end of this game. It's either that or a snood. Forward goes Spence. Plays this back up the pitch. And again, that drinks break. They've obviously got together, Essex, and come up with a plan. Now, you can come up with the greatest plans in the world, but you've also got to execute them. Tucked away to short fine. And this happens as well when you all of a sudden you're ticking along very nicely. Then wickets go, and then you've got two fresh batters out there in the middle. All of a sudden, runs become very difficult to find, don't they? And Essex at the moment are right on top of Surrey here. But as I say, I think these two are a good combination. Shot straight down the ground from Spence. That's a lovely shot. Back over the bowler's head. Straight down the ground for 4.
Yeah. And a bit of arrogance about that shot in the best sense. It's there to hit, but a player with a bit less self-belief may have just wanted to pat that back and stay and play safe cricket after losing a few. Not a bit of it. Great stuff.
Just works this one into the leg side. Now pick up a single. One more to the total. Love that.
Yeah.
I love this sort of younger generation. I don't want to sound like an old whatever, but 19 years old. Out you go. Pressure situation. Have a look, and then straight back over the bowler's head for 4. Completely in control of that shot as well. There was no risk to that for her. Just saw where it was, saw it out the hand, bang, straight back over the bowler's head. Cranston will get off the mark here. Just drives away out towards that sweeper on the cover boundary rope. So there are 21 overs remaining. At target 228. And Surrey 6 down. And they still require, Phil Walker, 91 to win.
Yeah, they're going to persist rightly with Kate Kopak from the Vauxhall end. I don't think she will mind too much having Cranston in her sights. It's a shorter boundary that way for the left-hander, but that then brings the fielders into play.
Ooh.
The risk-reward is a little bit more advanced, but they've got to give her at least one more here. She's still got 5 in the tank, and so you can afford to give her one more here and then even bring her back if you're looking for 1 or 2 right at the death. There's a lot of energy expended when you're banging it in 2 or 3 balls and over, and she's given her all to this spell. She's going to go round the wicket as well to the lefty. I like that.
Yeah, there are two things here. Backward point and third man are in play and chopping it onto your stumps. It's gone full of length. It's just pushed away out towards cover point. And there's no run. We just saw a shot of a spectator there with a pad and pen. Possibly the shopping list being done or making notes on tactics for the rest of this game. Up there in the pavilion. Never know. Driven by Cranston, nicely through the pigeons and a seagull. Where's that come from? As the throw comes in over the top of the stumps, there's a seagull in the middle of the pigeons.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen this before here.
I spotted that chap earlier.
Where's that? See, he's going to fly right in front of our corner. He's coming towards Herbie.
It's Hitchcock.
Oh,
It's Hitchcock all
look
over
at that.
again.
Off he goes.
Wow, look at that. Yeah, it's like he heard you.
Yeah.
Extraordinary scenes.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a seagull with the pigeons.
Right, does she go short again here?
She does, and it's pulled away by Spence for 4.
Yeah,
Great
class.
shot.
Real
Great
class.
shot. Rolls the wrists on it. Happy to take it on, even with those 2 wickets falling and the 2 back. And it's been banged in by Kopak, but it hasn't got above waist high.
Yeah.
So Spence is able just to go round on it. And she's played it beautifully. She's on to 10. Nice start this.
Yeah, and not even a nanosecond of hesitation. Jumping all over that. Waiting for it. And taking it on hungrily. She has a certain kind of... Just the way that she carries herself, Spence. You wouldn't think she's 19.
Nope.
It's not a strut or a swagger.
Just
There's a kind of quiet confidence about her. She looks at ease in this situation. Nothing jerky or uptight. No shadow batting between balls. She came out, nailed that shot first ball, didn't she, Mark? Straight out of the screws. To deep square leg and has eased into double figures.
Well, yeah, look, 9 balls, she's on 11 already. And what that does is allows Cranston at the other end just to play her weight. Fascinating, this at the moment. It really is. Cranston's had a nibble at this. That's what I was talking about. Just looking to run that towards third man. Beats the outside edge of the bat. End of the over. 20 to go.
If these two are still here at the end of the end of this upcoming over, do you keep Kopak on?
No.
Hold her back.
Yes. Plus that over, as you said, it takes a bit out of you banging it in short. And it was just that ball she bowled to Spence. Don't get me wrong, great shot, but she banged it in.
Yeah.
And it was only at waist height. The key to the other two is getting them up around shoulder high.
So
not in control.
I tend to agree with you. There's still 85 runs for Essex to play with here, so they're just having a conflab. The brains trust on the field for Essex, working out how to get it go around the next few. So they're changing it up.
Well, Eva Gray's coming back into the attack.
Yeah,
now.
good move, I think. replacing the left arm spinner.
So, yep, Eva Gray into the attack.
Bowled well earlier.
Certainly did. Scrivens across for a natter about all of this. The skipper. Yeah, you can see people dotted around in the Mickey Stewart members pavilion there. I think everybody's absolutely transfixed with this at the moment. I think even our friend doing her crocheting, when that second hook shot went, even looked up for a second, see the catch being taken.
Didn't miss a stitch.
Doesn't, well, no. It's experience. Right, Eva Gray then. Her 8th over the 31st. Spence forward she goes. Plays this one back up the pitch, and Eva Gray does the fielding off her own bowling.
This is why I like this move, because she's wicket to wicket, gets in close, metronomic kind of style. No great pace, but you can build a field around her bowling and force Spence, who is an impetuous player, instinctive player, to make a play. I like it. Good thinking.
Also got keeper up. And the other thing there for Spence is she can't get out of her crease. With the keeper up, that back foot's got to stay behind that white line. I was talking about cricketing superstitions the other day. Everybody's got them. Left pad on first, that sort of thing. Driving nicely. Here's Spence for a single. And everybody out there will have their cricketing superstitions. As I say, you might put your left pad on first. But I was looking, and Neil Mackenzie, you know what he used to do?
All kinds of things.
Well, one of his major ones was he made sure, as he went out to bat, all the toilet seats were down in the dressing room, genuinely.
Right.
And the dressing room lights had to be switched off.
What happens if someone's...
I don't know. I really don't want to think about that. Thank you, Philip. But
some of those South African players he played with,
and also
you can imagine they'd have been quite
the
busy.
white lines as well.
Right.
He always tried to not. It's quite difficult when you're batting, because this is way down the leg side,
run away.
And it's going to run away for 4 wides here. So that,
just as I was saying, she was to be relied upon. She just let that one go to the left-hander. I think that's the key. Readjusting the line. It's one of those frustrations. Just a little pressure valves released here.
Yeah, and it's 3 runs, isn't it? That's the other thing. Surrey haven't had to do anything there. Well, there's the Essex dugout. Look quite relaxed there in the dugout at the moment. As this is just pulled away by Spence. Apologies, Cranston. And she'll get a single. So yes, the other one with Mackenzie was when he went out to bat, he made sure he didn't tread on any of the white lines.
Okay.
So if he had a boundary rope, he made sure he went over that. When he got to take his guard as well, mustn't tread on the crease lines.
He used to sellotape his bat to the ceiling.
To the ceiling as well. There was that as well, famously.
I don't think I had any, Mark, when I was in my prime, as they say.
I think you're in it now. That single brought up the 150. Oh, now gone.
Boulder.
This is, what a change in bowling as well. So Spence goes, looks as if she's driven straight over the top of that, but Eva Gray's brought back into the attack and bowls Spence for 12. We'll see it again here on the replay. Yep, she's gone over the top of it, but it's hitting the base of the middle stump. It's a good bit of bowling.
Yeah, it is, and a bit of in-duck as well. It's nice conditions to bowl seam, but as we sensed, bringing a bowler such as Gray back into the attack forces Jemima Spence to make a play, and it's all going Essex's way. Suddenly, Surrey 7 down. They were 121 for 3. Maitland Brown and Monaghan going very nicely together. No bother at all. Kopak comes into the attack, goes bang, bang.
Yeah,
Winkle out the big one, Wyatt Hodge. Slaps one to mid-off. Gray slips in as well for her second of the day. Suddenly Surrey are requiring something quite special here in order to avoid what would be a fourth straight defeat.
Yeah, as you say, it was 121 for 3 at the drinks break.
Yep.
Then Brown goes, Wyatt Hodge goes, Monaghan goes, Spence goes, and all of a sudden 150 for 7. So Chatterjee waiting for her first delivery. Pushed away to backward point, and there's no run. Well, those of a nervous disposition watching this in dugouts and dressing rooms, there is that old adage of, if a partnership develops, stay where you are. Well, from a Surrey perspective now, if that is the superstition in that dressing room, they'll be hoping they don't move now for another 19 overs. Because I would have thought in that dressing room as well, there's been a bit of scrambling.
It's been so refreshing as well to see a 50-over cricket match such as this. A game that really does peak and trough and ebb and flow. It has its moments, its quiet moments. You think that the game is drifting and ambling, and then suddenly something shifts the tempo and momentum in an unexpected way. And we've had quite a lot of 4-day cricket, which has been quite attritional at times this year. And we've had, of course, in the foreground, all the fun of the fair, the glitz and the glamour of 20-over cricket around the world, with the franchise circuit in full flow. And to see a game like this, just a reminder, there's something kind of vintage and special about a 50-over cricket
and
match.
low scorers can be absolutely the best games of one-day cricket. Now, Jo Gardner into the attack for the first time today, and she is cut by Cranston, half stopped at short third. They'll be looking for 3, but with the running between the wickets today from both sides, I'll just stick to 2 here. And Cranston moves on to 5. But low scorers in one-day games, they can be the best games of cricket. They really can. Then you think, oh, it's an easy one just to chase that down. Well, you get to this point and it gets very nervy. Still, these dark clouds above us. Gardner's in, sweeping is Cranston. And that'll be a wide down the leg side. I think we could finish this game with the lights on.
Bit of a gamble to have brought Gardner in for the first bowl of the day. Perhaps against the left-hander.
That's the thinking. Oh, now. This one, Cranston's just looked to lay back and open the face and run down to third man. Didn't get anything on it.
May have been better served throwing their hands at that one.
But she's got a huge amount of space down there, hasn't she? It's sort of that short third, but then all that space round to the keeper. Oh, that's a full toss. Oh, she's missed out here. But it's a wide down the leg side.
Yeah, just struggling to find her line here. Gamble by Scrivens to bring her into the attack. Just trying, if you like, to burgle a few overs out. But I don't know if she needs to, really. The equation to me is...
Tosses this one up.
Still a case with 18 overs to bowl, 70-odd, 74 needed. I think they have to go for the jugular here, Mark, personally.
Cranston cuts. And we'll get a single. And that will bring Chatterjee on to strike. It may be her thinking as well that, yeah, I can get Gardner through a couple of overs, 2-3 quick overs here. Are Cranston and Chatterjee going to look to go after her at this point?
I understand the thinking.
I suppose it gives you a bit of a breather as well. I would then be very tempted after, I don't know, a couple of overs of Gardner to bring Kopak back after a bit of a breather. How many's Kopak got left here?
Still got 4 to bowl.
4 to bowl. So you could throw her the ball for a couple of overs and get her to do exactly what she did before. This is pulled away by Chatterjee. That's going to run down towards the boundary, and well, eventually Kopak does very well there. And they're coming back for a third, so they'll get back for 3 here.
Yeah, so 8 from her first over. A couple of loopy wides in there as well. Scriven's going to have to think hard here.
Fascinatingly poised.
So Eva Gray has 2. Sophia Smale has 2, as in overs left. They also have 2 wickets each as well, but 2 overs left for each of Gray and Smale. And 4 each for the opening bowlers, Kate Kopak, who's been irresistible this afternoon. Really changed this game, turned it on its head. And Sophie Munro as well.
Well, it'll be Eva Gray.
He's probably going to bowl her out then, you would have thought. I don't mind that at all. Just from this end, with the Vauxhall end, Scrivens has a decision to make.
Start of the 33rd over. Strategy drive, back up the pitch. Gray gets a fingertip to it. That hurt. Eva Gray. She's back on her feet again, wringing that hand. Hamish Cranston just leant on her bat. Hear the encouragement from behind the stumps there for Eva Gray. Strategy's forward. We'll get a single here. Might even get 2. Nope, just the single. Bring the left-handed Cranston back onto strike. Scrivens is just manoeuvring her fielders at the moment.
If I was Scrivens, I'd be tempted to bring myself back on, because I think she bowled okay. Her figures don't reflect that, 3 overs for 16, but I think she bowled okay with a decent kind of length as well. She got pumped down the ground a couple of times.
Cranston just opens the face, guides this one down towards third. Loves it there.
She does.
Miss Cranston. Her brain will be manoeuvring Surrey towards somewhere near where they need to be after 40 overs. She'll just be manoeuvring that score towards that. So that's down the leg side, wide again. And they'll nick a single on top of that as well. But yeah, she'll be plotting Surrey's run chase here. Will Cranston. I always adore watching a player work out a run chase. I find it fascinating, actually. That's down the leg side again. So this is one area that Essex will want to tighten up. The extras have gone all right, actually, while those wickets have been falling.
Just going back to this point about who should bowl from the Vauxhall end. Scrivens bowled 3 overs, but she bowled them at a tricky time when Brown and Monaghan were ensconced. She didn't bowl anything loose. Guilty only of a couple of fullish half volleys, but nothing too leg side. She didn't bowl a wide across her 3 overs. Gardner, on the other hand, similar style, right arm off break, but she bowled 2 big loopy wides in her first over. If I was Scrivens, I'd be tempted. If she's looking to try and just get a couple of cheap overs out the way, then I'd be bringing myself back.
Well, Bob.
Especially against the left-hander.
There's 1 ball to go in this over. 17 remain after this. Cranston looking relaxed. Just leant on her bat there. And settles herself Down again. Well bowled, Eva. Great. Good line, good length, and Cranston can only quietly push that one back up the pitch to Eva. Great. So, all will be revealed now for Phil Walker of who is going to bowl from this Vauxhall end. Here's our summary. There it is for you. Essex 227 all out. Miller 74 not out. Dow 69. Danny Gregory 3 for 51. And then Surrey 163 for 7. Monaghan with 49 off 67. But look at that. Smale 2 for 28. Copat 2 for 32. Gray 2 for 47. Munro 1 for 23.
Just going to stick with Gardner. It'd be a tough call to pull her out after one over and replace her with yourself, I suppose. But it's a bit of a gamble. Same bowler, better over. That's what's required.
Well, this is pulled by Chatterjee down towards long leg. They'll get a single. Copac down there does the fielding. Brings the left-hander. Cranston back onto strike. Bit of tension around the place here, Phil Walker.
Yeah, there has been. All through the innings, really. As soon as Paige Schofield missed a straight one, Essex have been right in this.
Cranston just waiting for the field to settle. Cranston backs away, goes towards the pigeons. Off they go. No seagull this time. And Griffith comes up to do the fielding. I often think as well, if you're in amongst those pigeons and the ball goes up in the air, sometimes you can be trying to take a catch with pigeons in your line of sight. Single here for Chatterjee. Just turns it out towards Copac. Comes up to do the fielding. But I'll go back to what I said before. I've never seen a seagull in amongst pigeons.
In all your time.
In my life. You know, it's not often you get a seagull in a flock of pigeons. Sweeping, it's down the leg side, gets nothing on it, Cranston, but it's going to be a wide. Cranston forward again. Just quietly playing this one back up the pitch. There's the crocheting still continuing. It's coming on the scarf anyway. Seems to be in a Surrey duck egg blue. I wonder if it's getting ready for T20 time. Cut away by Cranston. Griffiths up to do the fielding. I do hope that we're not going to need scarves for T20. I'm hoping by then the temperature will have gone up. It will be balmy evenings.
It all kicks off Friday week. May the 22nd, double header.
Surrey, Lancashire. It's been a while since those two played each other in T20. This is another wide down the leg side.
Quite a good idea. I quite like it personally. Shakes it up a bit.
Bet you do. You haven't got to go for the away one.
Yeah. That's the kicker.
Friday night. Where is it? Headingley or somewhere, I think. For the double header. As forward.
But think of it like this, Mark. You don't normally get to do that trip, right?
Well, I'm doing it on Friday.
Yeah, but you're expanding your horizons. You don't do too many Surrey Friday nights up in the...
I prefer... can I be honest?
Yeah.
I prefer them down south.
Yeah, fair enough.
You're getting home before 4 o'clock in the morning.
As for the Joanne Gardner experiment, 2 overs for 14 now. No real threat. Two overs that Essex have really just handed over to Surrey there. They've just relinquished some of the pressure. The squeeze was on, you felt.
Because you look at it in that equation on the screen that everybody's seeing now. 59 off 96. But it's the wickets column. And I think if you're Essex, what you're thinking now is we've got to try and just bowl Surrey out as quick as we can here.
Totally.
Don't even let this get to 45 overs.
Yeah, so it's going to be Sophie Munro then back into the attack. So Eva Gray was slightly errant in the previous over. They're going to hold her back for one more. Sophie Munro's got 4. So she'll be nipping in here to try and do a very similar job, bowl wicket to wicket.
Well, she's going to have Cranston on strike on 9. Goes full of length first up. It's well timed by Cranston. Yep, that's going to run away for 4. And that's a good start to the over for Surrey. Miller tried to get across to that on the edge of the circle. Cranston's placement is good. And that's away for 4 runs. And it's always nice as well, Phil Walker, when you get a boundary off the first ball of the over.
Yeah, ordinary work by Flo Miller on the drive there. She thought she was going to get something down on it.
Cranston drives again. Won't get a single on this occasion. Rate required 5.04. So on that front here, just another single. You're up with the rate. Doesn't always work like that though, does it? That's down the leg side again. This could be key actually. Extras could be key here. That's another wide. And that is one more to the total. There's been a fair few in this innings now. They're handing Surrey not only runs but extra overs here. When you add them up. Cranston nudges it into the leg side. Don't need to do anything else now if you're Surrey. You've got 6 off the over. 3 balls to come. Bit of that pressure hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
It's just they were all over Surrey there, Essex, and the bit of that pressure has just disappeared now. Do you know who I'd be tempted if I was Essex? I'd go back to my plan that worked.
Bang it in.
Kopak again.
Well, she lurks. She will have a final say in this game one way or the other. But if I was Grace Scrivens, I'm with you, Mark. I'll be bringing her back into play because the closer these two get to the finishing line, the more twitchy Essex will get themselves. And you don't want to give your Quick, who's prized the game open anyway, too much to do in not enough time. You can also even hold 1 over back. They still need 3 wickets. She's got 4 overs to spare. That's quite a lot of cricket to be bowled.
It's a nice shot. Some Chatterjee will get a single. So Surrey are way ahead of where they need to be in this over now.
Yeah, and it's all too easy suddenly. They've now put on 26 without any real alarms. It's got to get back hold of this game.
It's got to be Kopak. And they've got to go back to that plan, I think, if it from an Essex point of view. And Cranston very sensibly played. Just turns this one into the leg side. I'm off, Phil Walker.
Oh, you're off?
Yes, it's
Okey
me.
dokey.
It's me. It's been an honour. It's been an absolute pleasure. Katya's coming back to join you. Just do me a favour, however tense this gets, keep an eye on the crochet for me.
Will do.
Thank you.
So, it's been a proper game of cricket, this has. Still don't know which way this one's going to fall. Grace Scrivens, I think this is a good move. I was pushing for the over before. But it's tricky, I guess, as a skipper to throw the ball to an off-break bowler, give a 1 and then jump in to her shoes yourself. Better late than never, though. think she is the right option down here. And then the question is, which end does she want to give Kate Kopak full rein? Katya Witney, afternoon.
Hello.
Couldn't have been more impressed with Essex when they came back out after drinks. And that spell, that mini spell by Kate Kopak, picked out a couple on the hook. Oh, real fire and pace. I feel like I'm going to bore you about that spell for the next few months.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a game full of turning points, that none of them have actually ended up being turning points.
Until the final one.
Yeah.
Whichever that may be.
Yeah, those early wickets in the Essex innings felt decisive. Then the wicket of Gardner felt pretty decisive. The late flurry from Surrey felt decisive. The early wickets by Essex felt decisive. And the post-drink spell perhaps is the decisive bit.
Yeah, and yet this might yet be the decisive partnership. But yeah, Scriven's right back on it here. That's good. Quick single, but a slightly false shot. Airborne into the offside. She just has more control today than Joanne Gardner does, and so right that she's brought herself back here. Still 50 required. Still anybody's. Big game in the context of this competition. Surrey on their uppers. Essex are soaring. Can Surrey arrest this little mini slump?
Yeah, if Essex go on to win this, it would seem like a bit of a coup to take a game off Surrey.
And yet the form would be the opposite, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think both sides, I said it earlier with Essex, Surrey have slightly surprised me this season in not being as dominant. I mean, we saw it in the 50 over stuff last season, but they weren't quite as dominant as we expected them to be. I thought they might put that right, especially in the first half of this season. Hasn't quite been the case. And Essex, while not threatening to run away in the competition, they've been more effective than I thought they might be, especially given their struggles last season and difficulties they've had with squad signings.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, through the hands. It was there for a caught and bowled chance. It wasn't hit that hard, really. And Munro got her fingers up to it. Doesn't even really burst through the palms. Just look at this. Oh, false shot on the drive. Chatterjee holding back on the drive, and it was there. Should be taken. What a moment that may yet prove to be.
The next decisive moment. It wasn't hit that hard, you're right, but it did look like it came back at her quite quickly. Should have been taken.
They are so hard to judge. They're either a bit too quick or not quite quick enough. Yeah, looking at it again. It's all instinct, but she'll be frustrated.
Yeah, especially getting both hands to it. I almost think sometimes with those caught and bowled, it sounds kind of counterintuitive, but I think you can almost track the ball better when it's coming to one side of you.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a depth perception aspect of it when it's coming straight at your head, like that one was, that make them harder to take.
I think that's a good point, because your first instinct is self-preservation.
Mm.
They have to keep believing here, though. They've got into the habit of winning cricket matches as this Essex side. As Katya said, started the season slowly. They're in great rhythm here. Can they make it 4 on the spin? Going up for it. Umpire not interested. Probably leg side. But a good over. Still a couple to come from it. Pressure back on. More intensity out there now. toe of the bat perhaps. Stifled appeal.
I find them a really interesting story, this Essex side.
Yeah.
Following them over the last few years, from the Sunrisers days to now as Essex Women.
Brilliant again. Right, one delivery to go. She's got to get out of this over. Really good stuff. She still has 2 more after this as well. So that's 6 overs that Grace Scrivens can still call upon from her opening bowlers, both of whom have been excellent today. You feel like that's where the game is. 49 still needed. Leg side, frustrating for Munro. It's been a nearly over this. Pull it back.
You're almost trying too hard to get out of that over. Just straight down the leg side.
Single into the offside. This game still continues to beguile.
Just coming back to that story on the Essex side, you've got 2 players in Sophie Munro and in Grace Scrivens who have been kind of central to that story. Consistently over the first few years of the regional setup, Sunrisers struggled to really compete with the heavyweights. And then they had that year that I mentioned earlier when Grace Scrivens absolutely tore up. Sophie Munro as well was exceptional with the ball. They struggled in the 20 over format, but in the 50 over format they were really, really good. And they'd been building for a couple of years. They had that 2023 season where they made some really good strides, won the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint in the 2024 season. And then when they made that transfer over to Essex, Sophie Munro picked up that stress fracture in her back, which ruled her out of that season and almost stunted the transition.
Tries the reverse and gets a lot of it. That will run away for 4. Brilliant batting. One of the first reverses I think we've seen all day. I can't recall another one across both innings at a crucial juncture as well now. That requirement now down to 43. Very, very smart by Chatterjee.
And then they've had Stephen Parry come in at the start of this season. He's a really successful coach up at Lancashire. Worked with Manchester Originals.
Tries it again, gets it again. Beats deep third, runs away 4 more. Brilliant stuff. Needed to make a play. And she's doing so. 2 in 2 now. Not much wrong with it from Scrivens. Trying to cramp her for room, trying to drop it on the bootlaces. But a bit of invention. And suddenly it's gone quiet out here for Essex. You fancy this has to be her last before calling back Kate Koppak to see if she can complete the job. Kick the door down of this game she did earlier after drinks. A fabulous spell of fast bowling. Going to come back for a couple. Yes, no, wait. Nothing doing, just a single. Fancy this is a slightly better matchup for Grace Scrivens. With the left-hander. Can't afford to drop short though. They will scamper through for a scruffy single. Off a bit of glove. So, brings Chatterjee back on strike. Already farmed 10 from this over. You can ill afford any more of these if you're in the camp of Essex here. 37 required. A lot riding on this match. Yeah, well played. Just dropping it into the onside. She will retain the strike. 38 gone then. 36 required. These two have now put on 42. Exceptional work, really. Surrey were staring down the barrel when they came together. But Scriven still has 6 overs up her sleeve of her opening bowlers.
Yeah, not the over that Essex would have wanted. Essex or Scrivens would have wanted that one. Balls remaining aren't really a problem. Well, not a problem at all, but in terms of that pressure, it's building those dot balls, making batters feel like they have to get off strike. That over's just released a little bit of that pressure now.
Well, it's a thriller here at the Oval, and for my money, that over's just tipped the scales back in favour of the home side. Munro to attack, that thuds into the pad. They think about a run. Side against it. Chatterjee has been such a useful cricketer for Surrey over the last year and a half. Never in the first choice 11, but with the number of internationals, she's often called upon. A very reliable medium pace bowler, being very useful down the order here as well. That's picked up. And oh no, missed field in the deep. It was skipping along the surface. It just reached Gardner on the half volley. And it's 4 runs rather than 1.
Yeah, and those are the errors Essex will look back on if they do end up losing this game. That's the ones they couldn't afford. Not but at their best in the field.
Full, helped away again, 4 again. Chatterjee is playing a gem here. 28 off 26. 4 boundaries in the last 8 deliveries. It brings up the Surrey 200. It brings up the 50 partnership of this pair off just 46 balls.
Yeah, this is a blinder from Chatterjee. That boundary was where she meant to hit the last one, just bisecting those 2 fielders. She picked up the rewards for both of them.
Well, it's just 28 to win now. You can almost win by accident from this point. I always think that with run chases. To get over the line, you often have to do so many things right. You want to get yourself into the position, or either with a couple of trips along the way, you can still make it there. Kalia Moore is to come out of 10. Very handy with the bat. Danny Gregory has worked a lot on her batting. Still is very much there at 11. If you're Essex, make Surrey get all of them. You've got 28 runs to play with. Make them play 28 cricket shots.
Yeah, if we're dealing in cliches, Essex need 3 balls. Surrey need 28 runs.
Full toss again. And that'll be 4 again. It's been a loose over from Essex. And Surrey, and more to the point, the number 9, Priyanaz Chatterjee, has punished it. 12 off it. Over 20 runs scored from the last 2 overs. It was 49 to win 2 overs ago. And that total required has been halved. More than. And it prompts an immediate change from Essex. You're going to turn back to Kopak from the Vauxhall end.
That feels an almost a couple of overs too late for me, turning back to Kopak. I think Grace Scrivens gave herself 1 too many there. The time to win the game is now. It's 2 overs ago.
Well, it was 2 overs ago when there was 49 runs to play with. But 2 loose overs. I've seen that change. Goodness me, how long ago does that Sophie Monroe dropped Corton Bold feel? That would have been the 8th wicket with 50, the best part of 50 still required for Surrey. Now, 24 to win. 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary. Driven beautifully from Cranstone. She takes a pigeon out on the way through. Without wanting to alarm anyone, feathers did fly there. And not in the way they're meant to.
Also, without wanting to distract from the tension that's going on in the middle, those pigeons have been playing a very dangerous game.
They have been. They're here enough, so they should know the dangers that come with it.
But I do want to know why it's that one particular area of the field that they congregate on.
It must have been seeded recently or something like that. There they are. Residents at the Oval. How big an innings would this be for Cranstone as well? Chatterjee will take the headlines, as it were. But Cranstone out of the game for the best part of 2 years. She's able to see her team home from here will be a monumental achievement. Short and guided down to deep third for 1 run. 21 remain.
Yeah, well placed that. Don't need to do anything extravagant here. These two just keep playing the way they've been playing. Punish the bad balls. Rotating the strike. Seemed a little bit antsy running between the wickets. There's no need for that. Just quieten it down a little bit.
So if the right-hander on strike, Kopak can use that big leg side boundary. The slight risk that Essex have here is that where they made the breakthrough after drinks was with the short ball, but the short ball often relies on being willing to risk a few runs flying around. They don't have many to play with. Oh, that's clipped the thighs, the pad on the way through. 4 more. Leg byes on this occasion, but they all count for Surrey. And this game is finishing in a hurry. Now fewer than 20 required. It's 17 to win.
And that's one of those ones that Essex just don't need. Just clipping the guard there on the way through. Tipping it down to the boundary.
Driven uppishly, but good enough for 1 run. So give a lot of confidence to this Surrey side. Winning a game, relying on their squad players. It's not Danny Whitehodge who did it for them on this occasion. Another beautiful drive from Cranstone. She thinks about 2. Griffith is quick in the deep.
Yeah, and it's a credit to these two that this is the time of the game where Surrey have felt most unimpeachable in terms of their grip on the game. Could all change.
Short and down the leg side. It takes a bit of glove on the way through. And well, 40 overs have gone. It's 214 for 7. Only came and joined, sat next to you, I think 3 overs ago. Katya, and I said it was a thriller. And well, this Surrey pair have rather taken the drama out of the situation, and very quickly at that. It should at this point be a comfortable win for the home side.
Well, for context, I came into the commentary box 5 overs ago and said Essex are winning it from here.
Well, yeah, I said that to producer George before I came onto the stream. This is a good change. Sophia Smell, a change of pace, a partnership of 64, much better than a runner ball. Often this pair have been using the pace that's been on offer from Essex's seamers. Smell here is going to cut the pace, target the stumps. How's that? That looks good to me. No, says the umpire. Smale liked it a lot. just gesturing that she's got her pad outside the line of off stump. We'll have to see a replay from the other end when we get one.
She did go quite far across there.
Morally out. That's my decision. See if we can sneak this replay in. Tight.
Yeah, batter gets benefit of the doubt there.
Here we go. Here's a proper look at it. Well, I know what I think if I'm the bowler, and I know what I think if I'm the batter. Bit of glove on the way through. That should just be one run. That'll be frustrating for Smale, because it now means that the left-handed Cranstone is on strike. Chatterjee trots off, so we're going to have a chat with her teammate. Not much spin on offer for Smale. Doesn't look to turn the ball that much. Must be bowling little away swingers to Cranstone. Play and a miss.
Just looking to get a bit cute with that.
Oh, the shot's on. There's backward points in place for Cranstone, but no one else behind square on the offside. So if she can use any width just to run it down to a short boundary, there's a lot of reward on offer. She goes for the ramp and just gets one. It's a remarkable shot. Is that a ramp? Is that a scoop? Never really tell where the line of one ending and one beginning changes.
That's a scoop.
That's a scoop. Very good. Happy to agree. 2 off the over. Last ball for Smale of her 9th over. 12 to win. Clobbered down the ground. Will just be 1. And a precious over and 3 precious runs are scored. 41 overs gone here, but the overs really aren't the story. It's 11 runs to win for Surrey, and it's 3 wickets for Essex.
Decent over that from Sophia Smale. Just on the ramp scoop discussion, sorry, I think it's got everything to do with the movement of the bat.
Okay.
In a ramp, I would expect the bat to be pretty stationary in a
Yep.
ramp-like position. In a scoop, I would expect that flick up as if you're scooping. Not that I'm here to lecture you
No,
on
I think
how
that
to make
works.
cricket shots.
I
but
think that
that's-
works a lot, and I must admit, much to my shame, I hadn't considered that. Because you're right, if you're scooping, that's an act rather than ramping, which is used as a deflection.
Well, if you use the verb ramping, then it becomes an act.
Oh no, this is a disaster. Anyway, Kopak to continue. 11 runs to win. Can Surrey get it done this over? Again, if you're looking to target the stumps, just drifting too far onto the pads, and it's an easy run. 10 runs needed now for the home team.
Yep, the decisive partnership of the game. These two came together under so much pressure, and they've navigated that beautifully. The only chance was that caught and bowled that went down.
It's another beautiful drive from Cranstone. It's a really free-flowing swing of the bat. I think one more wicket before 5 needed, and we can get a bit of drama and stress going back through that Surrey dressing room. Ooh, Cranstone gets ugly. It's well fielded in the deep. Almost felt premeditated. There wasn't much wrong with that delivery from Kopak. Almost front foot pull shot, sweep almost. Chatterjee back on strike. Full. Clips the pad on the way through, but allows one more run. And they're all precious at this stage. A remarkable partnership between this pair. 70 they have put on. Here's that Cranstone shot again. Essex might have just thought they were in with a chance. It was quite short, but the ball hasn't got up. That wasn't short at all. I'd take that back entirely. 8 to win. Count them down together. Lifted, up, over. One bounce, and that's half the deficit gone. 4 to win now for Surrey. 4 to win for Cranstone to have seen her side home on her return to the Kia Oval after 2 years, almost 2 years out of the game.
What a shot that is. Dispatched. As soon as it comes off the bat, bottom hand comes off. Watch it over the rope, thank you very much.
4 to win. Driven out into the deep. That'll just be one of them. And Cranstone will keep the strike. So, 3 to win for Surrey. And Essex's miracle, well, becomes all the more unlikely.
Yeah, Essex will know they had their chances. A couple of unforced errors with the bat, been sloppy in the field.
It's always cruel to kind of isolate tiny passages of play in defeats one way or another, but the 2.5 overs where there was the caught and bowled opportunity from Munro that went down, and then the Grace Scrivens over where there was 2 paddle sweep fours from Chatterjee and then 3 boundaries of Munro's subsequent over. That was 15 balls of cricket where Essex went from having 8 down and 50 away to all of a sudden still being 7 down and only having 25 runs left to play with. So, we have the left-handed Smale spinning the ball to the left-handed Cranstone. 1 blow away, 3 runs to win for Surrey. She goes to reverse, and she's got enough of it. Surely, it's a race to the boundary, and it's a race that the ball wins, which means Surrey win by 3 wickets. They stop the rot. 3 defeats in a row coming into this fixture for the home team. But here, they have run out winners by 3 wickets. Cranstone and Chatterjee have put on, 79 runs for the 8th wicket to see Surrey to what looked like it was going to be a comfortable victory, and all of a sudden, now, an hour or so later, they've secured an unlikely victory.
Yeah, a return to the Kia Oval brings a return to winning ways for Surrey. As you said, 3 on the bounce, 3 away losses. And they're back in the winning charts. Essex should be sore with that one. Essex will feel like they could have easily won it. If you're looking at, I spoke with Phil about decisive moments, but if you're looking at the back ends of the game, I think Grace Scrivens potentially gave herself 1 too many overs. Potentially should have gone back to Kate Kopak before that final over where the shackles were loose. But they lost too many wickets early on. That was always going to be a tough total to defend. They did it commendably, but it just wasn't enough runs. And all credit to those 2 batters on the screen. When they came together, looked like it was going to be a tall order, and they batted absolutely beautifully under pressure, completely absorbed it. And on paper, that goes down as pretty much a comfortable win if you weren't watching it.
Well, I tell you what, the ground staff here at the Oval do not hang around. The players haven't even left the pitch yet, and the boundary rope is being hauled in, the mowers are out, lots of cricket being played here at the Kia Oval. The story of the day is those 2 walking off the pitch on your screens now. A fine, mighty fine 8th wicket partnership. Mark Church is in tears in the commentary box. There are fairy tales in sport, he says, and quite right. Handshakes take place between the 2 teams. It is a really important win for Surrey across the board. It stops a losing run. It keeps them in contention at the right end of the table, as it were. Keeps them in the mix for those both the top spot and the playoff spots towards the end of the season. And in a year where you're going to have to rely so much on your squad depth, given the overlap with international cricket, for those 2 cricketers to be at the heart of Surrey's victory makes it an extra special one.
Yeah, and if you look at the top performers in that Surrey win, I think it's encouraging that it wasn't the Paige Schofields or the Danny White-Hodges that got it done. Alice Monaghan, 2 wickets with the ball, and a good contribution with the bat, just 49 off 67, and then those 2 tail-end batters getting the job done.
And here is that batting card. Surrey got off to a promising enough start. Paige Schofield and Alice Monaghan, 18 and 49 apiece. Frustrating for Monaghan to fall 449, just 1 run short of what would have been a pretty significant half-century on a personal level. Then the stars of the show down the order, Cranstone and Chatterjee, 31 and 37, unbeaten apiece. And look at the strike rates as well, almost as good as a runner ball for Chatterjee and just under for Cranstone. So just when Essex were thinking they were going to be able to stretch the game out, all of a sudden it was done in a hurry. Wyatt Hodge, just 1 run next to her name in her return to the Surrey team. And it was at that point when Wyatt Hodge and then Monaghan fell in quick succession, including actually Maitland Brown. Beg your pardon, it was 3 in quick succession for Essex. It looked like the away team were going to win. But as it happened, it was Surrey who were able to see themselves home.
Yeah, mostly tidy bowling card from Essex. Yeah, Kate Kopak with that spell in the middle, taking those 2 quick wickets, 2 for 45 for her. Munro was tidy as ever in the early stages. Leaked a couple of runs at the back end during that crucial period, 1 for 44 from her. Eva Gray, 2 for 47. Seren Smale, pick of them at 2 for 35. And then the 2 all-rounders coming in at the end.
And that's the tail of the tape. All in all, Surrey win by 3 wickets, hauling in Essex's total of 227. And it means that Surrey are back on winning form. And we'll be back here at the Kia Oval in, only 5 days' time. Saturday the 16th of May, Surrey host Lancashire here in the final one-day cup fixture at the Kia Oval before the blast takes over. There's a double header. Lancashire will be back in town next Friday. The women take on each other at 2:15 in the afternoon. The men get going at 6 p.m. Next week, following that, Wednesday the 27th of May, Durham are in town for a one-off women's fixture. And then again, we have another double header in Sunday the 31st of May, the back end of this month. First, the women take on Somerset, and then the men take on Kent. That's it from the Surrey live stream today. Thank you to all the production staff. Thank you to all the commentators. Thank you, of course, to me. And then we will see you and speak to you again very soon.